particular round, but they have expended almost all ultimates, and it hasn't really resulted in them getting killed. So, very agreed. Chalalala again was hyping up this man as a great anchor, but he's getting flushed out so many times with utility and flashes from Hey NF. They're going to be playing around the smokes, and he still loses the flick battle to John Olsen. What a man this player has become. Just hiding inside the smoke, Shiro is becoming the criminal himself. 2 versus 1, and Risky MD with the quick little trade-in. An 8-11 Onic find themselves 2 more before they finish off this first game. Look at that quick little flick from John Olsen. They were side by side to each other, and Shiro using the cloud burst from this man to actually keep himself alive, and through the flash to survive and still get a kill. What, how do you say this? What environmental and utility awareness from Onic right here, right now.
He could smell him coming through that smoke, and you can see he was, even though he wasn't really prepared for it, he was like, his head's up. He knew that his instincts can bail him out of that situation, and he just lands a shot perfectly. Lamy snacks here. Oh no, they melt down the armor on the wall, and they find him through it. Judge drop. They were kind of banking on that to maybe get them a pick or 2 here in this round, especially on the eco, but Onic, man, they're looking primed and proper for this round, although John Olsen answering back, okay, Monyet taken down, cannot retrieve that rifle. A bit out of their reach here. But they do bring it to a 4-4.
Well, this 4-4 is still them being underpowered. Onic, I don't think we've seen them ever go for a B-side take. Maybe this is the first time. Maybe this could be something. Since they still do have Severin alive, he can keep the flank from A main at least contained. And even from C long, because his turret is still active, this is so easy for them to take. Chalalala is... that's unfortunate. He could have maybe hid onto the smoke itself, but now it's a double fake here, Black, or actually just single flake, and they're going to go straight to the A site, but there still is a turret and the alarm bot, but I mean, even looking at it, positioning-wise on that minimap, no one is in close counter to actually capitalize. Maybe just Cha, but we'll see if he can get himself a couple of heads here as the push ensues.
Well, they execute as advertised here, coming on the A site. Severin finds a triple. Super Bust, what can he do but continue this momentum maybe? Save the rifle, save that Phantom, and try and keep it on for a next fight, for a better day that could come. I think, is he trying to go for exit frags at the most here? That's probably what he's going to do. There isn't really anything you can kind of do in this situation but give up that match point unless he really wants to go for that clutch. I mean, there's a turret in his face, there's an alarm bot as well. He might have some stars to work with, but I mean, 1v4, they're flanking around behind you soon. You kind of have to just maybe keep him on the site and die with the spike or just save the Phantom. That's all you can really do, but Risky MD still wins that fight. That's why he banned the battle.
Wait, that was the distance for the... what damage was it again? 145?
Yeah, I think it's like past, what? 7 meters or something?
15, I think.
Or 10?
That's... I think it's 15. I think it's 15. Anyways, by that we mean Again, if it's the Phantom that you have in your hand, if you're not in a close enough angle, it's gonna be 145 for the next headshot damage, compared to the Vandal that has 150 headshot damage at all ranges. And that's why Black mentioned, you know, but Phantom still does have its uses. Really good flick there from Super Bus, but that flick's not gonna be the saving flick for Full Sense. And with that being out of the way, ladies and gents, or rather, inhabitants of Middle-earth, look at your upper screens now. 8-12, Onyx is one more round from closing this first game off, and they're silencing all the doubters, my friend. They're silencing everybody as they have a non-stop bonanza on this defending round on Haven.
It's party time for them, for Onyx here, and I mean, we talked about that Haven is a map that they're both quite equal on, at least stats-wise, in their performances and how many wins they have to the losses. But when we go over to map number 2 later, that is actually a map that Onyx are quite a bit more proficient at least statistically, compared to Full Sense. And so, for Full Sense, if they lose this opening round, this opening game rather, of this group stage B, it's not going to be a result we expected, to be quite honest with you, but Superbus somehow finds a double kill. Okay, Shalala chiming in for a third, but HNF and Severine, great trades from them. Still, though, a great flash to counteract that, run it back. He blinds his own teammate at the end of things, but Severine, trapped between a rock and a hard place, cannot shoot his way out of it. John Olsen will confirm the final kill on the HNF, saying, hey, we're still alive here. Let's go another round.
Let's go another round. C not really agreeing to Onyx's push there. Too many flashes, lots of blotting out smokes or walls that were being thrown out as well, and it seems like through that confusion, Full Sense get the better. And, well, they keep at least their names on the board for now, 0-0 for the overall series score here. But they need to bring it all the way back. 3 more rounds before it to go into overtime. And could this be the next overtime that we witnessed? Again, first series of the day. It was, again, a back and forth between CBT and Bren Esports. And Full Sense here, they have... I'm smelling that they can make this happen. But they still have to respect that Onyx have so much firepower. Although at least it got a little bit doused as HNF's run it back has been utilized in that last round. No more... not anymore available in this current round.
I mean, these are some of the best teams that we have in the region, and even in this playoffs alone, these are 2 of the teams that are some of the favorites to take it all, if not X10. And so, Full Sense and Onyx here, you're getting a bit of maybe a preview of what's to come. These 2 teams might both qualify into that playoff stage, into the top 8. And so for a team like Onyx here right now, their first berth into the VCT C stage, you already see that they've kind of shaken things up, and nobody is expecting this type of performance, at least versus the Full Sense, one of the best teams we've got in the region. So Onyx making it happen for the meantime. Plant will go down. Superbus gonna find that frag in the Monet. He's been playing this backside so perfectly.
You should run.
Oh, he played his opponent like a fiddle. First and foremost, nobody actually spotted him because that recon dart, for some reason, just did not actually get the pulse at the back of the side. But you know what gets pulsed is my heart as Lammy Snack is chasing for it. My god, these flicks are just hitting non-stop. Ultimates are being stopped right now. Risky MD going on top of the site. He needs to stop the defuse right here, right now, but he doesn't hear it because of the Cosmic Divide. And Full Sense, once again, it's the loss knocking on their door, but they hold on. Shalalala almost takes away Risky MD, but survives, saves the weapon. Full Sense, they're bringing it back slowly but surely.
I like that play there coming from Risky MD. You know, for him to use the lockdown to his advantage on that Omen and try and push it when they least expected it, and then TP on top of the box there on the B site. It's a good heads-up play for him, just unfortunately not able to work out because, as you said, that Astral Divide did muffle the sound of the defuse, completely suppressing it. So now, with 2 rounds left to go, Full Sense, if there's any team here that are capable of doing this comeback, playing perfectly for 2 rounds, it's them. But they line on up and somehow Severin finds that frag. John Olsen, he's going to get one, but a quick trade off from Risky MD. And this might just be where the castle crumbles for Full Sense.
PTC nearsighted but not blinded as he gets himself a nice little takedown. Still, that does give Onyx a control on the A. Good crossfire here. He should know something could be happening, but oh, risky MD. Where did he actually try to go to? Trade for trade. Knows now that one is on hell. If Superbus can isolate, this could be a winnable situation for them. But you know what? We don't discourage, we don't discredit Menit. He hits those, and that is going to be the first game into the pockets of Onyx G. What a performance! HNF and Menit once again stepping up to the plate.
Great plays coming in there from the side of Onyx. You know, this is a team that we might have not seen yet in the international stage here, especially representing Indonesia, but these guys, they mean business, and as I said, you can definitely not take them for granted, because these guys are going to throw you for a loop. They might surprise you. I think everybody here is surprised on just how dominant they looked in that second half. Of course, Onyx, they're a great team, and we knew that coming into this, but for them to win this very handily versus a team like Full Sense, it shows a lot of what's to come in this Group B alone.
Yeah, and again, I did mention about how their aggression was, but I never expected it to be this effective up against Full Sense, who, again, we know has a pretty good record history as a defending team. They have really good lockdown plays and whatnot, but Onyx, you saw some of the setup plays that they've had. They've done their homework. They've done everything that they could to prepare for this first match, and it seems to work out well for them. It's not the most dominant, but still 3 rounds ahead of Full Sense and winning the first map, which is, again, arguably a good Full Sense map, Haven. That's still something to be respected, and they put themselves a score on the board.
Look at this. I mean, 23 headshot percentage there for the side of Full Sense, but still could not make the important fights matter. Yes, they were cracked shots, but the objective wins, more importantly, were in the favor of Onyx, playing those post plants very well at the end of things. And just quite difficult for Full Sense to kind of get some momentum going. They get a few rounds here and there, yes, but never really able to string much in a row consistently. It has been the Onyx show for the most part. You know, starting off both half strong, getting both of the opening rounds of each consecutive half, and that is just when you give up, you know, both pistols, it can be a bit of a uphill battle that you can put yourself in.
Yeah, and I think Onyx knew that was going to be the crucial.
Enggak bentrok ternyata. Kira bahkan bentrok gitu loh. Satu live ini, satu lagi live yang lain kayak gitu. Ternyata enggak, jadi gini dong. Ini sih aku tunggu nih. Uwu sama AE. Sama AE ini sih itu masa kuat ya. Kemarin sempat aku nonton sama AE Rex. Oke, coba yang Indo.
Dan nah, 2 tim terbaik setiap grupnya akan melaju ke babak playoff, dan ya kita doakan saja untuk tim Indonesia di hari berikutnya pun bisa untuk mendapatkan kemenangan demi kemenangannya. Dan sebentar teman-teman semua, setelah ini bakal ada map yang kedua, jadi tetap stay tune terus di sini, jangan kemana-mana. Kita bakalan kembali setelah pesan-pesan yang satu ini.
Sama aja. Oh, 15 menit. Ini berarti udah kalah gitu. Oh, 3 kali kesempatan. Kosong. Nggak ngerti aku, serius. Ini satu tuh sekali menang. Oh, menang kalah. Menang imbang kalah. Ya, menang imbang kalah. Berarti ini menang sekali, ini menang sekali. Nih, apa yang ini? Ya ini. Ini berarti brand Esports kan tadi menang jauh kali sih. Habis itu Sampai Esports ini menang juga. Jadi 1 dong nih. 3-1. Wih, poinnya gede kali. 31, 13, 13 26. Terus ininya nih gimana maksudnya? Tengah-tengahnya apa? Cara ininya tuh gimana? Berarti nanti yang peringkat 1-2 bakalan ke sini playoff. Kan 1-2 ini bahkan ke playoff. Sekarang kan Onik masih 1-0 sih harusnya ya. Kok belum diperbarui, ini nggak terima nggak aku. Oh ya udah 1-0. Nanti Paper Rex jam lagi. Jam berapa Paper Rex? Jam 6. Aku agak telatan dikit. Habis itu boom jam berapa? Boom. Tuh jam 10. Kalau oh jam 11. AE. Ini gila sih kemarin.
It feels great. We can actually compete in SEA playoff, and hopefully, because it was our first time in SEA playoff, we can do much and give the best performance representing Indonesia for our country. Nothing much. We do a normal scrim like usually. I think more team bonding with the others and making a new strat and new playstyle that we can develop together to be the best performers in ACA playoff. I want to see Newton solo because despite at his old age, he can still delivering and still lead the team into the international stage. So I'm a quite big fan of solo.
Udah balik.
We just concluded map number 1 of series number 3 of today. We're barely halfway there, guys, but welcome back, Dax, Asteroid, Black and Blue all together while we can talk about what just happened. Guys, Onyx taking the map win over Full Sense, and that has to be a bit of surprise at the Full Sense because they come out the last time they played on Haven in the Tide Challengers with a 13-0 victory when they qualified here for VCT SEA. But you can see here that Onyx, they're trying to prove that they belong so far, and it was just a stellar sight to behold. But you can see here, it is that map results. It was Onyx taking that victory 13-10, and now we're going to be moving over to the map pick, but it does feel like Full Sense, they've had some history on Ascent as well.
I want to point out that for Onyx, it seems like everything was falling in place for them, and they were so smooth. Again, this team I feel like doesn't really have the most explosive or how do I say this, like numerous strategies in their arsenal, but what they have perfected up to a T, and that's why we were able to witness on Haven, and that's why I feel could be what we're witnessing here on Ascent. But Ascent feels like a map that is less constricting for Full Sense. But again, could be still said the same with Onyx. If they're not shaken, I still think that Full Sense can make this happen, but it's gonna be close. Full Sense, or Onyx rather, coming in from a high.
what Onyx did so well during that previous map was, and it was evident based on their composition alone, was they played to their strengths. As Asarai said, yes, it might not be super conventional, but I mean, you don't have to be. You don't have to go the same train that everybody is. What is meta? Really, honestly, it's just a trend. And if you're not a trendsetter, well, then you don't have to ride on any other trend that anybody's trying to set here. So for Onyx, they don't want to ride on anybody else's wave. They've got their own to surf.
Yeah, and Onyx has just been that feel-good story. And guys, if you look about this whole matchup right now, winning that first map has to be technically an upset there, courtesy of Onyx. Full Sense has proven to be, if not one of the best teams in the Thai scene as well as the SEA scene. Runner-up slot last time in the Challengers playoffs. This time they're looking for more and trying to finally beat the Demons and beat X10. But Onyx comes on and swoops on in. And that's right, I know you know their story, right? Stage 1, they were there, but they wanted to take that break to stage number 2. And here they are in stage number 3.
Yeah, again, Full Sense was the team that I think wanted to show off the most. We were talking about it, I think the chat was also talking about it, that this team was the one that followed up after X10, but maybe that put them in too much of a pressure point where they needed to feel like they needed to what's the word here, perform on their end. Either way, they still came in late for the Thai region, but they still are one of the teams that is the strongest in their own particular region. But here in Southeast Asia, the only metric that we really truly have is that last C tournament that we were able to cast, you know, the Road to Iceland Reykjavik. But that was months ago. And now we're seeing other teams evolving with the times, and Onyx seems to be one of those few.
Yeah, time flies, and this is the road to Berlin. But guys, we're going to be getting into the set, so take it away, Asarai in black and blue.
Oh. Pistol round immediately. Okay, we're going into it. So, as we talked about earlier on the panel, you know, Ascent is a map that is a bit more favored for the side of Onyx, at least statistically. And you talked about it too, Asarai, have Full Sense. There might be a bit of performance anxiety here, which I don't think any of us are kind of aliens of, if you know how things kind of work out in the back scene, because, you know, Full Sense, they are by every single stretch of the word favorites to get into, you know, the playoffs, but Onyx, man, they're just proving any doubters wrong.
Yeah!
They are. Although Severin, wanting to be an entry fragger himself, will get flushed out. And speaking of flushed, it seems like that hot hands will at least give some leeway for the refrag. When it's 2-1, this wall will and smoke will at least keep Chalala from pushing forward. And Onyx is just going to be getting this B side for the 3 of them. And that is going to leave us into a retake scenario. Shiro's going to be holding B main, but maybe the plan is to just wrap around. He knows that he can actually take control from this side and even spot somebody coming in from short, but the rest will be market as well as spawn for Full Sense, and this could be the perfect time for him to take damage, but he needs to be fast because they're about to explode on the site.
It's a 4v4 here, which can work out in their favor on the attacking side on Onyx, but they're going to have to find an opening. Shiro, fortunately, somehow is behind him. He does eventually land the shot on Silva, but up close, PTC is going to punish his aggression. John Olsen able to back on off with a Ghost, certainly making a Spectre out of HNF at the end of things there. The Phantom of M. Monyat not able to win up close. John Olsen finding a double kill here right now. He can potentially go for a third. The Chalalala will end off the round. Do you have enough time for the fight, though? For the defuse? Barely! Once again, a second left.
0.96. Ooh, that it's still pretty close. I think the closest we've ever been here in VCT is maybe 0.12. That was the one with Borkum earlier today. Anyways, you can see Full Sense playing much more calmer here, much more coordinated as they are playing with each other rather than just as singles. It has allowed them to get themselves a nice little advantage now, and this forces Onyx to play with the weaker weapons. These flashes gonna be able to spot one out, and Severin, he could have had a nice little aggressive take there. What was that transfer with a classic from HNF? Who says that the classic is a bad weapon? Tell me now. Well, we're gonna have to go to the HNF Academy here just to be taught how to make it happen. 2 versus 2. At least the advantage for Full Sense is that they have the better shields, or at least shields with that regard, and it should be an easy retake for them.
Sometimes it surprises me, the fact that the classic is a free weapon. to be honest with you, but it's a 2v2 right now. Ares in hand, the god of war, trying to rain down some lightning, some thunder in terms of the lead steel that he's throwing at them. But okay, shock dart here. Actually, recon bolt to give his position away, and he does get that wallbang because of it. Perfect use of the recon. With the sheriff up close and personal, you're not going to win that. Not against a classic. I told you, this free gun is better than any gun you got in the game because, well, you get it for free. So, second round on the board for Full Sense. Their only pistol round they've won so far in the series.
First things first, Black. Never say that again, because we don't want to give ideas to the Riot devs to make like the classic 100 cred weapon or something. You know? That would be bad. Look at this transfer though. Before we talk about anything else, oh my goodness, that's the lovelies right there with the classic. Oh, okay, production. Thank you so much for that replay. We like those.
They turned it back like the flash there. You know, I just wonder, like, why doesn't my classic do that?
Gotta bring it to the shop, man. It's broken.
Seems so.
Or you know, maybe you need that radiant aim.
That is true.
Anyways, going into this next round, gotta give it to the Full Sense. They still do have a lot of usage with their utilities and waiting, knowing that they still had time to clutch that round out. Still, one of the things that I think Full Sense has yet really to respect is the flash timings for Menit and the push that comes right after. It's like a 1-2 punch that does catch you off guard. If you're able to dodge the flash, then be ready for the re-peek or the immediate follow-through from Menit or HNF that has used this particular agent to full proficiency. Anyways, with 2 rounds in, Run It Back is already up and Menit claims a victim. B-side is going to be just into the hands of PTC, but that's not going to be for long. And now, 2 versus 4 retake again for Full Sense. They have the round advantage, but for how long?
Chalala finds that pick off. It's all up to him still. He's found a double kill right now. ANF being taken down. Here, Arnold, he might have the same because they're throwing it back at him. A Severine gonna sever any ties of this here. As Full Sense goes down, Onyx take a round.
That was good. Like, rather than just throwing the Nano Swarm maybe on stairs to stop, what was the last one? I think that was Lammy Snacks. Anyways, the last player from Full Sense. He made a mistake. Chalalala, there you go, thank you. It made a mistake and it actually went through the market stairs, but because of that, it acted as like a sort of cover for the head of Severin, which kind of caught Chalalala off guard. He was slowly pushing in, but you know Severin was very proactive with that, and he used a miss throw actually to his advantage. So win-win in the end. 1 on the board for Onyx. That's going to be pushing Full Sense into a save round here, but you know what? They still have to at least try to make something happen. Lots of bodies being exposed, but Lammy Snack's not having an LMG anymore, not going to be claiming any victims whatsoever, but Onyx respect and still back away from B.
Dude, that Sentinels of Light Skin, the Sheriff, it's so loud. It's like you're hitting against like a steel can, just on how loud it is. I mean, beautiful in a way, yes, but it's so loud. It is what it is, though.
It's street music, you know, when they start banging on like garbage cans and stuff. Yeah.
Those pot drummers?
Yes, exactly. Oh, that's what you call it? All right. Oh, PTC though. You know what this is called? It's the, well, it's the PTC short play. Yeah, nothing to be said about that. Really just good right clicks with the classic. Again, maybe we're going to see classic plays throughout the second game because it seemed to be a lot of kills from that one. Shalalala, hungry on the kill, last man on the scene. And Shiro wanting to try to save this weapon is being at least doubled up by HNF. And Cha here is just going to be charging right out, but to no avail, to no advantage, and that's going to at least keep us to the 2-2. Onyx finally getting themselves an equalizer here, but I mean, it's still pretty early in the game.
2-2 on the board, and man, you know, with Onyx, this comeback from them is a lot big of it's a big difference from what we saw earlier on Haven. You know, initially they started off Haven really strong, getting those opening 2 rounds, and that's when that's when Full Sense started to make their own mark. But now it's Onyx who are getting the reads here. After giving up those opening pistol rounds, they now are finally getting a stop. And can they continue this momentum? Well, gun round is going to be online for Full Sense, but a lot of economy of this first half is going to ride on whoever can take this round.
Menit really loves to get these charges because I believe like 2 rounds ago he was with a run it back, and now he's won another run it back. So I think because we are seeing them on the attacking side, they're making full use of that, and it's actually a smart decision just because you know that it's going to be something pretty useful to you, and you have a prolific fragger like Menit. Works even better. Anyways, firing the whole showstopper activated here. Where is the site of the game? And that's going to be the B site. Chalalala, though, lines up 2. Risky MD might be in a risky spot, which he is. Drops down the spike, and the rest of Onyx have to try to retake this from the ground. 3 versus 2 now. PTC's holding the crossfire angle here as Lamisnax comes in through lane, but they don't know the Severin is coming in for the big flank, which he does. Gets a headshot peek in. Lamisnax tries to go for the wraparound, and he has to wait for Super Bus, but they're not knowing that he's actually on lane. Beautifully executed, and Severin left on an island. Can't plant the spike here, has to reload, gets stuck on the corner itself, and Lamisnax picks up 3.
The triple done and deal as Full Sense finally get around once again after giving up 2 in a row. Onyx answering on back, and once again, as I said, you know, these guys are iconically paving the way for the Indonesian scene right now. Just completely shaking things up, catching everybody by surprise. As Full Sense are finally getting a stop here. We know that Onyx, no matter what kind of buy situation that they're in, which to be fair, they're in a full gun round now, but well, there is that one Spectre and HNF. No matter what kind of economic situation they're in, they're really good at making the most of the cards they've got. The hand that they have doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's a done deal.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing, right, that I think differentiates Full Sense and Onyx is that Full Sense still does have that experience to make these bad rounds or bad buys into good buys. Anyways, Onyx still have themselves a good chunk of utility. Have to respect that the ultimate is being utilized by Lamisnax here, and can they play? Can they go to the tune of the Electric Cha-Cha? Seems like that's going to be the case for them. Lots of people coming in from heaven here. The shot's just popping up from John Olsen. He is unchained here, unchallenged, finally getting shut down by HNF, but now he's stuck on an island himself, has to go for the plant or get detained by this ultimate. This is going to be the case though, trade for trade, 1 versus 1. He's not going to be detained anymore, but they know that Sever is going to be coming from this A main side. Who's the better shot at the long range? That's going to be Lamisnax, down to 31, but still around in the end. And 4-2, a lead over Onyx once more.
Full Sense. For them to start this group stage to go down 0-2 would not be a result anybody could have expected or would be expecting. And so trying to avert that before it even happens, you know, trying to avert that kind of misfortune before it even gets rolling. But Onyx, I mean, if there's any team who can throw anybody for a loop here, it's these guys. They are probably the dark horse newcomers of this entire tournament, I would honestly believe, because while it's their first showing here, their first outing in the C, you know, stage, these guys are primetime business, and you can never take it for granted. John Olsen almost finding that out for himself.
Well, he saw the party, but he wasn't invited to it, so he just exit out. Doesn't have the invitation, but his teammates also don't want the party to come to them, so they're gonna try to evade the rest and try to force them back. HNF could be in a really cheeky spot here, but they do immediately go for the trade as he was waiting for that duel. But Chalalala, oh my goodness, he's just gonna line it all up on Market, produce himself a couple of kills, and that's the almost ace for him. If all 5 were there, could have been, but one was going for the B main lurk, and Lamisnax, or rather not Lamisnax, but PTC found it, and he finishes off that round, and it seems like Full Sense getting a better grasp in this game.
Shalala, he's primed and focused for what the big picture is here, getting that 4K at the end of things, and you know that he knows what the important factor of this game is, because at the end of it, with his Vandal, he threw it away for the prime one, because he knows that skins are the most important facet of this entire game. So yes, props to Shalala for recognizing the prime supremacy.
Again, plus 10 accuracy when you buy a skin.
That is true.
And I think Som CS talked about it, where having a different knife like the ruined dagger actually gives you better mobility.
In my head, it's true.
Exactly, it's a placebo effect, but it's a very heavy placebo effect. Anyways, now there is gonna be the Killjoy ultimate expended on the A site. This is where, again, it's very easy for them to take the site, but it's difficult for them to exit the site or play that post plan, because Full Sense always just have something to counter. Well, Shiro's going to be throwing out his ultimate here just to make sure that he can destroy that lockdown. This leaves HNF and the rest to actually get themselves some hefty little trades in the advantage of their roster of this Indonesian team. 2 versus 2 now. There is a lot of post-plant scenarios here. Shock darts being utilized as well. Shiro left to the 1, but they're charging in. Chalalala first onto the contact. Not going to be able to get the first. Second will come out. But PTC on this angle has already looked up at the Shiro, but the double peek still goes through. And the accuracy from PTC reigns supreme.
Suddenly showing him that the conference here from PTC is definitely one that Onyx don't want to necessarily attend, because he's the teacher, he's the leader of this entire brigade. And what they're really bringing in right now, Chalalala at the top of that board, the Sentinel of Light. He does seem to be for Full Sense, showing them the way, guiding them all throughout this entire series, and PTC's trying to do the same there on that sky. He has the Seekers on now, so the Jellyfish are going to be swarming on by, just squirting their way through and maybe finding some information here and there, but they also got the Astral Divide. Now, for the side of HNF, they do have a Showstopper who I don't think they're going to open up this round with, but if he can get a pick or two, they might just use that to maybe try and seal the round in.
Speaking of sealed, John Olsen, fate also sealed in as he was not able to get out of harm's way, playing on the short cubby. It's spotted. That's going to be a weapon picked up here, and that's I think what Onyx needs now, because they're very much struggling in that weapons department. Superbus is going to at least try to play the closer angle here around the corner. Will be at least blanketing himself with the stars just to give him a little bit of safety, a little bit of security. He wants to peek back out, get more information. You do know that their opponent is going to be on the weaker buy, and that weapon has still yet to get picked up. This flash is going to open stuff, and they try to blanket the bullets with the Seekers, but it's not going to be enough. HNF also finds another victim, and this thrifty buy working in Onyx's favor. They've what's the wording here? They baited Full Sense to just try to charge right in, but wait a moment. Chalalala, Lammy Snacks hitting 1 tabs as well as the lineups. And this gone topsy-turvy. This should have been a thrifty buy, but they've just charged in. Onyx losing their minds a little bit here. And they have to respect this 2 versus 1. HNF planting the spike down, but he's outnumbered and unmanned, outmatched.
The tables have turned. Suddenly, it's Onyx who are in the man disadvantage. 1v5 right now. He's got armor, he's got full health on him, but he's going to take down to 5 HP. Okay, underhand throw just to try and fend him off in case he was going for an aggressive push. But Onyx! Hey, NF, they call his name. NF stands for Nasty Flick, because that's what this guy's got. Landing Chalala through the Radiant box, finding his head, and Onyx somehow come out thriftily. It maybe was not as clean as it was initially looking at, but more important factor is they get the round on the board.
I wonder who actually called the timeout right now. Oh, it's going to be Onyx, even after a round win. That makes sense, since they're the ones playing catch-up here, and that was not supposed to be a round that they lost more than just the one. They charged in again one after the other, and that's not really how you want to play around that 50 round bye. You know that you have the numbers already, so why not just try to play a much more passive angle, knowing now that their opponents are going to be on not really the best retake agents. They can get that information, they can use their utility slightly, but if you play it in the proper angles and refrag positions, should go into their favor. Anyways, Full Sense still do have that 3 rounds, looking mighty damn fine. I think the problem now is John Olsen's reaching too deep in the honey jar, and he's getting bit hard by something inside that pot, and he's got to be careful because he's been caught out multiple times already here, Black.
I mean, maybe if you're Winnie the Pooh, you can stick your whole hand into that jar, that honey jar, but otherwise you're going to be taken for a loo here, as the only win you're going to get is the smooth poo right after, because, you know, honey does help your digestion. But 3 to 6 on the
Dude,
board.
that transition. What? I did not know that though. Still,
Right here.
at least we get that info, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm here for, to tell you guys about the important facets of life and the important information you need to know for this broadcast. But for the meantime, Lammy Snacks on that Sheriff. Shock Dart on out to just tag him up of hair coming here from Lammy Snacks. But I mean, he's doing an epical job considering he only has the Sheriff here of really kind of doing as much damage as he can.
Come on, let's go!
Sheriffs, if you can at least go through those walls, will be quite beneficial for you. Run It Back has expended most of the utility on the B site. Smokes as well. So this could be something. Meunier, though, he was getting wallbanged quite hard. Severin's holding the flank angle here on mid. He's put his turret there on top mid, just in case somebody wraps around quite long. Full Sense, since they do have PTC, he's been throwing out some guiding lights there, just to kind of give them a bit of understanding as to where their opponents will be playing. But it seems like B is still going to be the case, but Market is where everybody just exits out. Lamisak still at the back of the site. John Olsen into the corner, and this trifecta angle that Full Sense have kind of established haphazardly has worked out in their favor. Moniette, risky mid, and Severin to remain, but where did Moniette just get that kill? With 16 HP to his name, he still claims it, and now he's equalized, and this is going to be another retake for the defenders.
Yeah, and he's refreshed his hot hands because of those 2 opening picks. But now, you know, Full Sense, they got some ultimates to work with here. I'm not sure which one they're going to expend first of all, but Severin has been caught on out. Great flash by him. That's a double flash. You get both that cubby position and Market with one. So 2 birds in a stone. Shalalala, they're pushing on in. They got the 3v2 here right now. They have to flush out that B main player. I'm not sure they're able to do it because Moniette, he's ready to throw this in. The towel, he has got it, and Risky MD, he's gonna get the final kill. That's what I was talking about. On a retake like that, you have to check B main. It's such an important anchor position for a post plant for the attacking side. If you do not clear it out, or at least maybe use, you know, some ultimate to flush out the position, then you might just be caught off guard, and that's exactly what happens. Onyx somehow take that round back, 4 to 6 now.
I'm going to point this out. Moniette was playing on the B side itself, but because of the triple push on Severin, I think the rest of the Onyx players, rather than fearing for their lives on the round, made use of it, and they placed themselves in angles where I think Full Sense would not expect. And one of those angles was Moniette actually being on B main, and you were absolutely right. Somebody has to peek that angle here and now, but that's not going to happen anymore. And Onyx back again to their old shenanigans, knowing that a bit of setup here and there and a quick little push as well is just enough to bamboozle and again confound the rest of Full Sense. Retake once more for the defenders.
4 to 6, and oh my goodness, Moniette finds another one yet here in the Lammy Snacks this time. It's a 2v5, and well, I mean, at this point, Full Sense, all you can really do is maybe try and keep him inside the site, maybe find a pick here and there to kind of get some economy in your way and hurt there as the opposing Onyx. But I mean, hey, NF, nasty flicks, nasty fast hands this guy's got. 3 kills in the round, and they're looking to tie things up as we move into the final round of the half.
And already you're seeing 13 and 14 for Moniette and HNF. Even if we've kind of kept the score close in terms of the rounds, the difference with the kill count just shows the overflowing amount of frags that both these dynamic duelists have brought to the table for Onyx has keep them afloat, and not even afloat, they're actually rearing for, as you mentioned, a tie as the first half is about to end. We'll see though, as Full Sense now has their buy up. Sovadrone has tagged 1. Does Shiro have the ultimate? That's going to be a no, but this does give a lot of mid control. And once again, hey, look at this. Run it back for Hey Moniette, but well, that's going to get quickly shut down, but HNF to follow right through, but they don't know that Superbus was hiding in the corner, shutting it down, and a spike be dropped. Well, that's not going to go to the favor of Onyx at all.
Superbus somehow coming in to save the day. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Superbus flying high in the air somehow. Anchored there in the markets where you least expect him. 5 to 6 on the board, and more important factor is it's a 5 versus 3 right now in the favor of Full Sense, and so they might just go up 7-5 at the end of this half, and that's honestly kind of like the minimum that you'd want here when you're playing on the defensive side, starting on the defensive side on Ascent. When you're going to the second half, you can be playing on that attacking side. It is a defender-sided map, and so every single round you can get on this defense is going to matter a lot. The 3-man push will be coming on here from mid. Superbus finds the third. A 4K from him! Almost gets the ace, but PTC is going to chime on in and help him out. 5-7 on the board. That's full sense at the last round of the half. Finally regained control.
Just imagine, a few rounds ago, it was supposed to be Menit, who's about to get himself an ace, so you can really see how the back and forth struggle between these two teams quite evenly matched, so to speak. But once again, yeah, Superbus somehow, because Menit was shut down by the person on the market doors, they immediately expected that nobody's going to be on the far right of the market entrance. But lo and behold, sometimes, you know, can't second guess yourself, just peek it once. That's all you need to do. But they were preoccupied, and now second half, we're starting this 5-7. We'll see how Full Sense go about this. A little bit slower on the pace. 3 on A main, 1 mid, 1 B main. But Onic not really adhering to it. 4 people sent on mid to get that control.
Oh dear, look at this. Mid control definitely being established here, at least by Onic. And you love to see it. You love to see a team go for these guys. Oh, just in the nick of time. He crosses on over safely. And this might just have been an unfortunate happening for ONC, for Onic here. They did have that intention to try and, you know, maybe kind of get the flank on, but they don't have the information now. But now here on the B lobby, the fight is going to happen. Shalala finding one. They're currently blind nade out to try and keep him at bay, but PTC, a double right click for him, and he finds a double as well. Superbus somehow with the Ghost finding a frag here. The Ghost fire landing for Severin. He's found 2 frags, but could potentially get another one. I'm not sure if he's expecting Lammy Snacks to be here. He's going to shoot him in the side of the head. It will be Full Sense with a round.
I gotta say, man, that should have been the smartest thing by Onic. Far none. The problem was, as we saw on our x-rays, the timing could just not have been any worse. They did not push through on spawn. They were not able to spot even one player of Full Sense playing the Caterpillar from A main to B main. And as they were peeking out on mid, Full Sense, you know, due diligence to check it out, and they got spotted, like all of them on the near contact. So unless they can break easy the guiding light, it would be so easy for PTC just to throw out the flash and basically nullify multiple and let his team just deal the damage. Now Full Sense should have a quick enough easy round just to take this this one out. Shiro does get the refrag then and there, and at least he makes it into his own round as he gets himself a kill in as well as that orb. But in the end, with 10 HP, shouldn't do any more than that, but we'll see how that goes as the spike will get planted on A.
You know, Risky actually had the paranoia on him, so he maybe could have used it there, but I think he's trying to save that, considering how expensive it has become lately. 400 credits to buy that on up. He's trying to save it for the next round, so Shiro finding an exit frag here on the PTC, just gonna try and make things a bit more expensive for the side of Full Sense, but for the most part, they got this round off. I'm not sure that Onic here, or Shiro, even has any intention of trying to clutch this one on out, and so, you know, take what he's got, count your losses, and maybe find another exit, but he tries to go for the peak instead, loses to John Olsen, who has very low HP, at least for Shiro. He does get the round, so 9-5 here in the favor of Full Sense.
Man, cha-la-la-la, 18 kills in total. Even on the attacking side, he still shows his mettle there. Because again, the change that you would have as a sentinel or as a anchor when you're going to be playing on the attacking side is you play as the anti-lurk or a lurk yourself. And he's been making some value off of that here, Black. Now, 5-9, Full Sense. This doesn't seem to be the same output that we saw from Onic, but Full Sense at least loving the fact that they're here to just get these advantages now. Paranoia as well as nades being thrown, but nobody from Full Sense is right then and there. I think just a bait on the utilities could be to their favor as they're counting all of this, and one of them, Paranoia, 400 creds down the drain, and It's a really big ultimate, or sorry, not an ultimate, but a really big utility to use just to kind of stop the attackers.
Onyx here. I mean, they could potentially get their stop, and they could potentially, maybe, try and get the comeback happen. They were able to take the opening map of this series 1-0, but Full Sense are looking to return the favor and bring it 1-1. It's going to be our first 1-1 of the day if they're able to accomplish that here, Full Sense. And so the push coming in from John Olsen, first one on in, but Superbus is going to find the opening pick. Monyet here, no monkey business from him. He's going to get that trade-off on his Superbus, and it's a 4v4 on the retake here coming from Onyx.
See how they play around this. This should be still workable for them. Couple of wall banks, but John Olsen still holds his angle on Jenny for a moment. Monyet's about to close the corner, but this cloud burst gives him no information whatsoever. The rest are popping in. Flashes to be thrown out by PTC, but that doesn't stop anything from coming as Full Sense are here to play. 2 versus 2. Is there any form of post plan? That's gonna be a no, so it's all about the repeaks. PTC's down to 8. Oh, the timing. He just knew what was up. Again, 7 seconds needed. So all he really had to do was hear the audio cue and time it properly. No need to peek out too aggressive. All you have to do is line it up and go for it when you know that time is right. And he does. 5-10.
If we're going to call a teabag a tactical crouch, what do we call when you just spray at somebody's body after the round? Tactical spray? Perhaps? Because that's what PTC did at the end there. Seemingly trying to get any nerves out of his system. But Full Sense, well...
Sprinkling on the lawn.
Okay, we're gonna shower things a bit. Okay, I get you, Asarai, but 5-10, more importantly here. And Full Sense, they got the gun round. Eco coming from Onyx. This is not looking too well for them. A bit, honestly, a bit unexpected. If anything, I kind of expected Full Sense to win map number 1 and then Onyx to do it here in map number 2, but things have been thrown for a bit of a stir. Not in the way we were expecting.
Look at this spread around the map by Full Sense. They know that they have the weapons. They know that Onyx is going to be on such a weak buy here. So they try to just figure out if Onyx is going to go for that hyper-aggressive take that we were kind of wondering. And I'm wondering how Severin got a kill onto Chalala with a nanoswarm there. I think it was a combination of the molly plus the peak. That's not the most of my concerns here. One of them is going to be this A main take, as Monyet is throwing everything that he has just to go about this. I think we're still at the patch as well where box bangs aren't going to be similar through all angles of the Radiant box. I think that's 3.03. We're at 3.02. So Monyet can play behind that box and not get fully blown out, but he still has to respect that the charge is going to be here. Shiro's in the response, and he's brought the Phantom all the way to the A side, and this helps out Full Sense immensely. 2 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 1 as Lamistax has to go for that quick enough plant on the spike, but he's so damn low, 16 HP, and he's getting hounded down already, and no chance in heck that he's going to be able to clutch this round out. So go to the drawing board once again in the next round, but still 4 advantage for Full Sense.
I've lost count of how many thrifty rounds Onyx have had here and how many kind of these like eco and force buys they've won, because they've been so formidable on those and so dangerous. When you kind of least expect it, these guys suddenly win their pistol rounds, suddenly win their eco rounds, and it's been catching Full Sense off guard. And to be quite honest with you, it's one of the biggest reasons why they're still in this game, because even when you might think, okay, Full Sense are able to string another round here because they have the economic advantage, they have the weapons advantage, the arsenal in their hands, they're just not able to because Onyx are once again so good on a lot of these ecos and force buys. So Onyx now in the driver's seat once more. It's a Full Sense on the eco buy this time, but John Olsen, he's got a trick up his sleeve of his own. Hey, NF, goodbye.
Through an almost flash and 2 targets. Nerves of steel on John Olsen there, and yeah, he picked up the final key to open the door, and that door is to be able to whip out the blades once again. Onyx do have the weapon advantage, but the big problem here is John Olsen, he's brought knives to a gunfight, but these knives, they're deadly and can be thrown at range, so you got to be careful about that. Still also has a double updraft, could go for that peek from A main to the A site. Not really advisable because he needs more mobility just to take the site for Onyx regard, or not Onyx, but Full Sense's regard, but we'll see how this goes as 4 stack. Menit is in the corner, run it back here and now, and he's just lining up the body count, although he needs somebody to help him out there, and that's going to be a risky MD. Oh. John Olsen comes in from the side though, a couple of blades here and there, impaled into the heads of his opponents, and the transition, Lammy Snacks throws out his spike just in case, and John Olsen is bringing this back because of his blades.
Slicing and dicing, but John Olsen, who's got the Vandal in hand this time. Owls abound, hooting and hollering. They know where John Olsen is because of it, but I mean, he's in a 1v2. Shiro is going to have to bring this one back somehow, expending most of his utility. He's got the Hunter's Fury, but the thing is, in the 1v1, and he finds a frag into John Olsen. Lammy Snacks very low. He knows where he is. He might just spot his head out, and he lands the shot, the flick coming in from Shiro, and just enough time to get this defuse off. Onyx 7-10.
Full confidence. Like, just no hesitation, no fear, as he charges out in the open against an opponent that was playing on a box, and he just flicked heads. First onto John Olsen, second onto Lammy Snacks there, and this should have been a horrible round for Onyx, but at least salvaged by that one player, by Shiro. We talk about so much about HNF and Menit, but Shiro at least has a say in the matter, and he keeps the dream alive here. I mean, and hasn't allowed Full Sense to get another round at least. And this gives Onyx a chance, a hope, a dream.
So good there coming in from Shiro. He might have had the Hunter's Fury and he could have killed them in one shot each, but the thing is, when you're playing that close, you can get pushed when you have your Hunter's Fury ultimate out as a Sova, and so I like the diligence and discipline coming from Shiro to just go for the clutch, dry, natural, and all the things in between, because this man, he knows how the game is played and he knows what to do. Perfect play from him, perfect clutch. As Onyx, there are still have some life in them breathed into because of that clutch, and honestly, as I said, a lot of these rounds where they might not be expected to win, a lot of these rounds where they might be at a disadvantage, that is where somehow they play their hand the best.
Superbus breaking the boom bot here. But this could be... Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, PTC has made some noise. Movements coming in from all over the map for Onyx, now knowing that B could be the next victim. Superbus is still holding on top mid here. And it seems like it is going to be the full send by Full Sense. PTC has found one. Severin is down. That Killjoy ultimate will not be lasting for long, as well as their own ultimate expended here. And this is going to be a very, very deadly round for Onyx. But at least they do have Lammy Snacks using his own ultimate to stave off. But this 3 versus 4... not really going to be super doable, especially when Chalala is holding the cross. This could be very difficult for Onyx. Maybe go for the save, but it seems like that's not going to be what they want to do. It's going to be full down retake for them, but this retake not going to have much fun because that nade bounced in the wrong direction.
Yeah, not in the way he was expecting for that to go, at least the physics of it, but Shiro finds a frag through the smoke somehow. He's in another 1v2, but the situation of it is a bit more difficult to deal with than last time. Not able to get the second clutch out in a row when John Olsen's going to confirm the round here for Full Sense. Now, it's so flashy, so great to see clutches, but you can't rely on that every single time. I'm not saying that Onyx that's what they're relying on, but the fact of the matter is that's how these rounds have been turning out for them. And I mean, they're able to buy up into this one, not exactly fully, but Full Sense, they're a single round away from match point, and they're looking even better than they were earlier on. So by all means, I think Full Sense, they're locked and loaded to end this series 1-1.
I could agree with that, but I won't, because I feel like Onyx have a good enough shot at this. The big problem with them now is they've kind of abandoned the mentality of getting more information from the map. If they don't hear anything, they just back away. But maybe it's because of this fact, and Menit is stuck on the wall. They try to do the one thing that I mentioned, and it backfired straight up on them. Shiro's just going to try to push forward, maybe to catch them off guard, but everybody's vision is straight up looking into A main. Finally spots out John Olsen, gets out with bloody murder, and escapes with his life. This is perfect now for Onyx, because at least they take away John Olsen, but they're still outnumbered.
A great read, honestly, coming from Full Sense on that A main push. They knew that Onyx, with the light economy that they do have, as Lamy Snacks finds Shiro, the opposing Silva, and Shalala closes the round off with a double kill of his own. They knew that Onyx like to go for those aggressive pushes when their backs are against the wall, when they don't have much economy left, and when the rounds are starting to dry out against their favor. And so you can just see that they were ready for it. They knew what was going to happen. They played the perfect counteraction to that. They had the gravity well there just to suck him on in. They had some flashes as well to counteract any sort of push from Onyx. And now Onyx, they're in a very, very rough spot. As I said, Full Sense, they are firmly in the driver's seat. I don't think this is, while it is possible, yes, for Onyx to do, it's very highly improbable at this point.
They don't have the weaponry anymore. KNF still does have a showstopper, so that could at least be a hope here for Onyx. Shiro just making a habit of getting that orb just in case, and John Olsen is scanning the close enough corners here of the A main side. It seems like the choice for Full Sense is try to go for that A once again, but this could be something, as Onyx still do have that ultimate in tow. Rest of Munyet as well as Risky MD will be looking at short here, but Full Sense, they've played a passive round for this current one. They seem to want to see Onyx try to get some map control first and then go for the punish, but Onyx, yeah, we'll see if they're antsy enough to make that happen, Black.
Well, just like an army event, they're gonna have to work as a full, well-oiled unit here, Onyx, to be able to bring things back. The push from them, splitting up the B site, actually not even a split, they're coming from the most unorthodox split you'd ever see, CT and Market instead of the B main position. So B main gonna be held on here by Full Sense. Onyx trying to capitalize on what they've got to work with, but the plant will go on this Full Sense side, going towards that A side. The plant going down. John Olsen finding the frag on Risky MD. He's trying to rotate back in the site early, and as the divide comes up on here, this is so difficult right now for the side of Onyx.
Shalala spotted out, but that showstopper has been used too quickly. Cosmic Divide making Onyx, the rest of Onyx, a little bit, I would say, just confounded, and that's going to be the end of the second map here, as we are going to have our first 1-to-1, and we're looking pretty good. Full Sense seem to struggle a little bit in Haven, but their ascent much cleaner than the last map.
Definitely so. I mean, Full Sense might be a well-oiled diesel engine. These guys might take some time to kind of, heat up, but once they do get hot, they're hotter than almost any team you're going to see here in the region for Southeast Asia. And they do end the series 1-to-1, though, coming here from Onyx and Full Sense. So a great job by both of them. If anything, I personally expected them to kind of win the opposing maps that they did win. For Full Sense to win map number 1 on Bind, and for Onyx to win map number 2 here in Ascent, but it just didn't go that way. And just what a performance that we did see from honestly both of these teams. Onyx, they, I think, might just be the dark horse of this entire tournament.
That could be something. Full Sense definitely still have to adjust at some of their maps, but I think Onyx still have to prove something against their match with Paper Rex during this group stage. That is going to be, I think, the biggest metric here, but I do have to resonate slightly those thoughts. I think they could be a dark horse, but they still have to prove something up against, I think, the heaviest hitter in Group B, which is PRX. Still, though, KNF, look at how many kills he was able to bring in. I thought Munyet was the one to highlight for the most part, but I think KNF is the one that really is the crack shot of Onyx. 20 kills here and a lot more during their Haven match a while ago.
Great job by him on KNF, but we also saw Chalalala just step up to the plate on that Sentinel, and I don't know, man. I don't know if there are many heavy hitters that hit heavier and stronger than Full Sense that we got in the region. Paper Rex are great too, but mind you, Full Sense, they did beat them in the C Challengers lower bracket finals last time around, and so these guys also mean business. But still, it's a great showing, I think, from a team like Onyx here. All the stats going in the way of Full Sense at the end of things there. We did see such a good map from them, but Full Sense, they as a team are so well-rounded, and they're so good at making those mid-game adjustments, and that's the reason why they come home with this 1-to-1 win at least. And
with that, we end ourselves another series of 2 here. definitely much to look forward to there. For Full Sense fans from the Thai region, this team seems to be a bit shaky again. We were kind of questioning how they were able to adjust to whatever was transpiring in their own region, bring that into C and everything else. But you know what? It seems that they still have that edge that we were looking for. Anyways, guys, we will be going for that break, and when we come back, it's going to be 5 Ace up against Paper Rex. This is going to be a bit of a doozy, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kok bisa min gitu loh? Bentar loh, aku mau dengar penjelasannya.
Untuk Indoplay terus, hashtag Indoplay terus ya teman-teman semua. Dan tetap dukung tim Indonesia. Kalaupun kalian tim dukung luar pun gak apa-apa, tapi tetap respect. Apapun yang terjadi kita harus respect kepada siapapun.
Yap, dan itu dia. Mungkin ini adalah bekal dan juga wake up call untuk Onyx sendiri. Mereka pasti udah mengetahui nextnya apa akan mereka lakukan. Dan apalagi nih ada next match nih. Ada apa nih, Re?
Ini akan menjadi match yang seru sekali. Pokoknya teman-teman semua nanti bakalan ada. Bentar, kita cek dulu antara Paper Rex melawan dari 5S Esports. Jadi buat kalian semua jangan kemana-mana, tetap stay tune terus. Kita bakalan kembali lagi setelah pesan-pesan yang satu ini.
Suara siapa ya kah? Alright. Kayaknya itu full sense yang menang. Aha. So.
I'm single, bro, so you know it's.
This is why I can rely on Lustron and not Astra. But I'll excuse Astra because he just came from that cast and he was at the front seat of Full Sense versus Onyx. And you can see them both getting a point each, but we still got the other half of Group B to go on. And of course, at the very end of the day, we got Group C as well. So many more matches for you guys to witness coming in to today. But really, 5 Ace Esports versus Paper Rex coming up next. And I gotta say that this is gonna be a matchup to watch out for because it really feels like for Paper Rex, it's been a long time coming for them to get into the group stage, but it took them quite a while. And in the meantime, you know, 5 Ace Esports, which will be showing up on screen very, very soon, it's all about a matter of that identity. Who are they coming in to the VCT SCA? They have become that Taiwan-Hong Kong second slot, but what is going to be the showing they're going to give us for today as we get the roster here, Asarai?
Man, there is so much stuff to talk about with the 5 Ace roster. First and foremost, again, this is a team that has, I feel like, again, the right pieces, but the problem is they haven't had that much time, I felt, together that has allowed them to really mesh well and, you know, turn this into a working cognitive machine. They do have some really good players in the form of, I would say, Spring, which is obviously their duelist, and Amenhola, who plays as the controller, so that could be something.
On the other side, we also have Paper Rex, and these guys are the team who have been, you know, they have a long-standing roster and have been in the scene for basically a while now. One of the most stacked rosters, I think, in the entire SCA, because you got Forsaken, Divai, and of course Benkai with their new addition Shiba, and of course Mind Freak. It's just, these guys are pretty stacked, but a lot of the time they can be very hit and miss. It feels like they either dominate or they kind of just drop the ball for the most part.
Yeah, and Paper Rex, such a household name by this point in the NYSG squadron. But here we have it with the head-to-head Spring, pretty much the most veteran player of the 5 Ace roster, formerly from CBT. In the meantime, Forsaken on the other side, and we know what he's able to accomplish on that jet. 247.6 for Spring versus 279.6 there for Forsaken instead. 1.7 to 1.9. And they're just such high impact duelists coming in to their roster. But really, 5 Ace, they're trying to prove their mettle. They were able to build around the roster over Amenhola and add in 3 new players, plus of course the oncoming Spring. But we got a map pool, guys, to watch out for. It's Icebox selected here by 5 Ace Esports and then split by Paper Rex. Asaroy, what do you think about this map pool?
They have used this, specifically 5 Ace have used Icebox as their kind of stomping grounds when they went up against Lightning in their grand finals for Stage 3, Week 3 in their own particular region. Wasn't really the biggest fan of it, but they still did make it work to a certain degree. The biggest problem, I think, right now for 5 Ace is even if they do enjoy Icebox, their mid-control is something left to be desired, and that's something that could put them in the burning bridge if they're not able to compensate for it, you know, during the break that we had before the Southeast Asia tournament began.
I think that this map selection, these two maps, this is a completely Paper Rex favored side. First of all, Paper Rex, they got their favorite map, which is Icebox. They have a 75% win rate on it, 21 wins and 7 losses. It's really a miracle that 5 Ace let this slip through. And at the same time, we're getting some of the worst map. I mean, the best maps of 5 Ace have been banned out. Those are Bind and Haven. So the way we're looking at the map right now, the fact that we got Icebox in and split, I think this is going to be a landslide right now for Paper Rex.
Well, with that being said, come on, guys, quick predictions. I feel like Paper Rex is such an overwhelming force right now, and they are here to play and slay, as I always say. 2-0 for me for Paper Rex.
2-0 for me for Paper Rex if they're feeling it.
You know, I might have in another world went for strong here for Paper Rex. 2-0 Paper Rex.
Yeah, and guys, the question now is posit. Will this be 5 ace forged by a trial by fire, or will Paper Rex burn bright and show up today? We'll find out as we get into the game.
Good. Another tragedy.
Bangke. Hampir kena copyright saya. Menkai. The Shiba. 4 second. 4 second tuh hebat sih.
The staple of the Malaysia-Singapore scene, Paper Rex, going up against the second and sometimes third best team from the Hong Kong-Taiwan region. It's going to be a tough one for the upcomers, 5 ace, but they might be able to hold their own. Again, my name is Illustrato. Joining me today is my partner, Asarai. We've had a lot of close games here today. Do you think we're going to see a little bit more of the same, or this is going to be a little bit of stompy stomp?
Oh, these... We're halfway done. I feel like we could have some close games, but this might not be one of them. Again, don't want to be too hard on the 5 ace roster, but there seems to be I felt like, again, there seems to be a wide gap between 5 ace and the top team in their particular region, which is CBT. They have never won against CBT, and CBT has been a team that struggled when they were still HQ up against Paper Rex, so that could be something that is an indication that 5 ace might not have a good showing here, but it's not transitive property, so there could still be a chance when they go in the series of 2.
I honestly think, again, I'll go back to my point on the map selects. The best maps that Paper Rex have are simply Breeze, which they have like an 86, I think, % win rate on it, and a 75% on Icebox. Now, the best maps of 5 ace, Bind and Ascent. Both of these have been banned out. And it's really such a shame, because I really feel like this draft, these map bans could have went so much better for 5 ace, but they didn't. They got read like a book. They're playing some of the maps that they struggle on, and they're playing up against a very much heavyweight team in the form of Paper Rex. So, safe to say, I think Icebox, I don't feel like we're going to see that many surprises here, but I'm hoping that we will be pleasantly surprised.
Well, it's always a good one to go into the icy tundras, to go for that nice little surprise. It's where Santa Claus lives, you know? So maybe Christmas is going to come early for 5 ace. But looking straight into the drafts, I've always been wondering if 5 ace will go for their much more comfortable double duelist comp, or will they try to go for that 4 util lineup? And it seems like they are going to go for the latter, similar to what Paper Rex is going to be employing here. And the round starts, and it seems like 5 ace, no time wasted, go straight for B.
They're going straight up at it, no hesitations at all. The Viper wall will be put up any second right now, and in fact it will here. Will allow them some control towards that B site. They will probably be able to get that spike down. Snake bite, do a little bit of damage here, but regardless, they're gonna get out of dodge right there and be able to set up that post-plant situation. No kills thus far, so it's still going to be quite a possible retake here for Paper Rex as the wall now comes in. Gonna go straight for the defuse, no hesitation whatsoever. This forces 5 ace to go and peek that angle, but will they be able to? They get the kill, sure, but the spike's already been defused. It doesn't matter if you get the kills, because the round's already done here, and 5 ace looking a little bit confused in that one.
Tetris. A little bit of an ice sandwich there being formed outside of B, and yeah, that's the biggest problem that you'd probably have as a team coming into a pistol round. If you have an opponent Sage and you're playing that post plant, always make sure to break it with a at least 2 players. One, it's not really going to be enough, so you need that extra firepower.
Antara
I
dua
think
itu.
5A's not really aware of it,
Tapi
thinking that they might
keseringan
have
sih kalau
had the post plant in their
sekarang
favor, but because the buy was so
di
early and so
rank 3
close
itu
to
aku
start
pakai.
using the spike, there wasn't really much time for, I think, 5A's to try to go for that post plant setup. So the timing just not really to their favor.
Yeah.
No hesitation to go straight
kena.
for the defuse here. Mind Freak swinging out. He gets
Wah,
one
sial.
right there, and
Miss.
good follow-up from
First
Benkai
miss shot.
by Benkai yet again finding another. That's the second in the round. Make that a third. As it's all up to S-Men, who eventually, you know,
Akankah ini
bites the dust rather in the last one. It's a very, very clean anti-eco from Paper Rex. And I always say this, Asteroid, if you're planning to take the B site, you need to get 1 kill if you're not gonna push more, because if you don't get a kill, the retake is gonna be so brutal. You gotta get control towards orange, a little bit towards kitchen.
Dia
just to
masih
make it
pakai
a little more
Marshall.
challenging for the defensive team. to get
Pakai
back to
4
that
second.
side. Otherwise, you're all trapped towards yellow. You're trapped towards B long or towards garage, and there's just not much you can do or nowhere else you can go. And you just gotta hope, you pray you win the duels, and hopefully you have lineups or something.
Well, they might have something here, but 5A's has yet to really try to go elsewhere. Now that they have the weapons, they're still looking for this B take, but maybe it's just a bit of a fake here, as there's still 3 members playing around the mid side. Paper Rex has gotten some information, but not the most crucial of ones, as that Spike is moving its way on their spawn,
Siap,
maybe to
Wilson,
the B side. But
makasih
now I think what
semangatnya.
5A's are looking for here, Ilu, is just to go on straight for that quick little pick. But because they still do have, again, Shiba on that Sova, it's very easy for Paper Rex to get that information even without exposing themselves to the elements of 5A's.
Yeah, you mentioned Shiba, who is the newest member here of Paper Rex. He's come in and, you know, he's done his role pretty well. He's obviously stacking up against very hard hitters in the form of Forsaken, Divide, Mind Freak, and Benkai. And he's finding his place in the team. And Paper Rex, they haven't exactly always been consistent. But with Shiba coming in, it does feel like they're experiencing a little bit of a run of form. They're having a little bit more control. They're not losing as many rounds when they should be winning them. And it definitely feels like it's an overall improvement. But before I get into that, Spring with a beautiful dash in. He gets 2 before he goes down. However, Paper Rex have made this very, very expensive. That's actually 3 kills already on this bonus round that they do have. They managed to upgrade their guns. It's still a 2v2, and they have the Phantoms to make it work. Divide and Forsaken dividing 5A's amongst themselves and taking the round, securing a 3-0 for Paper Rex.
Nothing wasted, all divided. And that is going to be, yes, that was a pun intended.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty
yeah,
good.
Yeah,
I'll take it. Divided.
Thank you.
All right. Cool.
Anyways, they were just running it down, and by them I meant not Paper X rather, but 5A's.
Oh,
Spring almost had a beautiful transition here. This one from the replay. Get a second onto Benkai, but the problem there was his teammates just could not follow through, just because there's so much blocking their path for that quick little refrag, whether it's the wall or the smoke. Spring was left to his own devices there just to try to make something happen. And even though it was a moment of brilliance, it was a bit too quickly far shut down.
Yeah.
Biasanya
I do want to
aku
remind
tergantung kadang main sendiri, kadang main sama teman. Tergantung kalau ada yang diajak, aku main sama teman. Kalau ada biasanya aku nge-push sendiri.
Wherein they did not really do very well. So I'm a little bit surprised again to see the fact that we are going into Icebox because this isn't even a best of 5. I feel like they should have avoided this map entirely, because right now they're just getting honestly styled on by Paper. They're getting bodied at every opportunity. Spring, a little bit of their saving grace. Oh, knife out, can't do that. To look a little bit worrisome for 5A's already.
Well, Paper X is one of those teams that can combine control as well as aggression. So, well, if you do that, you know, it's basically a play on words, controlled aggression. Very, very difficult for you to take a site in, especially if you haven't actually taken one down. I think now Paper X, they're just reading more about how 5-Ace are playing about. 5-Ace for the first time that they, or the second time they're going to be able to go for a full buy, send it to that ace site. But the big problem here now, Elu, is this might be red, although just one on the site. This could be, if they're quick enough, a push and a plant.
Yeah, but Forsaken, too quick on the backup right there. Make sure he's got his teammate covered. Will still be holding that angle. Not really giving it up, not relinquishing that position because he feels like he can get more. So he's holding on to it as we wait with bated breath to see whether they can actually get the spike planted or not. Does look like it will go down. Nano Swarm will not deter anybody for the meantime as Amenhola looking to go aggressive for a pickoff right now, but will be denied by Forsaken as he pulls out the blades, is able to get his second kill of the round. Now, time will start to tick away, but he now whips out his operator just for a quick shot. White Shen is good for one here. Forsaken's found another, and that's one of the cleanest retakes that you're going to see all day long. Paper X not missing a beat today.
Yeah, Forsaken popping off. Again, a very consistent top 1 Radiant. Again, that's a leaderboard that changes ever so often, but you see his name almost always on
Tapi
there.
kalau aku live-in tuh
It shows
jarang
his
aku
ability to just
kompe
find these
mainnya
frags
kalau
out
aku
of
live.
nowhere, and even in
Biasanya
such
unrank. Kalau kompe itu
sticky
nggak
situations,
enak kalau di
he's
live-in.
able to wiggle one out, and as you
Bener-bener
mentioned,
enak.
help out Shiba, who seems to have been on the
Biasanya
island,
kalau
but
aku live
easily
itu
get that
mainnya
win in
unrank.
5-0. And 5-Ace, you mentioned they're starting to get in
Biar
trouble,
lebih
and
lepas
with these
mainnya.
consecutive round wins for Paper X, they definitely are starting to be in some heated waters.
Oh yeah, just currently whatever, you know, 5-Ace is throwing at Paper X, just seems like it's all very meretricious. It looks very pretty and all, but I mean, there's a lot of great execution that they're showing, but never really to that good of an effect because they've been getting shut down whether they get the spike down or not. Because Paper X are to give up the site. Fine, you take the site, we'll play a retake. We're going to save our utility, we're going to keep our members alive, our teammates alive, and then go for the retake and shut you down from there.
They still haven't taken any form of map control here. Maybe just a little bit, but they're spreading around this map rather than clumping up together. And this is where it becomes incredibly difficult to find any picks whatsoever because they're pushing through utility here. And they're getting caught. Yeah, it's going to be Yichen spotted and then dotted. And now it's only Esmond to remain. Spike has been dropped in mid and Esmond has gone around enemy territory. But look at where Forsaken is just had his visions up. Quick little flick up, gonna be missing, but
30 seconds
well,
left.
his position has been exposed, and now Esmond, all he can really hope for now is make it a tad bit expensive. That recon dart is gonna be spotting him out now. He's for this long, not long enough, but still a bit of shake there.
Yeah, a tiny bit of economic damage, but at this point, really, when you're 6-0, you're not too worried about the guns that you lose, more about the rounds that you claim. And Paper X, they have them in spades at the moment, finding themselves 6-0. And 5-Ace, I really think that it bites them in the back when 5-Ace is just so happy to play on Icebox when the stats, you can't fool the stats. They're not very good on Icebox. I think their win rate on Icebox was like 35% here, definitely less than 50. And so the fact that we find ourselves on Icebox yet again when 5-Ace clearly struggle on it, it's really not a good sign. Definitely a bad omen here as Forsaken getting another pick here towards mid. Spring's able to find one, sure, but you know, the res, it's available. They can go for these all day long. We're gonna try to peek mid here, and Forsaken, just add salt to the wound, taking down Nick Pan as quickly as he gets up. In 4v5, somehow we managed to keep the numbers relatively even after all of that scuffle towards mid, where they're going to be making their way towards that B site.
To be fair, they both Sages used their ultimates.
Yeah.
And then there was trades even after that, so...
Yeah, which is why I'm surprised that there's still 9 people alive on the server right now. But
Power of the
that's
resurrection.
disgusting from Forsaken, finding 4. Well, the operator all the way from Snowman, and he's having a field day on this snow day. Could find another lucky opportunity here. Could this be the 6-round kill
30 seconds left.
game? 6-kill round. Nope. Forsaken just gets taken down there. Close enough.
Well, somebody said close enough to me, and that's not really enough for them. But you know what? It's going to be enough for Paper Rex as Mind Freak blows the heads of the rest of FA, and that is going to be 7 for Paper Rex. They're looking nigh unstoppable here, Elo, and one of those reasons why is Forsaken just gets these. Enough said.
That's just disgusting.
One enemy remaining.
Forsaken's
Last player standing.
obviously just having the time of his life right now.
Down B.
And taps like that from Mind Freak, just a little parting gift as they close out that round here. But 7-0 is where we find ourselves. Asarai, any hope for FA for this one?
Like, not FA, they're trying
No way.
a lot of things, but these things haven't really accumulated to them getting peaks, because it's more of, I think, placing themselves around the map rather than setting stuff up properly around that particular angle. In any case, maybe it's going to happen if they have an off angle or something, but Paper X is feeling it today, my man, and that's an indicator. It's going to be very difficult, and Davai first pick.
Look how aggressive they're getting. They start the round off with having Forsaken peak belt, and then they go ahead and do a 3-man rotation towards mid. They're taking map control where they want to, when they want to. And, you know, honestly, 5-Ace, they're kind of just being a doormat right now and be like, all right, yeah, go ahead, take A main, take mid too. Because there's really nothing they can do about it at the moment. They're just sort of being choked out of every single position that they try to get themselves into.
Speaking of choked, with that Viper pit,
I don't like where this is going.
I was just about to describe the Viper pit, man.
Okay,
well, you
fair
know what? If anybody can choke me, maybe it's
30
gonna be...
seconds
never
left.
mind. Anyways, B-side is gonna be where it's at, because that Viper ultimate, as I mentioned, was on the A side itself. Yichen gets himself a glimpse, a hope, a chance, a dream, but it's not really gonna happen. And Spring left again to shoulder the burden. But that burden is seemingly too weighty for him to handle. And once again, Paper Rex, a score on the board.
Yeah, even Atlas with the weight of the world had to take a break at some point. And with Spring and YH Chen doing all the heavy lifting, it does feel like the rest of the members of the 5A squad grasping at straws right now. They can't really get any momentum rolling. They're being forced into this eternal cycle of buy eco, and they can't win around. Paper Rex are just mauling them at the moment, and there's just no way that 5Ace can find any response.
They're trying to get that response. They're trying to get that control, but these stacks with the utility that Paper Rex have used, it's quite difficult. Although, presently surprised on Kitchen. Okay, a bit of a recipe for disaster here for Paper Rex. That's going to be something picked up, but Forsaken is the master, and he gets controls in the halls right then and there, Elu, but the blades have been whipped out, and his flicks are just that crispy.
And with all that information given that there were 3 people in Kitchen, the moment that kill came out, 5A should have done a little bit better, ran into a site because their positions were exposed. They held too long in Kitchen, they got punished, they got peeked from every single angle. They got peeked from everywhere, and there's nothing they could have done. There is truth to the saying, Asarai, too many cooks in the kitchen. And that was, I think, a sterling example of that.
I could never say there's too many cooks, because you can always, enjoy delicious food. But you know what? If it's Forsaken that's cooking me a meal, I'll take it.
Yeah, he's pretty good with the knife work, I hear. It's a lot of fine julienne.
Teori 13-0 ini Paper Rex.
Well,
Asarai.
I don't know. I don't have any rebuttal for that, man.
Yeah. Because you're on. You're
Are you about to call me an uncultured?
No, maybe.
Anyways, I'm seeing double here. We got double Killjoy ultimates and double Hunter's Fury being thrown out into the board, and as the dust settles, spikes get planted here, Yellow.
They do get the spike down, but again, will it matter? Will they be able to hold on to site? Will they be able to get even one round? Look at how much utility Paper Rex still have. Fine, they got one kill onto Benkai. It's a great start right now. The Viper's Pit proving to be a little bit difficult to deal with here for Paper Rex here, but still the kill starting to go their way. Devi finding Nick Pan, but it's a good shock star to find Shiba, and Spring working his way through the Viper's Pit is able to. No, it's actually Hola who does it, and this is the first round on the board for 5-Ace. It took a lot of work, and it took a lot of time, and a lot of ultis, but they finally get themselves on the board with one.
13-1.
That's risky again, because the first thing that comes into our heads would be, can they have done that without the Viper's Pit, which really helped in that particular round? Are they going to try to go for another A here, where it's not going to be as clouded with the smokes? And Forsaken is already going to be there on the case once again, playing on the boosted angle. Seems like at least as we start this next round, they abandoned the take on the A site, maybe thinking that Forsaken is going to be on A now, but B could still be something. But Spring has to find his first target. Yellow is the stomping grounds of Mind Freak, and if they can take him out, this could be a beautiful B side take. But Crossfire is being used, rather, sorry. That's going to be the 1-for-1 in terms of the trade.
Good enough for the take towards that B side, but will they be able to get the spike off here? Not a lot more utility to deny it. We'll be slowing him down. They do have a res available, so this could actually go 5-Ace's way when push comes to shove here. But with shots like that from Shiba, oh no, the wall is coming in yet again. Are they going to go for the same play here? No, they're going to be denied for the meantime because the Nano Swarm forces him off the spike. And Benkai is going to be able to find Y8 Chen off of it here. And now, still a 4v2. Things are looking grim here. But FA, they're picking up a couple of kills here, all up to Hola. And there's just a Hola in the back of his cranium after that shot from Shiba.
Shiba gila, cowok.
Okay, I'll take it.
Come on, that was good.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last round
Yeah, I
before
thought
the
so.
switch.
Okay.
Now, come the last round, before we go into the second half of this game, but there's a monumental lead here by Paper Rex that I think 5-Ace have yet to really figure out what they need to do. Again, there was an aberration with that one round that they've gotten, but I think it was just purely from the fact that Hola got himself that Viper Spin. So difficult for Paper Rex to set up crossfires and whatnot, and they're not really willing to fight inside the Viper Spit, but at least for now, this is going to be looking to be a chance for them. Forsaken, though, the smoke does cover his vision, so he backs away smartly, but 5-Ace, at least with that, get themselves a bit of map control and maybe, just maybe, the A side.
Well, the A side definitely up for contention here, but they have to deal with Forsaken. He's looking to hold this strong. He will get slowed out, has to dash away, but misses the blade. And he prevails with a shorty in hand. All right, Forsaken, we see what you got. Rez coming up right now to get Shiva back into the action, but somehow Forsaken manages to get himself taken out. But Y-Chan through that wall, and still a 4v4 here, and things have yet again to stabilize. As we're going for a tiny bit of a reset, the action slows down. Team's sort of trying to figure out where to go from here because Paper Rex, they look like they have a vice grip onto the site. And with shots like that from the Vi, makes taking that site this much harder. What do FAE do here? Can they even do anything? Benkai swinging out. He gets a kill out to Amenhola. Finally printed out by Esmin, but it's still a 2v3 here. And Shiba's there to make it even more difficult. A 1v3. And Esmin yet again has to clutch. He finds one. Not gonna get any more. And one more round here. It's looking like a Paper Rex game every day, all day long.
That was an incredibly messy fight. I'm actually even curious if that right click from Spring collateraled onto Shiba, or did he get Shiba before that? Because again, Shiba was taken with a headshot from a jet knife. So I was kind of wondering with that. Maybe you can get a replay or something or confirmation because that was a little bit weird. But in any case, still the difficulty of 5-Ace to secure the site. As you mentioned, vice grip on any form of map control here for FA when they were still on that attacking side. Thankfully enough, we do have the flip of the switch, the change of the side, the change of where now 5A's are going to be defending, this could work for them. As they do commit that mid control, 3 being sent there. Lots of commitment as well, and Spring is on the case, spots out Mind Freak, but this could just be an easy little take for them. Although, okay, Esmond with the helping hand puts it to 4 versus 5. Paper Rex got to be careful.
They do. They have already lost 1, but at the end of the day, Paper Rex, they have a 10-round buffer to maybe play around with and try to experiment in terms of their attacking side. But having said that, they still don't want to get a little too carried away here. This is still the group stages of SEA Challengers after all. And it is a 4v5. The spike will go down. Okay, that's a missed nanoswarm, but regardless, they'll be able to hold on to it for now. Spike goes down, Recon Dart follows up. Here comes the retake. Forsaken will get tagged down at 22. Still is able to swing around the corner and gets a dink before he goes down. Now it's still a 2v4 here, and Devi looking to hold around the corner. Will be able to spot out one, and he won't get spotted out himself. Nice right click, he finds a second one, and they're doing the dance here. But it's not enough because at the end of the day, the spike will get diffused, and finally the second round on the board for 5A's.
It's the money now for, I think, Shiba. He was left standing, so I think he's not going to have too much. Or because they planted the spike, they should be fine. Anyways, though, that is going to leave, as you mentioned, a couple of rounds of buffer for Paper Rexer. So they can play this as passively as they want to in terms of their buys. But at least they do give a bit of good utility to, guess what? Their top fraggers, which is Forsaken and Devi. Makes sense. They can hit their shots quite nastily with these sheriffs, and already Amenhola in danger of getting spotted out. Is tagged by the Sova drone, has to back away, but Ichan, okay, gets a little lineup with the shock darts, creative a little bit. Shows to us that, you know what, his Sova is something to be at least, you know, witness just a moment, and this lowers the
definitely
control.
Not cold. His Sova is not cold. It's not cold.
But
Sova.
you can have cold Sova.
I love
it's
cold
good.
Sova. Cold Sova is great.
Yeah, but
especially on
in this
Icebox.
regard,
when very cold.
Cold, man.
Is your colon cold? Is that what I'm trying to say?
Cold on cold, not colon cold.
I was like, why is your colon cold? Anyway, let's not talk about bowel movements. How about team movements as they head on over towards that B site, and they have 3 players grouped up in here. 1 player lurking towards kitchen. Might be able to get lucky with the timing. Nope, I take that back. Esmond shuts him down completely, and this is pretty much the round here. FA, they're in a great spot to take this to 11-3. It's still a mountain to climb, basically Everest and Icebox. But if they can maybe make it expensive, prove that they are still a team to be respected, Game 2 might go their way. As I say that, great wall ban for Amenhola. He finds a flawless round here for 5A's, and this should boost their spirits up a little bit, Asurai.
My first question now is, are they going to be playing with SMGs, or will they adhere to just buy straight into rifles if they do have the economy for it? Seems like it's going to be the former, just because they don't really have that much weaponry or that much cash in their inventory. But you do see Spring committing to the Phantom buy, just because, again, in this situation, you really want to have an edge, even ever so slightly, because Paper X are at that 11 round, and you need a bit more firepower to go about this. Spring has shown to be a good enough fragger that he could turn this Phantom into a well worth buy, especially now that Paper X do have their own buy round.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's as spry as a spring chicken, as they say. I don't know if you've ever heard that term before. It might be a little bit of a boomer thing for me to say, but
I just know spring chicken.
Oh, that's it.
They're delicious. That's about it.
See, well, I won't deny you that, definitely, but that's not what I was getting at. The spike plant will eventually come down here, 11-3 still, and FA, they have a pretty good chance at making this a respectable scoreline. I think that's really what this is about at this point here. But Devi lands a nice kill onto Spring, makes things a little bit more interesting as Nick Pan, long-range shot with the Spectre, is able to find his target and hone in onto the dome of Forsaken. Devi will swing wide, but so will YH Chen, and Shiba's right there for the trade-off. Now it's 2v3, and they are able to take this one. Devi has his res available if he needs to go for it. Doesn't even! Falling from the zip line, he gets a 4K, and he gets match point for Paper X.
You know that Devi plays on an exceedingly high DPI. Like if you see him stream, he has a uber tiny mouse pad, and he just moves his wrists and fingers ever so slightly.
Yeah.
How is he this?
In another life, he'd be a surgeon. That's how fine his motor skills are.
Yes. So true. Like he just dropped down and still found a headshot with incredible accuracy, and now we're up to the point where Paper X has put them in a possible final nail to the coffin, maybe, but Spring, okay, he springs into action and at least jettisons this into the 4 versus 5, but because Devi has racked up kill count, he has his ultimate up and running.
Yeah.
5v5 again.
Spring was able to spring his trap on towards that B site and was able to get a beautiful headshot onto the dome of Forsaken, but there is a revive, so it's still a 5v5 here. Amenhole is gonna make that last not very long, as Amenhole is gonna try to swing out wide yet again. She was right there for the punish, and now they're heading on towards the site, looking for a little bit more. They don't want to plant just yet, they want some more real estate before they commit to it, and that's why Spring is right there. He's gonna get another pick off. Device also good for one, but this round falling apart by the seams. Paper X, one-man advantage right now, up until Nick Pan is able to land a nice shot onto Shiba. Still a 2v2. The Devi and Benkai both rotating towards A. Could be a double back here as they work their way towards mid.
30 seconds
gonna
left.
keep, for the meantime, Paper X guessing as to their true intentions.
That was actually smart. They saw that Spring has already dashed in towards the A site, and that would mean that however Paper X actually push in, they would still have to deal with Spring going into the site itself. So they double back, they double down, and they go for a fake, which is to go through tube and the B site itself, and FA could none be the wiser. They're gonna be just gobsmacked as to how that happened, but it all came in to that one dash from Spring. They immediately knew what was going to be coming, and Benkai explodes from kitchen. That's not what you want to happen in the kitchen, but in this point, we're going to let it pass. And Spring, he's left in a 1 versus 2 with the Killjoy ultimate, not making things any easier.
Oh, definitely, but he's working his way through kitchen. If he can get this kill, he might be able to remove the lockdown.
Oh,
no, he's not going to make it out. Oh, what a way to go down in the middle of a lockdown. Goodbye. Nice try. See you next time. Unfortunately, for 5 Ace, their colon must remain cold. And they will go into this absolutely shattered in the icy tundras of Icebox. Just 13-3. Not their best map, as I said, Asterai. Just honestly, I really think they should have avoided Icebox entirely.
To be fair, we did not know the turnout of their vetoes and what was the true outcome of how we didn't see the bind, how we didn't see the ascent, but it all, as you mentioned, went to the favor of Paper Rex. And with that, we still have one more map in this series of 2. Paper Rex still showed to us why they are the top team in their particular region. Forsaken and Devi, these two basically divide and conquer, and they definitely showed to us why. 13-3, that is not a close scoreline at all. 10-round difference. Kills well enough for Chen, but they're definitely lacking in whatever else that 5 Ace needed to win in that game.
Actually, if you look at the kills, in terms of the stats themselves all across, they weren't that too far apart. 5 Ace were holding their own. They were actually getting a lot of kills, and the top fragglers were pretty much tit for tat here. As you can see right now, it's only a 14-17 difference right now between the top fraggers. And this is a 13-3 scoreline. This just means one thing. They can get the kills, but closing out the rounds for FA, they just couldn't do it. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that I just feel like they were so uncomfortable with Icebox. The breadth of the map was just so, I feel like, alien to them. And it just goes to show that they're not a team that likes to play those big maps. They struggle on Breeze, they struggle on Icebox. Ban those two out immediately, because the way I see it, 5 Ace, they should be probably playing on their preferred map sets.
Yeah, again, I think the problem now for 5Ace is their map awareness does need a lot more tweaking, and maybe closer maps could be something, maybe split is something that can use, but we'll figure that out when we come back after this break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Benkai kaptennya? Kamu lihat Benkai? Kebiasaan. No. Ya. Berarti itu kosong. Satu kosong ya. Iya. Tunggu semenit. Airku habis lagi. Itu musuhnya cheat. Enggak gitu, Euro. Welcome stream Euro. Bang gila sih, harusnya teori 13-0 bisa sih tadi. Tapi sayangnya lah 13-4 ya.
Favoritism doesn't really go a long way. You need to be able to prepare yourself. It seems like they had some plans in motion. Again, I might not have mentioned this previously, but I know that 5 Ace is a team that likes to try multiple things. But the problem when they went up against Vapor Rex is they went hella default, both on mains every single time. And the one time they went mid is the one time they got done shut hard. And by then, I think they just stopped trying to do other things against Vapor Rex.
And this does seem like, as we're going to be getting into our split map, it will be 5 Ace looking for redemption. What do you think that Vapor Rex will bring out here, Lestrada? It is their map pick, and they're looking to make a 2-0 possible.
Honestly, this is Vapor Rex's map pick, and for good reason. Vapor Rex are happy to play on maps like Split. It's not their, I wouldn't say it's their most successful map pick, because their most successful maps are Icebox and Breeze, which have 75 and 86% win rate respectively. But still, Split is, I think, one of the maps where good fundamentals and team play really start to shine through. And obviously, Vapor Rex, they have this in spades. Now, I feel like maybe 5
13-3
figured out yet, which is why they might struggle on Split. I genuinely think this will probably be a little bit of an even bigger stop.
Tar. Kalau aku live itu biasanya nggak main gini, nggak main kompe. Kalau live jarang main kompe live. Biasanya kalau live itu main unrank atau nggak spec keras. Biasanya kalau udah mau selesai live itu, biasanya aku spec keras. Kalau mau mabar, boleh aja, add aja. Nanti pas aku main aku gini dah, add aja, tak kasih tagnya. Harusnya aku taruh di bot aja ya.
It's gonna be very difficult because again, Split at its core for should be a defender-sided map. But when you're up against a team that really loves to go for those CQC fights like Paper Rex, it could go the opposite direction. And with them, with FA starting on the defending side, it really is a difficult thing. Because when they go on the attacking side, I don't think they have what it takes to stop the defending side of Paper Rex.
Well, that's the thing, right? A match always has two sides, two teams dueling. The last time we saw 5A's on a map like this in their local scene, they actually were able to dominate Lightning 13-1.
Bebas saja.
A bit of history back.
Tapi kalau mau main kompe, kalau aku nggak live biasanya.
And what I noticed so far is just how 5A's loves to play that on that strat. Do you think that's going to be one of those factors there? How will they find those nooks and crannies as we get into the second map?
Like you said, they like to play that contact, but the truth is, playing full contact like that, it's a little bit more of a pocket play that you don't want to pull out every single time. Relying on plays like that is going to get you a lot more. I feel like just more structured, more well thought out defaults would serve 5A's better than relying on something that's a little bit of a cheese play every now and then.
Well, guys, it's time for us to get into the game, and I will leave it to the dynamic duo of Asarai and Illustrad. The split is the map, this is the battlefield. Take it away, boys.
Well, that is going to be us now, and well, you mentioned lots of cheese, Elu, and you know what happens when you take too much cheese? Indigestion. Now, maybe that could be what
NOBAR
the
VCT.
could do, and force Paper Rex into a stomach-churning scenario.
Thank you for that preview into your bowel movement life, Asarai.
You talked about colon on Icebox.
That will be stuck in my head for the rest of the evening. Thank you very much. But look at this. Already mid-split onto the A site. One of the fastest, I think, that we've seen, absolutely barreling their way down towards A, and Device already good for the entry frag here. Mind Freaks right there with another, and they've managed... What? Oh, okay, the UI is a little bit advanced. Alright, we'll get that fixed in a second, but still, clean as can be. That execute was picture perfect from Paper X.
Was a paper cut into the main that I think is bled straight onto the A site. Nothing that I think 5A's were kind of 5A's was kind of expecting there. We're seeing real quick the scoreboard come out here. Only the 1 kill onto Esmond, so that really dumbfounded the rest of the FA squadron. Now, what's the setup for them? Are they gonna go for a force buy or just save up for that next round? Seems like they're gonna go for the latter first. They don't really want to expend too much creds here, but this could be to the detriment as Benkai is about to go for first contact onto Nick Pan. Spots out one target first, but his spray control is too damn good for that to really be anything other than just a 2-kill, no repeat retribution.
I like the idea to go for the quick trade-off in the bait and switch, but Benkai is going to be ready for those things. Those setups are good, don't get me wrong, but players like Benkai are so difficult to fight up against, but it's a good kill. They managed to find one onto Forsaken, who is no longer on the jet. He's going to be playing on that breach now. Definitely interested to see what they can come up with. This is, of course, Paper Rex's pick, and so having Forsaken on the breach and Divide back on that jet, definitely an interesting prospect, as they probably have a lot of set plays. Because you don't really pick breach anymore nowadays, Asura, unless you have something very specific or certain setups that you have planned out.
I will counter you on that statement. I feel like since we've been seeing a lot more Sky, and she's been the Queen Flasher for a while, a lot more people are going back to the breach because a lot more teams haven't played against the breach, and it's sort of a mini shock. And aside from that, is the utility of breach could be better in flushing out corners, compared to any other agent out there, whether it's the Soba or the Sky, at least for initiator roles, right? So this could be something that a lot of teams are starting to pick up on, and for a lot of teams that love to go for, as I mentioned before, CQC like Paper Rex, this could be something that they've been meaning to use a lot more, especially now that they're playing against other teams in Southeast Asia, not only in their own region.
I'm gonna see. I think I agree with your point there, Asarai. I do like the fact that they're changing things up, and picking up breach is a little bit off Paper Rex executed that pistol round. They ran straight through mid and did one of the fastest A splits I think that we've seen in a very long time. That might be the reason why they go for that breach, because the beauty about having the breach is you can push off the top of your flash. You don't have to wait for the flash to pop and then run through, kind of like Sky. And that's kind of where they get a lot of their speed. But as I say that, great pick off from Divine. Eventually traded off right there. Shen to get one before he drops as well. Still a 3v3. Paper Rex secures
kena.
side. And Shiva
Anjir.
getting S1 through that smoke.
Spike's gonna get planted down, but Forsaken still has an angle here on Raptors. The rest of his team is gonna be playing at least the formation. Nick Pan, I think he saw the head quickly enough for Shiva, but
1, 2,
wide onto Forsaken, but they just
Forsaken.
themselves. Oh my goodness, the spray control and the prediction as where the second target's head is gonna be popping out from. Paper Rex, a clean 3-0, and as I mentioned here, they're popping stuff off, and this is why, other than the breach, they also love to utilize this this Stargazer in that Astra, able to just flush out the corner, especially when Forsaken pushed up on that, Divide rather, pushed up on that Raptor side.
And you can see now why they really want to go for that breach, because, you know, you throw out your flash, you push on top of it, you don't have to wait for it to pop before you can actually move again, like I said earlier. And it just allows them this much more impact when it comes to their actual executes. They know they're starting on attacking side and they want to take it definitive and defiant. Meanwhile, FA, they've given up mid yet again. Device already gotten into vents.
That smoke from Ichen, or Chen, it also gives Devi, I think, some free reign on mid. And because of that smoke as well, whoever plays on top mid here in ropes actually gets left in an isolated position. So they kind of don't want that to be the case there. No flashes to be had, no one blinded.
Kena satu.
Actually be a quick enough push onto the B heavens. Oh no, they've all but left for the A side, as there was already a big pick there from Nick Pan. But look at the movements as where the Spike is getting positioned.
Astaga, ketahuan.
This gives them a chance. 3 versus 5, but their opponent's still big on the weapons.
Yeah, they still have a massive weapon.
Fine,
But
she's a
will
thief.
it matter when they're landing shots like that every other round, every other second? Paper Rex been left rocked by the sheriffs here of FA, and honestly, 5 Ace, they're doing just a wonderful job. For now, that's going to be the ultimate deployed here, and it's going to be good for 3 kills as Forsaken. Leaves only Spring for 5 Ace. He has information on where he might be. Jiggle peeking the angle, spots him out, get out of that situation, run away to his teammate where they can hold a crossfire. And this is suddenly very, very difficult for Spring, no matter how good.
Surprise!
Swing wide around this corner, gonna get 3 peek from the other side, regardless of whether he won it or not. And that's gonna be the round yet again for Paper Rex.
I told this to Black and Blue a while ago. We were casting the previous series, but knives give you movement. Look at how smooth Forsaken is with that. Looking into this replay real quick enough, Elu, just gotta say, FA, they got themselves some aim labs flicks coming into that one, the 1-for-1s. But again, the big problem to that is I think they went at that thinking that it's, oh look, it's gonna be a 4 versus 2. We got this in the bag when all is said and done. But the positioning from them, I think, read well by the rest of the Paper Rex squad, and because again Forsaken still had some pretty big utility, just utilized it better and just lined them all up for easy kills, especially with that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder was played perfectly put down. Nobody would have expected it in that position. But right now, Devi can get another entry here on Spring. It seems like he's landing entries every single round. This allows them complete control over the B site. Nobody to hold it off of the back of that lockdown from their Killjoy. Because now they have found their way onto the side here. 5 Ace, they are actually pretty close. Can they find the positioning? Can they find the frags?
Dia mati.
Melted by that snake bite. gonna be trying to get out of dodge right now as Devi, he's able to get one off, and that's a trade kill. Still a 2v2. Devi at low HP. Mind Freak working his way from B main. Will have enough for that gravity well though, but they're still gonna try to stick this defuse, and time is burning away. Mind Freak actually gets that pick off onto Nick Pan, and Devi's good for a third as Paper Rex finally against 5-8.
The one defusing Asmund should have never stopped defusing the spike there. First and foremost, they already knew where Amenhola was going to be coming from. He got a kill already onto B Heavens, and whatever angle you are, especially if you're a default, no way somebody kills you from A Heavens there. And the last man, Devi, was already being preoccupied by the other player from the FA roster. So a miscommunication there was definitely grave, because that was a winnable scenario for 5-Ace. They just, I think, second-guessed themselves and didn't trust in each other, because usually with that kind of situation, just a straight-up defuse is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I agree. That was definitely a action stuff, but they definitely let go of it. And yet again, they're finding themselves on another eco, and it's sort of a little bit more of the previous game where they're forced into a buy, eco bot, buy, or Shiba and Benkai as the buy goes down as well, and the shots are raining through from Nick Pan. Beautiful work on the Sheriffs as he melts away the heads of Paper Rex, and suddenly they're looking shredded in this 1v3.
Shredded in a good way. Not in the point that they've been ripped to shreds, but they are able to just hit their shots with ultimate accuracy. Mind Freak at least does have some ample time in this 1 versus 3, but the crossfires are being set up. The spike is nowhere near him, and he has to try to pick it up once more. Nick Pan down to 30. He was trying to get healed up by Asmund, but decided to trade good positioning for heal. And now Mind Freak's position has been exposed. There's going to be a big flash on contact. I mean, hold up. He has dropped down, but Mind Freak's flicks are just next level.
Ah, kebalik.
Is play the complicated game of whack-a-mole, which he loses.
Nice try, nice try.
Nick Pan hitting the sick sheriff shots.
4 kills right there for Nick Pan. Look at this, a thing of beauty as he hits shot after shot. These guys, they have the mechanics. That's never been in question. 5-Ace, they've always had the ability to land beautiful shots like that, but as we know, tactical shooters like Valorant, it's more about hitting shots. And if 5-Ace can just hone in on the raw talent that they have, they could definitely be top contenders in SEA. For now, however, they're still 4 rounds away and very much in a bad position in this game.
Well, at least they're able to buy weapons now. This is something that they're sorely needing, but that... I don't know whose gravity well that was, but that definitely didn't help the case at all. Devi's gonna get spotted through the... or not spotted, but rather sprayed through the smoke. At least keeping it even. But that would have been definitely worse. Although, as I say that, Shiba has his ultimate now. Amenhola can repeat this, but the aftershock has made it a very terrible case for him. But the timing could have been even more perfect. And FA are striking back. They're losing players, but they're still striking back nonetheless.
Some work still to do if they want to level the playing field right now. They need to find at least 1 pick rotation coming into A, and both teams actually. So it's a good read for now for FA. Not going to be faked out by that cosmic divide. No one's going to be even hearing it. But say that FA are second guessing themselves. They run all the way towards A, and that's going to be the call that they do have players. The spike will go down. They have information on 2. Amenhola is ready for it. They go for the aggressive open plant. And they pay the price for it because the spike goes down in no man's land with 12 seconds left. And with that lockdown, that should very well secure that round. Amenhola with the triple kill, leaving Devi all alone in a 1v3. And he's got to get out of this spot. He knows there's not a lot of time, so he's just going to go ahead and save that Phantom.
They made a very overcomplicated play for Paper Rex, and it backfired on them. It's just as simple as that. They could have gotten a straight push onto the B side, but they had the numbers advantage. They needlessly kind of split themselves apart, and it fell apart as soon as you saw Forsaken planting down that spike. In any case, though, was a good effort. I would give it, 10 points for creativity. That's a really good style, but it kind of wasted the Cosmic Divide as well from Mind Freak. Anyways, there's still going to be a buy for Paper Rex and FA starting to build back as well as get a split. Yeah, that's...
Don't fire my way.
Still, at the end of the day, 4v4.
Nasa tayo, mas?
Paper Rex find themselves in a little bit of a pickle. But good flash comes out. Spring not going to be too blind by it. Going to deploy a lot of utility to stave off that push here, and it's a good nade. Plus, combined with that gravity well, Devi is taken down by the usage of.
Yo, dikejar.
See here, Amenhola, he's ready for the peak. He's good for 3 and again, and he brings his team to an advantage. Forsaken all alone, one of the best we have in the region. Japan proven to be still able to go up against giants. He brings his team to a fight.
I think Dax mentioned this when we were doing panel that Paper Rex, again, this is a team that is very much, how do you say this, back and forth. They're very inconsistent. They're a good team. They're a great team. But when they become inconsistent, other teams can definitely play catch up. And now FA, they're starting to build some momentum on their own end. And Paper Rex, are they finally going to be on the weaker buy? Looks like it's going to be a yes. Devi is going to go for the force here. Fault line will find a target, but it's not an Omen paranoia. You can daze somebody, but they can immediately recover, especially at that kind of length, and they can try to pick up the Phantom here and there and just force it with the numbers, but the crossfire is perfect for the rest of FA. Although they're not going to hit their shots, it's going to go to the wayside here. Elu and Paper Rex, they find a mark and they find some weapons as well. 3 versus 3, this is the perfect time for them to come back into this, but they got to be careful because Spring has his showstopper.
I actually didn't know that you could boop away the boom bot like that, but it's pretty cool to know. You can boop it away. But that's a pick off right there for Taken. Get taken down, lockdown will be destroyed on top of it, allowing 5 Ace to get secure another round. 5-4 Paper Rex losing 4 in a row. So starting to look a little bit shaky for the MYSG squad. They take another loss here, and FA in pretty decent shape. Just when you think starting to get a little bit scary for them, they're biting back.
Amenhola has been really stepping up. Like, he is in a position where everybody is throwing debuffs at him, and he's still able to come out, with barely any scratches. And this has allowed FA to strive for these 4 rounds in a row. And again, that's all they really want to happen, because again, I mentioned how this could be a really good defender map if the opponents aren't really comfortable with the CQCs, but FA have made it so that Paper Rex should be uncomfortable with these CQCs, and by that I mean close quarter combat. Anyways, there is going to be the buy round now. Devi is going to be relegated to playing with the judge, but he does have his blades out, and this could be a swing of the tide, but we'll see how that pans as the round still continues. Bit of map control for Paper Rex.
5-4 still, and we've got a couple of big ultis here for 5 Ace. They do have the Seekers, they do have the Cosmic Divide up. On the other side, you have Forsaken with the Rolling Thunder, and they're going to deploy it immediately towards the start of the round right now, and that's going to allow them a little bit of space to work with. Not that much, nobody getting faked out by it, nobody falling back from it. They're still staved off, locked still into that B site. That's a lot of utility deployed for very little gain. That's right.
Expended a lot, but sometimes it's all about the aims here, as well as can they force the movement, of FA to another side. They've kind of left Spring on an island. Nice little transition onto one, can find the other, and Forsaken follows up quite cleanly, and Esmond minimized, and Shen here chenimized, and that is going to be the spike planted down once more. Nick Pan and Amenhola going to be coming out from alleyway, and as they burst out here, what do they have in tow? A couple of utilities now, but they're about to explode, and once they found that contact, the fault line, this lines up perfectly, and Amenhola Oh no, if he tries to peek out, there's gonna be a flash waiting for him. Praise the sun. Wait, hold on. Blinded, and he reacts perfectly onto Forsaken 2v1.
Still very much possible for Amenhola. He's been on a tear this whole game. If he can ice, oh no, he swaps at the worst time. Amenhola just unfortunate timing there. Still, it's a good effort in the end. Paper Rex, they finally find a win after losing 4 in a row.
Brother, that was... You mentioned it already, unfortunate. I wasn't keeping track of his ammunition, but the only reason, the only viable reason, the only accepted reason was that he wanted to get a weapon that has more bullets, not because he had... That was a Prime 2.0 fact.
Was he baited by the skin? Was he like, that looks very nice. I'm gonna pick that one up.
Because he had so much... Because he had so much time to reload back in alleyway, and I don't think he used that many bullets to take down Forsaken, so...
Right.
I hope it wasn't baited just because of the skin, because he was using the Battle Pass
for sure
skin.
he wasn't. There's no
For
way.
sure he wasn't, because that would have been super sus.
Well, all we can do is speculate right now, Asteroid, but at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. 6-4, we find ourselves in round number 11 as Forsaken yet again opens it up with a kill onto Spring. Got ourselves a ball game on our hands. This is the best performance that 5Ace has shown for quite a while, actually. I'd say even arguably better than a lot of their qualification rounds in their own VCT. So up against Paper Rex, they're holding their own. A little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, a little bit of a silver lining on a dark cloud after that first game. Amenhola looking to hold the line. Forsaken trades him out just as quickly. Nick Pan up here on rafters. Here's the footsteps. Looking for the targets, though. He gets the spot onto Shiba. Will he actually get the timing onto Devi? He does, and he knows where the rest are now, and they have to pinch him onto the side here. Nick Pan is holding the line. He's holding the angles. He's getting the kill. Triple right there for Nick Pan, and yet again, the Sentinel comes alive for 5Ace.
Well, this leaves Mind Freak to his own. I was wondering... Yeah, that's going to be not really a clutch for Mind Freak at all. There's too many opponents, not enough time. I just wanted to mention as well, both Forsaken and Shiba not hearing the drop down from Nick Pan, because this first kill, it was passable. That was definitely a good kill onto Devi, but look at how both of them straight up looking into Raptors, thinking that Nick Pan was still there. Repositioning is key, and now they're looking at one more round to equalize, and this is something that FA would be incredibly ecstatic about now that, again, they can force Paper Rex into these awkward situations where FA can capitalize.
At the same time, though, Asarai, you have to realize that the 6-5 scoreline on the defensive side, on the attacking side, Paper Rex will be happy with this, I think, coming into it. Especially if, after all, it is their map pick in the end. Now, Flash coming out will be deployed. Spring playing that close angle, will not be spotting out anyone. And Forsaken and a bunch of them, a little bit of a weird broken by at the very end of it. It is the last round after all, and so they're going to have to come up with something special. It seems like their answer to this defense is a B split here coming up from mid. Rolling Thunder deployed right now. Devi, perfect timing onto Wyatt Shen. Esmond goes down as well, and it's a clinical time for that B side.
I mean, hold up. Gonna be creating some ripples from the heavens, but got spotted in transition. This lockdown is gonna get swarmed in, but not enough for Spring, who has fallen. And that is gonna be an end to the first half, 7-5. Still respectable couple of rounds for them. Paper Rex, as you mentioned, will be happy with the 6-6, but they got the better option, the 7-5. And now, as we flip the switch, FA, what do they have in the tank in terms of their offense? This is something I'm very much curious about, because, again, they might just be better off on the defending side, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. At the end of the day here, halftime score, it's still pretty close. These guys are actually pretty close to each other, so it's still 2 rounds away. It's not too bad for 5Ace, definitely. They would have wanted to get a little more on their defensive side.
Definitely would have. Bit of cut noise on the A, but without Viper Wall, could be a bit telegraphed that the push is going to be there. Benkai's backing off. He's heard the four-legged footsteps of the Trailblazer and smartly does not want to fight for that. He doesn't have any mobility. He's not a duelist. The Forsaken is there to step up and take his angle. Mindfreak's about to get his head blown off, but again, Paper Rex, they're loving the jiggle peaks, and it's baited FA for a couple of pop shots that don't hit and has given Paper Rex ample info of what is there in that particular corner.
Indeed, and that's going to be a nice kill from Forsaken as he manages to pick up that one onto Spring, though. It was immediately traded out here as they try to collapse onto the B site. It's a little bit of a bait and switch here as the spike truly will make its way towards that A as the presence towards B actually falters. Look at this, Mindfreak trying to creep up towards mid, might actually hear the footsteps. In fact, he does. Amenhola running out of bullets. Unfortunate, misses the timing. Mindfreak gets it in the end. Paper Rex, a little bit of a tactical crouch there towards the end, 8-5.
Amenhola was first contact. He saw a Mindfreak, but again, sometimes the classic doesn't, you don't choose the classic choose you, and it didn't choose Amenhola at that point. It was Mindfreak that got the better of with the free weapon. Anyways, that is not a step in the right direction here for FA. This is going to be either them saving and giving another round, forfeiting another round, or force buying and not going to have a proper time here. But I mean, that's a either or kind of thing. Anyways, Divide waiting for some contact, peeks right out, wants to go in, but Shiba actually doubles up. This could be good, although maybe not.
Here as Paper Rex, they take a loss as Mindfreak goes down, but still it's a 2v2. If anybody can make this happen for Forsaken and Benkai, they've got what it takes here. They missed the shot. Amenhola, what a time to whiff, what a time to miss, but Nick Pan gets the edge onto both of them. He misses two, and they both swing wide here, but Benkai is unable to get it. Nick Pan yet again with a clutch. Another triple kill for the Sentinel of 5 ace.
That was Paper Rex just over-committing to the fights. The dip in and dip out on mid-mail through that smoke, and them getting, let's say, the refrags with their team, it seemed like a good idea at first. They were getting positive kills here and there, but the big problem now was that they just got outmaneuvered and outmanned at the close encounters. Nice little boost there onto Mindfreak. I thought they were not going to be able to get that. Paper Rex, Benkai is charging right in here. The trades is just going to be the 1-for-1, but the thought was there, and Paper Rex at least make it so that the FA got to be at least aware on their toes.
Honestly, still so worth it though, because with that one, it's still they actually managed to make it expensive. They take a rifle away from the hands of 5A, so they'll take that trade any day. The more expensive they can make it, the better, but still, Nick Pan able to get that flank on Shiba, who was completely left unaware. 5 ace, they are making things work out with the amount of control that they are getting. They can actually collapse on towards B. However, Divide, he's up here with the Sheriff, and he's been known to be quite lethal with it. Flash is coming out just to support Gravity well to slow down the pace, but now they're going to try to exit onto the site. But Divide will miss that opportunity there as Mindfreak melts away, and they still have to deal with Divide, who is playing around the backside. Divide, great shot with the Sheriff. Can he follow up with another? He gets it. That's 2 for him already. 2 more to find. Throws out a wind orb just to be able to get a little bit of visibility, blocked away, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The rifles will reign supreme. Paper Rex 8-7.
That was more invested by FA than I think they were wanting. The return of the investment there for them definitely a bit lacking, as they're able to save rifles, yes, but against a save round that they actually got positive kills already, and Divide just picks it up once again with the Sheriff of his, and now Paper Rex, they're going to be coming into this a bit better. At least for FA, they were able to stack a couple of rounds, so they still will have some money and utility, and this could be the round that really swings it in the end. And not just because it could be the 8-8 for FA, but also because I think both teams right now are on the dredges in terms of their economy.
Well, 8-7. This game definitely a lot closer than we initially anticipated, Asarai. As coming up here towards B, an inquisitive push for Paper Rex. They try to scope it out and take control over B, main only to relinquish it after a few minutes here. They have a heavy B presence. 4 players from Paper Rex will hold on to that B site, leaving only their A site in the hands of the one and only Benkai here. Spike is lingering towards A, but it might go ahead and rejoin the rest of the team there towards B. So it is a good read for the meantime for Paper Rex.
It's a good read for them, and first and foremost, it's because they've left Benkai to play by himself, and this is the power that you always have when you do get the Killjoy in your tow. Anyways, push will be commenced. Killjoy Ultimate utilized first, and Benkai... oh, I thought it was going to be Benkai to use his own, but this is going to flush him out from the B site. And as they push in, Mindfreak gets taken out, and this is not going to be too good. The repeaks come in, 3 versus 3 now. Dabai looking for the flank already, and Chen on the case to plant the spike down. They have ample time, and here we go for the retake.
They actually get the Viper's Pit off as well, so this is going to buy them a little bit of space to work with. But as I say that, Esmond goes down, leaving only one player, YH Shen. He's got this Viper's Pit up and running. This is definitely going to be a tough task no matter for who, and he gets a double! What is that adjustment right there, getting out of the Viper's Pit here? Hearing the footsteps, hearing the spray, and he's got an opportunity. Benkai's very low on HP as he finds a triple kill, leveling the playing field, and 5 ace have managed to bring us to an equalizer, Asarai.
Well, if you're cooking something, it's not always the high heat that you need. Sometimes it's just that slow burn, and, well, he cooked his opponents inside the Viper's Pit and lowered them long enough that even a stray bullet was sufficient to take down PRX in transition to retake that spike. Again, it's kind of the same thing in Icebox. It's always the Viper's Pit that keeps FA afloat, and 8-8, well, they've done it, and now they've broken the economy once again of PRX, so this is the time for FA to make things happen.
A little bit of a miss there, but regardless, not too much. Oh no, Forsaken, he's got your back. He's got his teammates back. They can get away unpunished. Nice pick off right there towards mid for Paper Rex. Claims the scalp of Esmin. They find themselves with a one-man advantage here.
Who wouldn't want to just peek out there if they're covered by somebody like, you know, like Forsaken?
One of the best players in the region, yeah. He's got your back.
Yeah. Captain Planet, here's your hero. So it's like Forsaken, here's your hero. Oh, Shiba find a target. The dink through the smoke, not the smoke, but the wall. Not really explosive damage, but enough to keep FA actually away from the A side itself. Devi has his blades out. He's looking for some victims, but he's just not connecting any. Forsaken is alongside him with the fault line, and they're peeking simultaneously, but they're getting peeked off themselves simultaneously as well. Now FA, we got the best chance. Not a lot of time, but this A side could be something. Oh no, Devi! They've actually just given him so much ammunition, and he hits more with the right click on the sheriff. Respect it! Respect PRX even more, and that's gonna be a thrifty round win. Devi needed a refresh on the blades, and you know what? He just delivers.
No, absolutely no. He misses that, sure, but the right click. Jeez, man, 8 HP, and he gets another one? Absolutely disgusting. Devi showing us that he is made of the good stuff. Wow.
Built diff?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was.
Built diff moment right there for Devi. And again, Devi and Conquer. This man, if you need him to commit, if you need him to, how do you say this, translate a victory for you with the minimal tools in his hands, he becomes a carpenter, a god carpenter. And now that FA's utility or weaponry is all but in shambles, a quick little peek on mid, and we saw in the kill feed, Devi finds out Esmond, so no more flashes here for the rest of FA, making easier the time for PRX, and maybe this slow but steady push onto the site can find him some targets. The device is vibing.
Yeah, he's just hitting everything. It's a little bit ridiculous at this point when he can pull out a shorty or an op or whatever the hell he wants and still get away with those kind of kills. A little bit of injustice in the world for some people to just be this good. Benkai follows it up with another. Should be seeing a 10-8 at the end of this. Nice flash from Forsaken at the end of the day. That's all she wrote as 5 ace. Gonna get stumped. It's been a great run from them here on this split map, but PRX looking like they're starting to take it by the reins.
And they're whipping it very hard. Just keep the figurative horse, not literal horse, moving into the racetrack. And it seems like PRX are almost at the finish line. 3 rounds, but not far behind, as we can see. I mean, yeah, FA have slowed down a little bit here, but they've done a lot of good things that have kept them afloat. And 2-round difference up against Paper X, that's still pretty respectable. And the throw from Chen, it hit the barrier. He had a lineup, it just hit the barrier and went back into his arms. And now Devi, through all that messiness, finds a pick, re-peeks onto Nick Pan, only thinking that maybe it's going to be Mind Freak with a Phantom, but not really. Surprised with the operator, but because of that loss, FA immediately pulled the trigger onto the site, and Spring scanning the back of it. Let's see if the showstopper can find a target. Nobody at screen, so that's going to be nothing. And at least now, this is going to be the site taken, but lots of ultimates used, and this 4 versus 5 is going to be retaked by Paper X. We'll see.
A little bit of a weird boom bot there, but still gives him enough room to clear out. Nice flash. Asmin will get taken down regardless. But in the end, Aminhola does prevail up against Shiba. Will get flashed off the angle, but still Devi looking to get aggressive here as he just waits for somebody to walk into his crosshair, leaving us in a 0 versus 4. Benkai closes out that round 10-8 right now. Paper Rex seal their 11th and get this much closer to map points.
Again, they used everything just to take the site, and losing Nick Pan, who could play a pivotal role in that post plan of theirs, was gone and missing. They might have needed maybe some nano swarms or even just the turrets, just so that they don't have to, FA doesn't have to peek the close enough angles. But even then, we'll see how that kind of pans out. FA on the weaker buys once again, but they're gonna have to commit to some form of purchase here because they know that they still have the money. There's the round loss bonus, and it's one more round before a match point. Never want to play on 12. Always better if it's just on 11, because that one mistake, you just the pressure.
Yeah, but there's really nothing to think. Oh, he's alive? Just smooth criminal getting. Oh no! Aminhola! He gets taken down by his own teammates. That's just the worst way to go right there. Forsaken's good for the follow-up, and this is pretty much the round right now.
No, Nick Pan!
Nick Pan?
He almost died to the third pulse. Oh my goodness.
In the end, Devi, very aptly so, will claim match point for his team after what was a Herculean performance from his team here. 12-8, and Paper X have secured their map point right now. Look at the performance here. Devi, 23 kills and 11 deaths, definitely leading the way for his team. Forsaken so quick, so crispy, clean as can be. It's not missing today.
Yeah, it's the crack reaction time of Zoomers, man. 17, I think. 16, right? Around that age.
Yeah.
It's a scary thing to go
must be nice.
to against Prodigy. It must be nice. What's the age gap right now with us?
I'm like 20 years old, dude. That's
that's a lie.
You know my name, not my story. Don't get on with me. All right. But I do know for a fact that this is the last chance for 5 ace. 2 big ultimates right here from Paper Rex. They have the Res. They have the Cosmic Divide. Cosmic Divide, if you will. Even though he's on the chat.
That would have been much nicer if it was, on the Astra.
I know, but it was there.
Yeah. I got you.
Turn down.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes you just pick those fruits up. And speaking of picking stuff up, Devi gets himself a nice little pick-me-up kill there onto Amenhola, who was trying to get some control onto the mid side. A boost on Mind Freak. Oh, they won't even know this is going to be happening because first and foremost, nobody can actually jump up there other than Devi, and has only shown himself on Heavens. And yep, there it is. Sometimes it do be like that. And 3 versus 5, there's very minimal time now, and they had to force themselves through the smoke, which is being thrown everything but the kitchen sink.
That cosmic divide is just so brutal right now. But Shiba, he goes down trying to deny the Viper's pit. Esmin is good for 1, so is Nick Pan, but with 10 seconds left, they're gonna have to hustle. They get onto the site, they actually get the spike down here, and so this signals that there is still a retake. There's work to be done left for Paper Rex, so still very much possible. No res anymore, and definitely not available for them. But YH Shen, he's got the Viper's Pit. He's got a lot of map control, a lot of real estate. But can they make it count?
Here.
They're using utilities now to check every corner. I don't think this... Oh, Esmond, did he actually bait himself for his teammate? This is going to be a god play. No cap. Oh, they're just going to charge right in. But Forsaken, his flanks are just raining through. Nick Man, so close to getting his head decapitated, but keeps the dream alive. And 12-9, Paper Rex still at it with that match point. FA, they need 3 more, but that was close. Too close for comfort.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a Pyrrhic victory, if you ask me. Look at how much they used, actually, just to get that win. They have no money. Fortunately, they have enough to buy 4 rifles, but it's only at the cost of... I mean, one person has... Amenhola sitting on half shields. You got Esmond, and he's got half shields and a Spectre. They actually even used the Viper's Pit on it, so that definitely took a strain on their economy. If they win this, it might help them out a little bit, but they need to keep it clean.
You should run.
There's the ultimate. Nick Pan out of the pan into the fire. ... They're trying to charge right in now with the use of the lockdown, but okay, the gravity well is keeping them contained just as ever so slightly, making so that the transition into the site not going to be as smooth as they would want. And here's the big caveat. One wrong step, a kill for Forsaken is an immediate use into that Rolling Thunder. A kill for Divine means the rest can actually just push right in, and they've contained the attackers. They can't get out of this, and Paper Rex, they're actually putting them inside a kill bowl. The transition out of the site is just not possible for the rest of FA, and Shiba's got himself a good one. They're coming at this clinically. Shen and Spring to remain, one at default, one at the back of the site, and they get taken out one after the other, and Paper Rex, what a maneuver to take them out of transition as they try to go for that post plan. Big
Defenders win.
You said it perfectly. Just the way that they contained 5 Ace on that attack, able to segregate anybody coming in, filter them through, and then from there pick them off. An absolute masterful performance in the clinical dissection of the offense right here of 5 Ace. Paper Rex showing very well why they are deserving of one of the slots here, why they are deserving of being the representatives of their regions. And honestly, just when things were starting to look shaky, they pulled it right back.
Just when I thought that I got out, they pulled me right back in. And gotta say, again, FA, they had a set plan in mind, but they were not really aware of the utilities that, again, Paper Rex are willing to throw out their way. One big lockdown ultimate stopped by a gravity well, and the transition was just not there. I think as that gravity well was coming up, you saw that the rest of Paper Rex were trying to make sure that nobody was coming on mid, and as soon as they figured out it was a full send of the rest of the FA roster from B main to the B site, they immediately knew what they had to do. Whoever called that had such a good understanding of the situation, and it shows. Now we're just seeing the endgame stats here, and again, it was Devi and definitely Forsaken that was on the tippy top of the kill board.
What an amazing run here from Paper Rex. Definitely looked a little bit shaky from them, but they're able to somehow pull themselves together. And at the end of it all, 5 Ace, they just weren't up to the mark there. A lot of great performances, especially from Nick Pan, who got a lot of multi-kills, a lot of triple kills. to get his team very, very close to actually taking a win here. Unfortunately, at the end of it, it's still going to be a 0-2, and Paper Rex will get that 3 points ahead.
And, well, that's going to be that for that series, guys. And up next, we'll be having X10 versus Galaxy Racer, the Titans of Philippine and Thai region. So we're going to go for a break, and when we come back, it's these two in a series of 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to you.
Tunggu sejam lagi. Mau buka Discord. Oke. Berapa lama? Start dulu. Thailand lawan Filipina. Menit lagi.
Welcome back. A lot of upsets, a lot of surprise that we've seen here so far in the VCT SCA playoffs, and this just might be one of those games we will be seeing more. My name is Illustrato. Joining me on this panel, Asarai and Viminal. How you guys feeling right now? Asarai, I'll go to you first.
I am feeling ecstatic after that game that we witnessed with Paper Rex and FA. It had something grow inside of me. And it's nothing bad. It's actually pretty good. And I'm hyped to go for that next series already.
Yeah, interesting choice of words there, Mr. Azarai, but I will share the same sentiments. That was an incredible spectacle of a matchup. Paper Rex, certain dominance right then and there. But you know what? I'm really looking forward to this next one. But let me tell you guys, I'm just so happy to be back on the other side of the spectrum right here at Caster Desk.
I mean, you've always been on the spectrum, Viminal, but, you know, we kind of just let that slide most of the time. And, you know, having something growing inside of you, I probably should have that checked out. But going into the next game here of the day, you know, you mentioned it real quick, X10 versus Galaxy Racer. This one is definitely going to be, I think, one of the more unpredictable ones. I think Galaxy Racer, they've been very hit and miss, especially in the international scene. I know, Asarai, you wanted to talk about them a little bit. What you got for us?
Well, again, just wanted to mention real quick that X10 is, again, the long-standing team right now, the best team in Southeast Asia by far. Maybe some teams have bridged the gap, but at least for now, we still don't have that proper metric. The first one that is going to be up to the plate is, again, GXR. But to just cap this real quick, there is that one question. Can Sushi Boys deliver when Patifan is out? And that has been the biggest question now because they have been playing with this roster without Patifan for a while.
Yeah, before we go to you, Viminal, here, take a look at where we are currently in the standings. We just saw a pretty great game right there from Paper Rex, taking the first 3 points in their bracket and absolutely decimating 5-Ace Esports in what was a pretty good showing for 5-Ace Esports. More than what we initially saw. Now we're finally ending the day closer and closer as we get on towards Group C. Now, Viminal, you wanted to touch on Galaxy Racer as well a little bit here. What's on your mind for this one?
You know, obviously Galaxy Racer coming from, you know, the Philippines as well. I'm a huge fan of this team, and for good reason. We've seen them evolve over time, and a dramatic change we've seen throughout the entire VCT circuit right here for Galaxy Racer. They're a long-standing roster. I mean, it took some time for them to, you know, pick up the pace, kick into high gear. But for Johan, Ching, Carl, Georgie, and Emmett, an eclectic mix of experience right here. Some of them from the former Archangel roster, who was one of our first representatives on the C stage. And then, of course, you have promising young guns in the form of Georgie and Emmett as well. So again, an eclectic mix that turned out to be a very powerful combination here.
On the other side, we do have another squad, X10, coming off of a substitution. They are not playing with Patifan anymore, but instead Sushi Boys is filling in for a team. This is the first time we're seeing them in the international scene without Patifan, and instead with Sushi Boys filling in the role, and Zeus as well coming.
Belum. Jam berapa sih? Nanti aja tak main setelah selesai ini.
They don't lie. But you know what, for today at least, you can keep the stats. I prefer the magic.
Well, in the words, you know, just stats don't lie, as a famous singer once sung. But before we get into the game proper itself, let me get your predictions, guys. Asarai, your impressions, and how do you think this is gonna go? What's your read on this?
That's very difficult, but I'll actually go 1-1. I think Breeze, I don't think Galaxy Racer are prepared for this particular map. Maybe for other Filipino teams, but not for X10, which is the team in Southeast Asia. I think Ascent will be a better metric for them, so I think that they can make this happen in Ascent, but not for Breeze. So 1-1 for me.
as for me, it's just not a toss-up at all. Logically, going by the numbers, it could very well be 2-0 in favor of X10. But I'm going to give GXR the benefit of the doubt. They've been training a lot. They've been preparing for this. This is the culmination of their career thus far. So I'm going to say 1-1.
It's been a long road for Galaxy Racer. They start, I'm going to predict, by the way, 2-0 X10. I just think that it seems like their map. It seems like their maps, they're just so good at them, and they're going to be very, very confident, you know, coming into these maps. But like I said, it's been a long road for Galaxy Racer. They've gone through a lot of roster changes, and this is going to be a really, really tried and true tested way of figuring out where they stand in the international scene here. We're going to go into the game very, very shortly, but of course, before that, I do want to get your opinion real quick, Asarai, on this. What are your thoughts on Galaxy Racer getting out of this bracket?
Ooh, that is actually, I think Galaxy Racer have a good chance at getting out of this bracket. Only second to X10. I feel like the other opponents that they do have for their particular group is not as threatening with regards to the recent performance of Galaxy Racer, where Georgie just plays out of his damn mind. I think they have what it takes to get out of this one. Maybe very close to the other teams, but second place, I think, is what they can, and they can definitely get into the playoffs.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for the game. X10 versus Galaxy Racer. I'm going to leave it all in the hands of the amazing casters here. Again, Asterai and Viminal. Stage, it's all yours.
Another day, we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. They ain't trying to talk. It's a wave now. How cool is the gunplay when the strings with the playground? But never mind about that. Cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore. Until somebody from your best.
X10. Patipan. Ke kayu sekarang.
Galaxy Racer, and we were talking about in the panel, but once again, Vim, just wanted to ask your thoughts now on the other end. What do you think about X10 in this game?
You know what, Azarai, we've been working for the better part of the year, over a year actually, since before the Ignition series. This is kind of a throwback to that original duo. But throughout this entire tenure, right, there's always this matchup in the point of a tournament wherein we call for that cliche that I hate using. It's the whole David versus Goliath analogy, right? And I really do believe that X10 is on a different level compared to Galaxy Racer. Now, granted, Galaxy Racer has had a lot of time to prepare. And it you know, I'm thinking sort of, you know, that the movie Independence Day where they kind of reverse engineer technology to fight back against the aliens. I think that's what GXR is trying to do. It's a bit of a stretch of the imagination right here, but I kind of related to that.
Yeah, and I am building on that, guys. And again, Independence Day, great movie. First one with Will Smith, great, but the second one, not so much. I think that makes a lot of sense because, again, even though there is that Southeast Asia experience for Galaxy Racer, you can't put out of the equation that X10 have that international experience with other teams as they've gone up, again, from ISO Reykjavik. So they can bring that home to us. Now, the question is, can Galaxy Racer, with the VODs that they've watched, you know, with all eyes being on X10, can they reverse engineer how X10 have been playing and try to find some weaknesses in those, in the information that they've gathered? Now, if they can do that, I think that we might have a game in our hands here. But as you mentioned, this is going to be a definite tall task, or as Ilu likes to always use this terminology, this Herculean effort for Galaxy Racer to overcome and overwhelm X10. That's on the board for them. But again, we will see that as we go underway towards Breeze.
You know what? As much as it pains me to say it, this victory from GXR over X10 is highly improbable, but not impossible.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think some of the other players that we have to probably let's go for Galaxy Racer while we are still waiting for the game to go underway. For Galaxy Racer, we talked about how Georgie has been a phenomenal player for them. He's been dubbed as the Boracay Jet because he went on a vacation, but when he came back, he was just phenomenal, able to put Bren to the limit. Even though they did lose, it was one of the closest games, and that was purely from Georgie's effort. But aside from, or not really purely from Georgie's effort, but aside from him, one of the other biggest improved players from the GXR roster also has to be Eman, who has stepped up to the role of duelist once more. So we got a double whammy on the GXR roster here, Vim.
Yeah, you know what? You made a very good point there, Azrai. And what's interesting about Eman and Georgie is that they came from a no-name roster called Dreamfire, which made waves in the local scene out of nowhere. And these two players were not endemically from a tactical esports shooter, right? They came from a different genre, and they just fit in so well in the Valorant ecosystem, and it kind of surprised everybody. And their growth has been tremendous ever since.
Yeah, and it shows. I think we can mention at least the genre of the game. I think they came from a Battle Royale shooter out there. So maybe that's why Georgie is very aware about his spatial surroundings, just because coming from that particular genre of game where everybody's shooting at you from all directions, you know, you have to have that understanding about what's happening in your XYZ, not just what is happening in front of you. So hence, I think the ability of Georgie to play around him so well, and Jet just kind of fits him like a glove. And Eman, he wasn't actually the duelist before for Galaxy Racer. He was, I believe when we were casting him in Philippine VCT, he was the Sentinel for them. But after a bit of, you know, going to the lab a little bit and testing stuff out, they seem to try to put Emma now on the duelist role, and it seems like he's fitting that role a lot more. Of course, he's more as the secondary duelist, but it still works in his favor. And this has given a good enough dynamic for GXR that they are the second team in the Philippines, and the third team is wide in terms of the gap in their skill. And that's how well that I think GXR has integrated their players into their roster and into their playstyle.
You know what? That kind of puts things into perspective. I'm pretty sure you're going to agree with that statement because, yeah, GXR, arguably the top 2 team in the Philippines. But against X10, how can you even compare the two? And honestly, only time will tell as we get into the match later on in just a few moments. But really, it is my firm belief that they are so far apart in terms of skill gap and in terms of experience. Again, you mentioned earlier that X10 went all the way to Reykjavik and then back here. And you can't deny that when a team has that opportunity, it's going to be supercharged, man. That's going to be like nuclear fuel for X10.
And now let's go move on to X10 just a little bit. Again, apologies, guys, if we're having a bit of, you know, talking points here for you. We're still waiting for the next game to go underway, but we do promise it's going to be, again, a fantastic game to witness, for especially for X10 fans. And, you know, Galaxy Racer pops up, as we are mentioning. Again, even though we're Filipinos, we're also expecting X10 to have an upper hand here. Not sure how big it is, or maybe even, again, if GXR can perform, but yeah. Anyways, X10, I guess we can talk about how the transition has been with, again, Patifan having that wrist injury of his. Again, Patifan is known as that amazing duelist player from X10 that showed up in Masters Recommend, but where he is now. So for those international viewers who are wondering, he has sustained some injuries because Patifan is one of those cracked wrist aimers with high DPIs, and you know how that means if you played obviously Valorant because you're watching it. Wrist aim has a lot of strain obviously on your wrist, and that has given him much to kind of try to recover on. What this has has affected them on is they had to utilize one of their coaches to try to play in, Zeus. First and foremost, they tried Zeus as their duelist. It didn't really have the same impact as they wanted to. So the reverse thing that happened to GXR Eman, where Eman went from Sentinel to Duelist, they put Zeus from Duelist to Sentinel, and Sushi Boys had to step up. And it seems like the mix has gone better. Of course, X10 isn't only Patiphan and Friends type of team. They're a team that has a whole dynamic of amazing players that they have utilized. And Sushi Boys is at the helm from the looks of it now.
Yeah, definitely superstars in their own right. This entire roster, it's always been a concerted effort that enabled Patiphan to frag out in that manner. But interesting to note, you know, the last time I saw Patiphan was actually on his Twitch stream, and he was experimenting with different sensitivities because of, again, the wrist injury that you mentioned. Yeah. And I think he was actually sort of trying to raise that sensitivity to lessen the strain on his wrist. But I digress. Again, Zeus coming into play, their coach, and you can't deny that the dynamic of the team will change, arguably for the better, because in Reykjavik, Iceland, I heard from some sources that Zeus was a tactician and responsible for a lot of the plays that the team performed. And him being on the battlefield right then and there alongside the players themselves, you can imagine how calculated the maneuvers of X10 will be and how the morale will be sustained all throughout. I think it's going to be a real positive impact. But these two variables are very interesting to take note of. Again, Sushi Boys filling in the role of duelist, filling in the role of Patiphan. And then you have the coach stepping in as well as the flex player. So these two variables, let's see if they can live up to X10's legendary status. Again, you have GXR, who is considered to be a top 2 team in the Philippines, rulers of the Philippine scene without a shadow of a doubt. But then you have the kings of the entire Southeast Asian region in X10.
Yeah, it's like you're the ruler of a certain piece of land going up against the king of the whole land. So,
right.
this is going to be something. But again, the X-tentations are there, pun intended. Like you mentioned, there is going to be that dynamic where Zeus is going to be their IGL now. Again, if you were looking at the stats, if you guys go into websites and try to see how he's been performing, he hasn't really been in the highest of kill rankings. I think he's always at the lowest playing as a Sentinel, but that's not, I think, the dynamic right now of Zeus for X10. As Vim has mentioned, I think what Zeus has done is he's played in a role that can play as passive as can be and direct the rest of X10 real time. Not anymore taking breaks and then talking to the coach, but now actually in the rounds themselves being that IGL for X10. And now, as the game is about to begin, These Breeze map could be a bloody battlefield. It looks beautiful. It's for vacation, but it can be a battleground between these two titans trying to, again, set a name for themselves, more so with GXR.
Absolutely agree with you there, Azura. As we get into the agent picks right here, we have two teams with very different play styles. GXR favoring a double duelist composition versus X10, who typically prefers a single duelist configuration here. Looks like we are going to be seeing Carl and DeSilva, single initiator for the side of GXR, but a double initiator composition for the side of X10 here as First Blood gets drawn.
Well, there is going to be so much crossfire here. A bit of trades here and there as Zeus gets the bit of a brunt of the damage. Sushi Boys coming in from tunnels just to at least stop the attackers or the defenders from coming in the onslaught. The rest of his teammates at the back of the side, but this crossfire is going to be real. Has to hit the shots though, which it does not, and Georgie on point. Now we see a little bit of the duelists dueling each other, but he's whiffing the shots against Scary, and this left Carl in a 1 versus 2. He's been tagged down to 63, and there's not really much chances now that he's lost his teammate, and X10, a quick round, explosive outside of elbow.
No, at that spot, it's basically considered a dead zone if you're at a 2v1 situation right there by the broken wall. Quite unfortunate for Carl right there. A valiant effort for GXR in the first map. And just as we expected, they go out guns blazing. We literally got into the round just seconds in, and now it's basically over. Done and dusted round 1. We go into round number 2. And let's see if GXR will be forcing it or full saving here. Do have a couple frags for Georgie, though.
Oh, he wants to play so close, but it's so good. He dashes away and actually picks up the classic. They might think he's going to be somewhere with a shorty there, but the damage has already been done. Losing Sushi Boys, they still do have all the weaponry that they need, but they're playing the close encounters here, Vim. And a charge out from Cruz. Good. This man, the captain of X10, stepping up to the plate. It's now only on Johan. He's going to go onto bridge, but I think that bridge is on very unstable ropes there. He gets rattled a little bit, and X10, a quick 2-0. They're not really stopping at all here.
Not slowing down by any means. A near flawless victory for X10 coming into the post-pistol round. Cruz leading the scoreboard now, despite a heroic effort from Georgie to get that huge impact frag. Early on into the round, it's just X10 mowing down the competition, asserting their dominance through that firepower advantage. Look at that. Cruz with a 3K, with that Spectre, and you can really gun them down, you know, in a post-pistol round like that in an eco state. But this is going to be pretty much indicative of how the rest of the game will play out. Some of X10 did save that previous round, so they can fold by right now. There's not a lot of gun discrepancy in terms of firepower here. So let's see how GXR will play this out.
No, the hold is going to be good from Carl. GXR able to just stave off the pressure. A bit expensive, but it's now only left onto Scary. He's actually found a Ching here, and he's playing at the back of the site. Does have the spike in hand, but he has plenty of time. Doesn't have to plant this immediately. And what this does is GXR, they're going to have to play a very try to find the potato in the mix kind of deal. And they try to find it, they're going to be able to, and that is going to be a refrag by Johan quickly enough. But damage be done, Vim. GXR, expensive round. Only Johan to remain with the rifle.
Yeah, an expensive round for GXR. They did get the point on the board finally, but not in a manner that you want typically. And they did lose quite a few guns in that round. Now, X10 will be able to afford a full buy Sans Foxes, who appears to be sticking with a Guardian and half armor right here. So again, not really the worst of situations for GXR. At the very least, they did come through with a third round turnaround.
I'm going to point this out as well. X10, before we went for their gun round, they played all the tight angles on Freeze. Pistol on elbow, and then on their bonus round on Halls, they are really trying to at least try to get this into a position where they can have like a 3v1 at least with walls on their end. But now that they do have a lot more firepower, and they're playing this a farther bit up, and using Zeus's Cypher here tries to clear as much vision around the map as possible. Emmon's just about to hit a nice little peek here, but the first things first, can he find that frag onto Cruz, exit out, and maybe another kill onto Zeus, but he's whipping all the shots, and the Guardian is just not that, it's just not agreeing with him at this moment, Vim.
You hate to see it, man, but sometimes the pressure gets to you. You know, Emmon has always been a bit of a crack shot, right? But we all have those moments, even, you know, it happens to the best of us. But Carl gets Foxes right here. Johan answers back with a 2K as well. It's looking pretty good for GXR right now, as Scary is left to his own devices. He's able to take down Johan, fakes the plant here. Does get taken down by Carl to secure another point of the board for GXR, bringing the score 2-0.
You saw that? There was a ping immediately where Ching found his opponent. This is, I think, something that even high-ranking players don't really do. Sometimes they just tell you where the opponent is, but what's also good is if they're inside a smoke and you ping the general direction where it could be, your teammate can just fire through that and have a good percentage chance of actually hitting the target. Those little bits of things that you add to your gameplay actually has really big impacts, as you saw.
Absolutely right there, Ezra. Let's see, however, if in this eco state, X10 can make an impact or perhaps make a dent into the momentum of GXR. Location revealed that Recon Bolt does get a little bit of information. Scary is just displaying his mechanical skill right there with a tap to the head of Carl. Sushi Boy's down to a slither of HP, though.
Well, even if he is back to a sliver, Cruz can just, heal him back up with that regrowth. Quite easy. And this is quite dangerous as well. There's going to be Fox with the ultimate. Cruz has his Seekers, and Georgie left on an island. He does have his dash. He can play at the back of the site here. Ching is going to be supplementing him, but the refrag, even before he can go quickly for that take, this is not going to be possible. And Ching, is he good for the transfer? That's going to be a straight up no. And now this 2 versus 3, which was supposedly a thrifty buy for X10, has gone hella in their favor. And now, let's see if Johan, he got like a really good set play from last round, but this is too many angles for him to work with them. 3 versus 1.
You know, at this point, you probably just have to save this gun and prevent X10 from getting a free gun in return. It's a thrifty victory for X10. They're going to be happier about that round. But really, as Dax put it earlier, how the turns have tabled.
I like that. Yeah, it's basically, you know, the underdog having the upper hand. It's always a good story to see. You know, that's why people love the movie Mighty Ducks, the live version.
Yeah. What's up with us in movie references, eh?
Hey man, we're movie aficionados, and I mean, we're all in
movie
lockdown.
Enthusiasts, apparently.
We're all in lockdown. We can't be like exploring the world, or maybe if you use like Google Maps. Did you know? Out of game topic. Did you know that there is an esports where you have to use Google Maps to try to look for like a location on the map itself? And I'm not sure if it's Google Maps or like a map software, but you have to look for the longitude and latitude of something, and that's pretty wild. Speaking of wild, okay. There's a shot from Scary onto Georgie.
Yeah, speaking of looking for something, he does find a huge impact frag right then and there. Now a man down, GXR on an eco stage as well. Cruz manages to take down Johan. Carl manages to get that refrag with a classic at that. But again, still at a man disadvantage here and a gun disadvantage as well. This might very well be a round for X10 unless GXR pulls off a miracle.
Well, this is going to be hecka difficult for them. Look at the split at which GXR is, and X10, Fox is still playing the long flank. He's going to spot out one, and he was jumping like a kangaroo and like a joey, able to hit his target straight square in the face with a nice little punch from the weapon. And X10 starting to create a gap here. Just a quick little peek, and Georgie, yep, even if you have good ping, that dash out, if you already got tagged, you're still going to get taken down. And look at this nice little jump out.
Yeah.
And, yep, there you go. All she wrote.
Real good movement coming in from Fox is right there. Quick little 3K. All she wrote indeed for GXR. And really, the turning point in this early stage of the game was X10 getting that thrifty round. And GXR, they cannot make those mistakes that compound into the opponent winning thrifty rounds, right? You got to prevent that from happening at any point in time in the game. Johan, though, he's going to be releasing that Viper's Pit to secure B-side all by his lonesome, as the rest of the team will be slowly rotating to secure A-site. However, X10 is just assuming a default positioning here. Perhaps just trying to gather some information. Maybe a pick or two if one of GXR's members get a little bit antsy. But already, Azrai, this is pretty different from what we're used to seeing GXR play. GXR are known to be a hyper-aggressive team. We're seeing a lot more restraint than usual.
I think it's the dynamic of X10. That's just how they're able to play control, but also together all at the same time. And, well, it's going to be a straight-up 5 versus 5. Ching, very aggressive in the back of the side, but ultimately pays with his life. Carl is going to have to use his ultimate. Let's see if he's going to line up some stuff, but it's still not going to matter. Georgie into the counter as well, but he's been tagged to 32. Gotta be careful. Spots out another. Actually gets the kill now. But Johan, who was coming in from the B site, coming in transition, gets spotted by Fox. This would have been a really nice clutch for him, down to 30, but thankfully, both his opponents also collectively have 38 HP, so one bullet in a dream, and Johan is just transferring shots right now in the spike as it's planted down. He's got no chance, no time, and has to push in this 2 versus 1, but maybe he can pick it up. But Zeus pops his head from the ground like a mushroom. That's going to be another round for X10.
They play that absolutely perfectly. A 2v1 situation. You don't want to allow Johan to isolate those fights and turn it to multiple 1v1 scenarios. With a Cypher Cam to boot as well, just adding insult to injury. Georgie managing to get a couple kills with the operator, at least finding some value off of it. But still a huge investment from Georgie, and he does lose that gun.
The reason why I think GXR, I don't know who GRX is, played a much more passive play is I think they were banking on the fact that Georgie could find a kill on Halls with that operator, but because they weren't able to, and again, the problem with the operator is you can't really retake a site with an op, maybe unless you're Hortel or something, but that's very, very difficult. Although we can see the flank from Georgie, he's trying to compensate a lot more now, especially with the blades being out, and this could actually help them. Even in a 4 versus 3, this flanks could be possible, and Georgie's hitting a lot of those offensive shots, picking up into a Reaver Vandal. He's going for the big flanks, but now with that neural theft, exposed is the positioning, and this is not going to be good, and Georgie has to step up big as Ching, out in no man's land, only has a Sheriff in hand, and that's really not going to happen. Now, is it here, Vim? 6-2, and X10 still keep the rounds coming.
Taking a look at the scoreboard, Azrai, you can see the stark contrast in terms of performance from X10 and GXR already. Really early on to the game, X10 slowly running away with it, just even looking at the scoreboard alone. But I really do believe what GXR needs to do is to avoid getting picked off early on in the round, perhaps go for that full retake. If the problem in a team is that you're losing those 1v1 duels. Except, of course, for Georgie, who's been, fragging quite a lot, but just not enough to secure the round. Perhaps the best way to go is to go for a full retake instead. But Georgie, instead, he goes for an early pick, does get refragged by Sushi Boys, however. Now it's going to be a 4v4.
Well, this peacock has to prove some value for Carl, and, well, he does find a translation. Was a little bit scratchy, though, but he still got one in the end. But now the problem is Halls is unmanned. Oh, Ching about to spot out Fox here. He needs to hit this shot off, and that's not going to be the case. Johan, one coming from the front, one coming from the back, but maybe just get through this, but the gap. Oh no, the cover was just too far, and Fox just dropped down knowing his opponent was one bullet away from dying, and that's going to be X10. That was such a close round for GXR, but the conversion, Ching needed to step up there, Vim.
You're absolutely right. And right now, Ching is not having, excuse me, he's not really having the best performance as of yet. Again, it's still really early on in the game. Also, to note, Eamon having a bit of a challenge fragging out as well. And when you're on that arena, you want to make sure you get those kills. Otherwise, your kit doesn't really get any sort of value. But X10, at this point, they're just winning out the duels ever so consistently. Foxes especially, so many clutch moments.
I think the problem now for... sorry if I cut you off there. But anyways, I just wanted to finish off. I think the problem now for GXR is they're putting a lot of bodies around the map on Breeze, where Breeze is such a big map that I think, again, especially on A site, they've been just having one at the back of the site. But usually, I think when you watch other teams that are more, I think, versed in this particular stage, they put actually 2 bodies on A site in close encounter combat, just to make sure that you can have that refrag at the ready and close by if you need it. Anyways, as we were just witnessing that round clear enough, it did not happen for them. Again, time and time again, Sushi Boys keeps challenging the back of the site because they can just flash it. He can dash in and get an easy enough kill. Quick little replay there, but this is just, again, the wipeout of GXR on the A site.
I'm not really seeing a lot of adjustment coming in from GXR at this point in time. Perhaps they have something planned up their sleeves. Ching going to be going down to B side alongside Eamon, and Johan will be trying to lock down A site as well. It seems like Scary has the idea of setting up a Viper wall, a toxic screen over there onto B site. Ching does get revealed by that recon. However, they're slowly inching their way onto A side. Could just be a fake right there. Johan with a 2K. This is the opening that they need. Georgie follows it up with a kill onto Scary. This could be start of a comeback for GXR, Azurai.
So the counter is to overwhelm if X10 try to go for the A site once more. Since X10 have been showing that they're always going to go for that A site, why not? Although Fox going for that full control, but as Carl straight up just looked in his reticle, well, that full control is not going to live for long, and Carl also the same. Zeus setting up a bit of utility on the B site, and as he tries to scan, this could be the retribution that he is trying to, that he needs for his team. Ching left on an island, has to deal with the one, but Zeus, a coach, a player all in one, and he does, he translates.
30 seconds left.
Who says a coach can't perform just as well alongside the players? You know? Definitely there for a reason. That is not a reference to us formerly coaching a pro team. But, okay. Kidding aside, Neural Theft goes out, does get ample information. Johan circling his way around Elbow. It's a 2v1 scenario, not looking very good for Johan at all. He's down to 62 HP, and check out that crossfire. A tripwire that... Oh my gosh.
I will see you again.
He went in for the full charge, and Zeus was even more charged up to go for that fight. And looking into the scoreboard real quick, Vim, Georgie standing on top with 13, yes, but the same could not be said about his comrades, who are still a few kills more to that double-digit department, while X10, they have 3 players already there. And I'm pointing this out, guys, because the metric just means that X10 have been very successful at getting a lot more frags than GXR, and the take is real, 9-2. And I think we need to see some form of tactical timeout from GXR. I don't think we've seen anything from that from them in that regard.
You know, they're trying everything, throwing in everything, including the kitchen sink right here. Johan with that Viper's Pit onto A side, trying his best to thwart a threat coming in from caves, but you know, X10 just happily avoiding that Viper's Pit. It looks like they're going to be taking mid here, going for that mid control. You made a very good point there, Azra. Curious as to why GXR did not yet call for a tactical pause. You know, this is the last round of the first half, and there's no more time for a tactical pause at this point. They go through mid doors. Seems right here. Hunter's Fury's out. Try to delay. Carl does get one onto Scary. That's a huge pick.
Oh! And Georgie, big misses on the blades. That's never what you want to happen. Although this could be an entryway to something, as Eman is coming up, stepping to the plate. Okay, Eman. He's at a 1 versus 2. Can't wait for Ching to go for the pinch, but Cruz is in a good spot to try to isolate. But you know what also is isolated here, Vim, is that spike. It's out there, out in the open. And well, the open range could be something that Cruz cannot deal with, but he's done it. He's actually... Oh, wait. The peek out, the flash, the reaction. Eman, can you actually react in time? That's going to be a no. Seekers will be going into double doors. He spots the target, but Ching finally doubles up, gets the headshot in transition. Cruz was not expecting. And GXR finally a point on the board after such a long drought of rounds.
I mean, they were able to stop the bleeding, at least at the very last round of the first half, Azra. But as many people say, a 9-3 scoreline can be very deceptive. It can be a 9-5 in a blink of an eye, especially if GXR gets the early momentum during this pistol round. And we all know damn well that Icebox is considered to be a heavily attack-sided map. GXR, with this double duelist composition, they know this very well. Eman not really having the time to shine just yet. This could be his moment, alongside Georgie, to really pave the way for the rest of his team. I also like the fact that Ching is going to be there to make sure and secure that anti-flank as well. Seems to be the action is underway over here onto the mid lane.
I love the control here on mid. And it's very much blanketed by the fact that Zeus has put all of his utility on B main, so there's nobody who can actually go around for the big flank. And because of his delayed push, anybody who could possibly come out of elbow should have been detected by now. And with that, GXR is just gonna go straight up onto the A site, and I think they just basically bypass each other. This could be the perfect time for GXR to strike back. A round in this is a round what they need, and Georgie, he's unleashed. He is so just active right now with his mobility. And as the last man, Scary is just gonna be pushing in. Well, In His Face gets plugged up into the Cypher cage. About 2 opponents are very low, but 2 are pretty healthy, and they're all set up with the crossfire. And Scary, he's scanning everything, but can't find nothing, but nothing finds him. As now GXR 9-4, and that's a point on the board second half, and they can build off of this, Vim.
Yeah, just like I said earlier, 9-3 scoreline can turn into a 9-5 in a blink of an eye, considering the fact that GXR just won that first pistol round, and that is absolutely huge. They're definitely going to want to buy up here, except maybe for Georgie, you know, maybe he's banking on getting an early operator later on. But for the rest of GXR, it seems like they're going to be going with rifles. So GXR, they really want to solidify this early momentum into the second half. They cannot afford to lose more rounds, obviously.
Well, they might actually lose rounds here as the full send, the flash from Cruz, and the follow-up from X10 actually kind of bamboozled the GXR there a little bit, but they reacted well enough in time, and they'll be able to save the important weapons going into the next round. It's the dog. Remember, Vim, that moment where GXR, or I think that was another Filipino team, double bought a rifle into the round after their one pistol, and they dropped both those weapons. It's not going to happen to GXR here. They're going to be able to save it, and they're going to have ample, at least, utility and money to at least build around those rifles as well. But because of that round, X10 have a couple of kills in their bags, and they're going to have rifles to buy up into their first gun round here in the second half.
Again, this is where the tail of the tape will lie for pretty much the rest of the game. Quick set play execute, standard execute coming in from GXR onto the B side right here as Johan tries to get rid of that Cypher cam. Does plant the spike down. Toxic Stream goes down. Retake attempt for X10 is now underway, as right.
It's a retake, but it seems like it's going to be a difficult one. Although the Cypher cage is going to be trying to cut in the sight, but it actually does nothing to stop anybody from peeking out from B main. Georgie not going to miss a beat onto the fight there. The shock dart, Georgie, oh, he survives though, and Fox is sneaking his way up. But again, the mobility, the movement of this one isolates the target, but Fox doesn't care as he actually gets the peek and the clutch and the dub. He has, I'm listening in on the spike, and he has so much time. Yeah, 8 seconds. There's no shadow of a doubt that he was able to defuse that one. 10-5. What a big brain Soba main. Ah, my goodness. Fox steps up to the plate. 17 kills to this man's name.
Right now, currently match MVP, Fox. Man, this guy is just absolutely on fire right now. So many clutch moments to his name in this game alone. Clutch sheets are real for Foxes here. And he's definitely going to be happy about that previous round. It was looking so good for GXR. That could have been the start of a comeback, but denied once again by Fox. 10-5 in favor of X10. Let's see what GXR can do to bounce back here. They are forcing Johan relegated to the Spectre for now.
Well, still, they do have the money to buy into the weapons, but this is a last bastion for GXR. They're going to commit aggressively into this, and a pick on Sushi Boys is a step in the right direction. Ching just backing straight up on Halls. He's left a tripwire there, at least for the contact, and they're going to be trying to isolate Fox at the back of the site, but one of the players that I did mention, X10, that they have to be a little bit aware of is Fox, but this guy, a Sly Fox, nonetheless, actually has value at the back of the site. He hasn't been spotted at all, and nobody from GXR actually wants to try to take him down. Zeus and Ching, both ciphers in this game, and Ching is down 48. This is bad. He's gonna get swung hard, but Zeus tripped up. He went down the ramp, and that definitely mucked up his accuracy there, and that gave Ching some ample time to go for the clutch. And Vim, GXR, hold on.
Yeah, that's Ching with a ding right there. A much needed one at that. GXR, 6 points on the board. Still a very doable situation that you can come back from. But to take note of that, it's just Fox is having a huge impact in that previous round yet again. I don't think I've ever seen him whiff this entire game.
He has not. Although he has lost a couple of the duels here. He definitely needs to win those, because it seems like because he's a Sentinel, he's the last alive. And Ching, that's a lot of pressure. Georgie hitting some shots. Oh, the tripwire a bit too high, and the limbo apparently executed by, who was actually the one flanking? It was Fox, but maybe just a false sense of security. But check out where Carl was pointing his crosshair straight up outside of halls here and there. Sushi Boys also made some sushi out of a Ching, but that will only leave Cruz to remain. And Cruz, well, he's the captain. He's the main initiator for X10, but can he initiate a comeback in this with a Marshall? Looks like that's going to be a yes, but as he jumps up, free pickings for the rest of GXR.
Playing around, all things considered for GXR right here. And it's amazing, really, how things can change in the second half when the other team swaps over to the attacker side, especially in a map like Breeze. It's just, again, a heavily attack-favored map here. And it shows, especially with GXR's double duelist composition. Emin stepping up, Georgie stepping up, Ching with those clutches as well. But X10, they still have a huge lead. They're up by 3. And they're not going to let go of it very easily.
And it seems like GXR, from what I have also been witnessing, because I always think of Breeze as a defender-sided map, at least for me, but I haven't played this map as much as I think I would want to just yet. And a lot of the chat saying it's attack-sided map, and GXR also making me feel that this is an attack-sided map. So, you know what? Casters, our opinions are not set in stone. So you can make a believer out of me. And if the GXR can go for the 10 for 10, 3 rounds more, you have done the same. But let's see if GXR can explode onto the site. Can Georgie, the Boracay jet, the vacation jet, set ablaze the pack? That's going to be a yes, as they do take the rest of the site, but it's going to be a bit bloody. Although if they can plant the spike now, they can set up for the post plant, and Johan playing the flank, where somebody has to look for Johan! And they waited too long. He gets 2, finally gets shut down, but this is going to be a supposedly 2 versus 2, 3 versus 2 exchange, but I think now we've gone to the point where it's a 1 versus 1, and he cannot get blinded. Let's see what Carl can do at that range.
Does have a recon, still has a couple of shock darts. And he's throwing everything in the kitchen sink here to try and prevent the defuse. X10 just faking the defuse here. That's going to be the last charge of the Hunter's Fury, but Carl, with that pre-aim, you know, when you ping that spike, it's a matter of clicking clicking the head right there, and it really made it work. Very well played from Carl right there. 8-10, GXR hanging on, poised to make a comeback here, and this is an incredible performance coming in from GXR against what many consider to be the best team in the entire Southeast Asian region.
You know, I think we can go past they're hanging on now. I think this is a scrawny lad who's trying to get, you know, a little bit healthier, and his first pull-up is almost there. They're about to pull themselves up into this one. Sushi Boy just charges right in. But of course, the delay on the dash after, or the shot after the dash is going to be hella delayed. GXR, though, is still looking to commit onto the A side, but they still have to respect that Fox is throwing out so much utility with the help of Scary. But this is all about just the delay. Emon is about to find another target here, and it seems that GXR have cut noise just ever so slightly. And look at the movements from X10. They're not going to know about this. They've only left Scary onto the back of the side, but he's 42 HP, although Georgie and about 3 members of GXR are hecka low. So one shot from a Marshall is about 110 damage. This could be a good round for them if they push A, if Scary can hit his shots.
You know, there's really no reason not to commit to A side, you know, considering the fact that there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. Of course, they want to be mindful of that, since Fox is on the prowl just behind them.
Oh, this
does have an Ares.
Somebody has to look at Fox. They're looking for the flank, and he's gone behind enemy territories. This could not have gone any worse. Spike has gotten planted down, but they can straight up win this. There's so many weaponry at the back of the site, and because Scary's still alive, there's a smoke in there. Zeus is playing the close corner with a shotgun, and this is left to Georgie for the peek. Does he know? Yes, he does. He was waiting for it, and Georgie, a Radiant player, has the Radiant mindset to go for the slow peek as well. Know that the angle was good for Scary, so he had to wait and not just randomly swing it out, because he had to respect that Scary can take him out in one bullet. And GXR still clutched around.
Only one round away, Azurai. X10 calls for a tactical timeout. Now let's talk a little bit about what's happening here in the second half. You know, X10, they were looking like they were running away with it on the first half. It ended 9-3, Azurai, but now they're only one round away from becoming 10-all between GXR and X10, and whatever X10 was able to do against GXR in that first half, they just kind of reversed it here now that GXR is on the attacker side.
You mentioned reverse engineering, Vim. It seems like GXR have been able to reverse engineer the attacking side of X10, or, you know what? They're no copycats. I think GXR are making their own twist on the attacking side here on Breeze, and it's gone very good, especially at Georgie at the helm here. But now, Vim, here comes the tricky part. X10, they've lost a lot of the rounds. Yes, they still have an advantage, and they're very close to ending this game as well. 3 more rounds. For GXR, it's 4. That might not be a lot, but that is monumental. And because they do have that round loss bonus, Sushi Boys buys up into the operator. He's not the most cracked op shot here in, I think, in our list of players for C Challengers, but he's up there. And if he can translate at least one pick, this is going to be huge.
Absolutely right there. I mean, all the picks they can get. Cruz goes for the double flash right there, but Ching answers back. Sushi Boys, though, takes a pick onto M, and Zeus gets another onto Ching as well. Now it's a 3v2 situation here, Azurai.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness.
Spike down A.
2v3, 1v3. Numbers just dwindling ever so slowly for GXR. Carl, dubbed as Carl Odinson, loves to go for the Odin. Now only has a Phantom in tow. Sushi Boys has him pinned down with an operator here. He has to wiggle his way to a victory, but Scary is pinning him to the floor. Ooh, that fence keeping him alive for now. The flick, smooth on Sushi Boys. Almost Carl with the clutch, because both of his opponents, as you can see, again, one bullet away from just dying, but there's just so much angle and so much ferocity from X10 in that one. And the dynamic just changed the whole game here for GXR.
You know, oftentimes an op can really be a game changer when the going gets tough here. Of course, in the right hands, it can make a huge impact. And of course, intimidate the enemy and try to sort of paralyze the movement coming in the following round. Sushi Boy, that was such a beautiful flick to secure the round. 11-9 in favor of X10. Looks like a tactical timeout did the job here, Azurai.
You said it's time and time again. Tactical timeouts are the best thing because it gives them time to get a breather and understand what you need to do. Georgie, how many times is he going to hit these shots through the smoke? Seems like multiple. Chang able to at least avenge the fallen planter and get foxed in the corner there. Georgie has an angle, spots out one, immediately goes for the spray control. And now Sushi Boy's left on his own, tries to run away. Will keep his head and the sniper in hand, in check, in tow. And X10 can convert this. But GXR, they made the good read. Basically, they knew that Sushi Boys was going to be playing A or mid, and they hightail their way to go to the B side. And I don't think X10 was ready for the explosion, but neither is Georgie with that shot from Sushi.
Yikes. I mean, I do understand that he wants to get rid of that operator, prevent Sushi Boys from saving, but perhaps hunting him down one by one is not the way to go right there. But still, GXR are going to be taking this round 10-11 now. And really, the way to counter an operator is to try and pinpoint where he's going to be peeking from and try to counter it with the use of utilities or straight up avoiding that lane in general, right? And GXR had a good read. As you mentioned, they went for the B side execute instead. Yeah, Georgie looking pretty much on fire as well. You're a bit low on economy, however. Now they're going to be calling a tactical timeout of their own.
The thing about, again, going against operators is it might seem straightforward to everyone, right? Is if you spot one being on the A side, why not just go straight to B? It's going to be easier for them. But I do also want to point out the fact that you could double down on a site. Yep. If you either bait out a shot or sacrifice an agent that you don't need for post-plant, you can try to waste the time for the opper to recuck the weapon and then just overwhelm the site as that is happening. And if the operator is close enough, right, you can just try to bridge the gap and try to get him. So that's one of the things that I think a lot of, again, more adjusted teams do start to do now. But we'll see how that goes, as Sushi Boys has been hitting his shots a lot more, Vim. And we'll see how GXR try to approach this, because they still have to respect the op in the hands of Sushi.
It looks like GXR, after this tactical timeout, they're leading towards a B execute here. However, they did sort of fake out that Viper toxic screen over there onto A site. Quite curious.
That could be something. I don't think Xten is getting baited just yet, and they're slowly peeking out through the smoke here. This is going to be terrible, but Amon picks the plate back up. They only lose Georgie. Well, that's actually a really bad thing, because Georgie, again, is one of the top fraggers right now, but they still have Amon, they still have the post plant, and they still actually have all the weapons that they need. Fox using the smoke to bridge the gap. This is so smart from him, but the classic, can it find its value? Which it does! How is he able to make this work? Sushi Boy's finally shut down. It's only Cruz with the classic once again, but he has flash. Tries to fake it, but he won't get faked himself, as now X10 and GXR, they're heading toe-to-toe, 11-11. And X10, they're gonna have their heads left scratched on how they lost that round. But to be fair, again, they were on the weaker buy.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Foxes make miracles happen with a classic at that, but that's not going to be enough given the firepower disadvantage that they had. Now they're going to be on full buy. GXR also to be on the full buy as well. Of course, winning that previous round. Man, if they lose this, GXR is obviously going to be on match point. They're going to run away with the momentum, it seems like, here. Let's take a look at what GXR is going to be doing differently here. Again, they're trying to pinpoint the operator with that Aldron. Eamon trying to, perhaps preparing to cast that Leer. Cruz gaining a little bit of information with that guiding light as well.
And this is where I think now the big fight ensues truly. Zeus is going to be at the back of the site here. He spots out one target, has to get refragged quickly, which Georgie does, but this has left Scary with some mobility and movement around the map, and that A site take took a very long time to initiate. They were throwing out utility, yes. It seems like they got about 30-40% of the portion at the front of the site, but the problem is that there was about 3 members of X10 at the other 50% at the back of that site. And the delaying powers of a Cypher, when you couple that with a Viper smoke, is so deadly, because you don't have that much clearance to take out the Cypher tripwires, and then the Cypher cages make it so much more easier for a Cypher to just, again, keep himself contained at the back of the site and just keep spamming down. Now X10, they're looking at match point.
You know, that previous round was done and dusted really quickly. You know, you mentioned it, GXR had a little bit too much restraint with that A execute attempt. Let's see what they're going to be doing differently here. It seems like they're assuming a default positioning. And of course, when you're a match point, you really cannot afford to make mistakes at this point. And I understand why they're playing so safe. They're playing slow, they're playing for information, perhaps play for a little pick here and there. Spike is left towards there on A side. Fox is just sort of jiggling over there onto Nest, trying to gain information. Now the ball is in GXR's court, obviously, as the attacking side. X10, they can't afford to just hang back and wait for signs of commitment from GXR.
The problem here is they're burning the timer quite quickly and haven't really given that much information as to where they're about to go. Yeah, there's the full commitment. Seekers as well as flashes are available for Cruz here in a transition, being sprayed down by the Phantom. 30 seconds onto the clock. They have to commit to this, but they still haven't gotten any picks whatsoever. Zeus, he's gonna make shortcomings of Georgie, but he actually gets out of nowhere. Sushi Boys and the trade to come in. Oh no, it's only left onto Amon. He's gonna be playing outside of the cubby, and the cubby will be his grave. And X10, they get themselves a victory in this first game, series of 2. It was close, but X10 got out nonetheless victorious.
I mean, that was just a flawless defensive end on X10. The timing was perfect on that those Seekers from Cruz. It just really spelled the end for GXR's attempt to execute that site. Before they even got into the site, they were pretty much half HP already, and that was just absolute perfect timing. Unfortunately for the side of GXR, it was a valiant effort. I mean, come on. 9-3 scoreline, sort of flipped and turned the tables around on the second half, but just not enough to secure the victory. But going that far, going the distance against arguably the best team in Southeast Asia, you got to respect that. Taking a look at the scoreboard here, it's Scary and Georgie as team MVPs right here. 2.2 KDA, 22 kills for Scary, and for Georgie it's 1.4 KDA with 24 kills. Now, as interesting to note here, we got a Viper and a Jet. 2 very different roles. But again, it's not only the duelist, it has a lot of impact in the team, obviously.
Yeah, again, numbers can be deceiving with regards to the performance overall for X10. I think the biggest thing that really happened there, especially on the attacking sides now, especially in that last round that we saw, was because usually you saw GXR getting map control first or just immediately exploding onto a site. If they don't get it, they at least have a couple of a bit more time to utilize. But since they burnt that clock and they're going up against X10, who have both a Sova as well as a Sky, there's no way in hell that they can fool X10 where they're going to be going. And X10, all they really have to do to get information is throw out one guiding light, use a Trailblazer, use a Sova drone, and a recon dart. Basically, those four abilities make it super easy for X10 to keep tabs on critical points where opponents can be coming from. So, yeah, that last play from GXR, I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. The double initiator composition is standard meta for a reason nowadays. And X10, the proof is in the pudding. We're going to go into a very short break. And once we get back, it's going to be map number 2. Don't touch that browser.
money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the
สวัสดีครับ ผมแบงค์ซูจากทีม X10 Esports ครับ ผมซูชิบอยจากทีม X10 Esports ครับ เข้ามาอยู่ในทีมปัจจุบันได้อย่างไร คือส่วนตัวผมสแกรี่เป็นคนชวนมาครับ เพราะว่าเคยอยู่ทีมเก่าด้วยกันทีมโอเวอร์ไทม์ครับ ส่วนของผมพี่ทีมครับ พี่ทีมทักไปชวนมาตอนสมัยอยู่ทีมเก่าครับ สำหรับผมเป็นโยรูครับ เพราะว่าเราไม่ค่อยได้ ได้เล่นโยรูเท่าไหร่ไม่รู้สกิลไม่รู้อะไรเลย ส่วนของผม KO ครับเป็นตัวที่ยังไม่เคยได้ลองเล่นลองเล่นไปนิดเดียวเองครับแล้วรู้สึกว่าไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่มีบ้างครับแบบมีเซอร์ไพรส์เกี่ยวกับอาการบาดเจ็บน้องปั้นก็เลยทำให้การแข่งขันต้องปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรเยอะแยะครับต้องลองอะไรใหม่ๆผมต้องมาเล่นแทนเป็นตัวจริงอะไรเงี้ยก็ใช้เวลาในการปรับตัวพอสมควรครับก็มีอย่างผลงานก็มีรอบแรกพอเราแพ้ปุ๊บเราก็แก้ไขทันทีเลยอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็กลับมาแชมป์ในรายการ Challenger ได้เหมือนเดิมแต่ว่าจริงๆซีไฟนอลก็ยังเป็นอะไรที่ยากสำหรับเราอยู่ดีครับก็เตรียมตัวเหมือนเดิมครับซ้อมทุกวันซ้อมวันละ 4-6 แมตช์ครับแล้วก็คุยทีมทุกวันพยายามแก้ข้อผิดพลาดทุกอย่างครับครับผมในเวทีระดับนานาชาติเป็นอะไรที่ค่อนข้างใหม่สำหรับพวกเราคนไทยครับเพราะว่าValorant เป็นเหมือนเป็นทัวร์แรกที่ได้ไปแข่งเวทีระดับนานาชาติก็เลยมีทั้งการสนับสนุนจากสปอนเซอร์ทั้งการซัพพอร์ตจากแฟนๆทีมอื่นด้วยที่อยากรู้จักทีมเราแล้วก็แฟนทีมเราเองแล้วก็แบบการแข่งขันเวทีระดับโลกเป็นแบบไหนเขาทำงานกันยังไงคือเราก็ได้ความรู้สึกที่แบบแปลกใหม่แบบเฮ้ยเราไม่เคยเจอไม่เคยเห็นแบบนี้มาก่อนอะไรเงี้ยก็แปลกดีครับก็สนุกดีอยากขอบคุณแฟนที่คอยเชียร์คอยซัพพอร์ตพวกเราทีม X10 ด้วยครับจะทำผลงานให้ดีที่สุดขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
You just heard from X10 themselves taking a victory up against Galaxy Racer and very, very close match. None of us ever expected it to get that close, to the dismay of many fans of Galaxy Racer, but to the excitement of all the X10 fans across the world. They get to continue on and reign true their legacy. Again, my name is Illustrato. This is Asurai and Vimal joining me on the panel. Let's get your quick thoughts as we break down that last game. Asurai, I'll start with you.
Quick thoughts. Again, I didn't expect Breeze to be that kind of a map. I thought Ascent was going to be the close map that we would have in this series of two, but it seems like there is a fight in GXR once we got in that second half. Georgie definitely at the helm, but Emon looking a little bit cold on that one.
Absolutely right. During the first half, especially, Emon was looking a bit cold, Chang was looking a bit cold, but as soon as we swapped over to the attacker side for GXR, they definitely made up for it. And all things considered, guys, much to the dismay of the GXR fans, you mentioned Illustrato, they weren't able to take the dub, but it really could have gone their way. I do believe there was just a huge misplay at the end there. There was just a turning point for X10.
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with, the rounds at the very start. You end the first half with a 9-3, and that's just really rather unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to come back from that, but they did take it very, very close. But let's move on and talk about the upcoming match here. We've got Breeze, and I'll start with you here on Viminal. That was the first map. Now we're going to finish off with Ascent. How are you feeling about this? This is Galaxy Racer's pick.
This is Galaxy Racer's pick indeed, but taking a look at this... taking a look at their stats, it's a 44% win rate for GXR versus a 91% win rate for X10. However, GXR, they tend to do a lot better in terms of attacking. They are going to be starting on the attack this time around. So maybe they can prevent X10 from mounting a huge early momentum here. I wouldn't write off GXR just yet based on the huge win percentage that X10 has on this map. What about you, Ezra?
I will say that I feel like this is actually a better map for GXR other than Breeze. Because I think Breeze, it was more of the attacking side really just favored either both teams. And then there's going to be an aberration of about 1 to 2 rounds. Here on Ascent, I think the GXR can perform on either side, depending on how X10 do approach this as well. Because I think what other Thai teams have been incorporating in their plays now are breaches, and we haven't really seen that many breach be used by Filipino teams. So GXR could be in a culture shock going into the second map, the second game, and that's something that I think they have to be prepared for. But you know what? I'm going to put my faith in GXR still here, and my prediction could still ring through 1-1.
I definitely think that the 9-3 Exodus comeback scoreline was a very, very interesting one. But hopefully this time for the Galaxy Racer fans, it won't be such a polarizing halftime score when we get down to it. Obviously, everybody's hoping for a closer game. But let's talk a little bit about X10, especially for the people who are just tuning in here. You know, X10 is, of course, a team that has been created under Cruz, who is basically the team captain. And this was put together as his ambition to go global. And so far, he's done that going already to Iceland. But they're going to try to get to Berlin now. However, on the other hand, Galaxy Racer, a team that is known all across Southeast Asia, a multinational organization that has been making an impact here. That's kind of what we have right now. Homegrown squad from Thailand, one of the best in Southeast Asia, versus an org that seems to have everything on lock, except the ability to take a victory up against the Thai teams. Your predictions for this last one before we get into it. Asura, you first.
I did say mine. It's 1-1. And I feel like it's going to be coming up for Ascent. I feel like, again, GXR have a good grasp on this map and can't forget that one of their players, not Georgie, not Eamon, but I feel like Carl can bring a lot to the table, especially with his Odin and that Sova.
All right. As for me, Ezra, as much as I'm tempted to say 1-1 in favor of both GXR and X10, I think it's going to be 2-0. You know, again, judging by the stats, judging by the numbers, we're going to go for 2-0 in favor of X10 here.
Yeah, I think I got to agree with you right there. I feel like Breeze was the opportunity for Galaxy Racer to take a dub under their name, but that opportunity seems to have just slipped under, you know, from their grasp here. But what do you think this means here, Asurai, for Galaxy Racer? Because that would have been a really great win to get under their belt and, you know, just able to get them that much closer to getting out of the brackets into the playoff stages.
That's a really good question, because from what I understand, again, with GXR having former members of Archangel, I believe they do have points as a team that has transferred to the GXR roster. And what this means is there's a lot on the line for GXR because they're literally set already for possibility to play into Valorant Champions if they're able to build more points here. And of course, having a game, a series that they can take away from X10 not only gets them closer to that, but it's also a statement that they are a team that has gone through so much change, but also has gone through successful change with what they've done with their roster, with what they've done with their long-standing roster for months now. This has been the team that was announced as GXR, and after 5 to 6 months, they're still the team that was announced as GXR. So I think there's a lot on the line for them, and this first series of 2 that they've done here in Southeast Asia's Challenger Playoffs is a very big indicator of that.
How important is it, Viminal, that X10 maintain the status quo and take a 2-0 in this one? Because the rest of the group looks pretty tight.
Yeah. You know, we touted this to be X10's group, and then the rest of the teams will just be vying for second place. I mean, that's what the consensus was. But I really think that X10 is capable of going that distance here. And it definitely is important to set their momentum straight, to set the record straight, because they are the favorite winners to take this whole shebang, after all.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. However, a lot of signs of weakness, Asurai, in that last game. And it definitely showed that X10, sure, they're number 1, but they can bleed. They almost took a loss up against Galaxy Racer, who seemed to get better and better over time. And if the halftime score were 9-3, weren't 9-3 rather, but something a little bit closer, that could have ended it any other way.
You know, I could also argue the fact that maybe not Galaxy Racer, but rather X10 are okay keeping it close in maps that they're not the most versed at, because of the fact that I feel like they're comfortable enough to know that in their particular group, they're not really threatened to actually get knocked off when they try to go into the playoffs, or they're trying to save other maps that they don't want other people to see because they have other strategies that we haven't really seen. Because again, X10, they are one of the teams that have so much micro-managing ability when they try to take a site and how they use their abilities as they're going into those sites. So I haven't really seen that much on Breeze, maybe here on Ascent, but that's something that I think everybody should be looking forward to.
Well, Viminal, I do want to ask you this. We're getting closer and closer to closing that gap, I think. As evidenced by Galaxy Racer almost taking a victory. And the fact that Patifon not really around. Before today, a lot of us were saying X10 still ahead of this competition to the rest of Southeast Asia by a country mile. Do you think that still remains true after game number 1 here today?
I mean, I was really inclined to believe that, judging from the match statistics that we saw. I mean, prior to starting the day off, you know, it's just X10 still on an unstoppable onslaught, only falling to the hands of Foxy Arai Kordai, and then eventually beating them at the finals of their VCT Stage 3. But judging from that performance alone, I'd say the gap is pretty close. It's closing, and GXR looking like one of the unexpected teams to bridge that gap.
You know, I don't think a lot of us would have pegged GXR to be the one to actually bridge that gap. And that might be one of the reasons why we have, I'd say, a lot of surprising performances here today, a lot of underdogs. And Asarai, we've seen evidence by how close the games were today. You know, Onyx had an amazing run. They took a 1-1 here. CBT took us to 5 overtimes here. What's going on here? Is it all of the teams just starting to bridge that skill gap? Are we experiencing some sort of equilibrium in Southeast Asia?
Hey man, I mean, we got ourselves, again, we talked about it in previous panels, even the pre-show, that it's been months since we've had this particular type of tournament. Back then, it was the Road to Iceland Reykjavik, which was 5-6 months ago, April 2021, I think. And now we're past mid-year, looking at Berlin, Germany. So I think within that gap, a lot of teams have started to form alliances within themselves. They started to figure out what they needed to do. And because they've been active, again, kept playing on VCT time and time again, over and over again, they've been tweaking the mistakes that they've done in the Southeast Asia scene. They brought it to their own region. And that's kind of created this, this dynamic that everybody just brought something better, and that in return also made everybody better. And now going into Southeast Asia once more, it seems like the gap, as you mentioned, has been bridged. So it could be because of that spark done during the Road to Masters Reykjavik that ignited everything. And that's why we're seeing a lot more teams be head-to-head against each other now.
You know, I'm going to chime in and ask you straight up, Viminal. You're a person who is very familiar with not just the front end of the development of the esports scene in terms of Valorant, but also the back end of it. And you're able to sort of get a good glimpse as to how these players operate, you know, working with teams on your own. What do you think it's going to take to, you know, bridge that gap and really find a way to have a much closer scene here in Southeast Asia, that we can bridge the gap, not just amongst the regions in Southeast Asia, but also internationally with, you know, NA and EU and all the other regions?
You know, I think there's a pretty simple answer to that. And I think the infrastructure nowadays, the ecosystem that Valorant has nowadays, allows this sort of evolution here in the Southeast Asian scene. The answer to that is to, 1, take scrims very, very seriously, and 2, focus on regional tournaments. And we have that in abundance right now. I mean, we have so many communities, so many connections who have those international scrims. We have those international tournaments, even stretching down to community level events. So this is all just going to be a melting pot of different styles, different play styles, of different regions here in Southeast Asia, and that in effect is sort of like a domino phenomenon that's just going to elevate the entire scene. And that's what we need to do in order to compete on, the worldwide stage.
There is, I'd say, a little bit of a pocket of world here in Southeast Asia where, for some titles, like for instance, when we talk about League, that, we find quite a lot of success in Southeast Asia. Do you think that this can be recreated here, Asar, especially you, knowing that you have vast experience in these other titles? Do you think that that success in other titles can be recreated in Valorant, and what do you think it's going to take?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the problem with like our previous FPS scenes here in Southeast Asia, whether it's a tactical shooter, hero shooter, or battle royale shooter, is that we didn't really get that support, long-term support from the devs. It's always like on year one, or a couple, or actually not even year one, but like 3-6 months in, and then we just like poof, vanished. And what this kind of left us is, what can we do as players to kind of try to, again, create those grassroots tournaments, then building up to nationwide tournaments, into the into regional tournaments. I think what Riot has done with these Road to Valorant Champions for the year, their roadmap, it has given these teams stuff to look forward to and to kind of structure how they play or how they try to improve as a unit. So that's kind of like a good thing, because everything has a purpose and has a road now. So all we have to do is kind of pave the way for ourselves. And it seems like Southeast Asia teams are taking notice of this. And that's where we're seeing a lot more teams really get into Valorant. And not only that, Valorant's a really good game. That's why we play it nonstop.
Well said. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to be enjoying, not just competing. So we'll take a little bit of a short break. Unfortunately, guys, we do have some technical things to sort out here. But when we get back, we're starting with the second game. X10, can they hold on to their lead, or will we be going into Galaxy Racer, taking a little bit of an upset? Again, I'm Illustrator, this is Asarai, and I'm joined by Viminal as well. We'll be back with in a second with the second game of the series, so don't you go anywhere. Stay there, right there.
Money in the bank. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the
Hello, I'm Eman, duelist of Galaxy Racer. We are representing Philippines. My previous esports is Battle Royale. I'm from Battle Royale competitive scene. My favorite map is Breeze because it mainly focuses on aim battles and duels. I'm excited to play and win against the best teams in Asia. Since we are a new team, we struggled on finding our comfort roles. We overcome this by putting our egos aside and bringing the best of each other. I look up to the most is Sentinel Sick because he always makes his presence known in tournaments.
To our supporters, thank you for supporting us and continue to support us throughout our journey in Sea Challengers.
And also, thank you to Galaxy Racer C and to our bosses and especially our coaches, Coach Trix and Coach Jaya.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys so much.
what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Back that up, ba Back that up, back that up.
Pesan.
Gula-gula apa yang paling gak gula? Gula aren.
Oke, Berlin ya, sini. Kan dia udah lock, udah lock.
Ini masih satu kos. Corporate attention. Why? What happened?
Karena mereka harus absen bermain dan harus digantikan oleh coachnya sendiri, dan sepertinya adjustment itu kita ngelihat
ini dong.
Kalau
biar
di store
bulu
sih
lebih
kayak
gampang.
sih sumpah nggak bohong. Kata orang-orang, iya kan dia tuh lepas tanggung jawab anjing. Gak mau megang kata-katanya sendiri kan bangsa. Anjing kalau di disturni terus dua tim lain masuk ke Berlin terus finish top 5 atau top 6 GG sih. Jadi Action gak masuk ke champion. Kocok ini yang kesel yang ngebet sumpah. Kalau ngebet terus di cancel gitu nih pertandingannya di dis, betnya balik anjing. Kan bangsat. Ada apaan Son? Gak tahu nih lagi ada drama guys. Gue ganti judul biar ngebait orang. Kita lihat guys. Ini sebelum gue ganti judul ya, 1500.
Baitnya gini.
Action di dis tanda tanya.
Nih guys, yang nonton lihat berapa ikan, berapa kucing guys. Countdownnya udah ada lagi nih, udah lanjut lagi nih. Tetap 1-0. Tetap 1-0 ya guys ya.
Welcome back, guys. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of a delay, but we're sorting out those technical issues. But we're ready to get into game number 2 any minute now. And you're joining me again, Illustrato. Going to be your panel host here today, joined by none other than, of course, Viminal and Asarai here with me. How are you boys feeling today? We had a little bit of a break, but now that we got to stretch our legs a little bit, we're looking to get back right into the action.
Well, speak for yourselves. I was just sitting on my chair all day long, baby, enjoying the games here, and I did not stretch my legs at all. I'm pretty sure if I stand up now, I will fall over to the ground.
I mean, as for me, grab a glass of water, maybe go to the washroom and just relax here on my beautiful Secret Lab chair. This is Cyberpunk Edition, by the way. Just a weird flex for you right there. But yeah, we're just again, we just sorted out a little bit of a technical issue, but we're almost ready to get into map number 2 right here. I personally can't wait to get into the rest of this series.
Yeah, so I'm going to delay no longer. We've already made our predictions. We've already made our assessments. We've said everything we needed to say under the sun. So let's get into it. Game number 2 here. Galaxy Racer going up against none other than the top in Southeast Asia, X10 Esports. Gentlemen, floor is yours.
Well, it seems like the X-Tentations were met. They did win that first game already. Now moving into the second one, GXR, as we were talking about Vim with Illustrato a while ago before the long break, was I really do feel that this is actually the better map for them, but I just wanted to reiterate your thoughts about that.
Yeah, again, the numbers don't favor GXR, but in a way, I kind of do agree with you. But Sushi Boys wasting no time at all, drawing first blood onto Georgie. Emin trades him out, though. Again, we see a double duelist composition for the side of GXR versus a single duelist composition for the side of X10. And we know this, that they have two very different playstyles here. Let's see how this checks out. Just a few seconds into the round, really already a man disadvantage for X10, 4-3 as of this moment. Zeus is trying to hold on to Garden right here. Does get tagged. He's down to 41 HP as the rest of GXR make their way onto the A side. Try and go for that execute really, really quickly.
Well, they're going to have to just waterfall onto the side, which is what they quickly do, but GXR make a swift attack on A. And it's left Scary to his own devices. That Nanoswarm not really going to help him out at all, as it delays even further the timer. But now if he can just find the last one, maybe he can try to segregate and then conquer. That's not going to be a no. And GXR get themselves a nice little pistol.
Stellar opening to the second map here. GXR 1-0 right off the bat. Emin getting 3 kills to his name. Now, he had a very slow start from that previous map, but perhaps this is the opposite happening here for this Ascent game. And you mentioned, Azurai, that perhaps this is a better map for GXR. I'm kind of curious as to why specifically.
I think GXR just have a better... Because I think the problem with GXR as a team, even though they're the top team, one of the top teams in the Philippines, I think they're pretty low in the how good they can use their utility department. In any case, though, we are seeing a kind of drone shot of the carnage that is happening on the B side itself, and we're left with Zeus, who is just going to be playing outside of market here. Now, again, just to kind of finish off what I was talking about there, Vim, as I don't think Zeus is going to create much impact. It's 1v5. He's only on a classic, but you never know. But anyways, I feel like the big issue for GXR is compared to other top-tier teams, like Tier S teams in Southeast Asia and in the Philippines, their utility usage could be much better. But on Ascent, I think they're fair game here, especially with, again, Carl and his Sova being quite impactful, whether he's on A or B side.
You know what? You make a very good point there. You know, back here in the Philippines, we often make that joke that Ascent is the Philippine map, basically because just about every pro team here in the Philippines knows the ins and outs, the intricacies of this Ascent map very, very well. GXR is no different. And flawless victory in the post-missile round for them. Very good second round. Let's see how this bonus is going to check out. Emin tries to make his way onto the side. Does get taken out by that shock dart. Run it back. Denied.
Zeus not wanting to get his position exposed, but nonetheless, because of the kind of one-by-one nature of how GXR have been taken out to the side, they still get him found out. But the problem is, because the delay was there, as well as the slow orbs coming in momentarily from Cruz, that all but shut down any chance of GXR to even plant the site or plant the spike on the site. And now they got themselves a point on the board. Bonus round for GXR done, and now we go to a gun round for both sides.
I mean, that was a near perfect round for X10. Again, Fox is just being a thorn to the side of GXR here, as is Sushi Boys taking the high ground there and just denying any kind of aggression from GXR in that bonus round. But now we're gonna have full buys here, 2-1. Third round turnaround secured for the side of X10. Let's see if they can bounce off of that momentum. But Scary, he's gonna be drawing first blood here onto Georgie. That is a huge pick. We all know how scary Georgie can be, and once he's off the board, then you really neuter GXR to a high degree.
Yeah, again, we were kind of wondering what happened to Amon during the Breeze map, but you know what? I think he's more stable here on Ascent anyways, as was all actually any other team. To be more specific, he has picked up on the Phoenix, which we didn't really brush up on during the Asian selection, but it's actually one thing that GXR have been using on their Ascent maps. But because of this, even though this could be a real good Swiss Army knife type of deal for GXR, you know that X10's been watching some of the VODs. Anyways, though, Sushi Boy is also down for the count. That's going to be both of the Jets have been knocked out here. We got Silverjohn escorting the short side. Emma's going to be pushing through, but again, Cruz's utility usage with these slow orbs really does put a damp cloth in how, well, GXR just take these sites, and look at that, they're getting pinched in here. Ching alone, and he's going to be the last man, but not for long, and X10, another clean round on the board.
I mean, GXR in that round just tried to steamroll their way through the slow orbs of Cruz right there. I don't think that was the right way to go, as we saw what happened to Emma. They were just completely shut down over there onto A short. I really think they should sort of rethink their strat on how they execute onto the side. Perhaps collapsing in or bursting like that just doesn't work in that configuration, at least on A side, as long as Cruz is there to utilize those slow orbs to its highest degree.
GXR could just be, again, rummaging through the utilities, but that's never what you really want to kind of transpire or happen when these rounds kind of, you know, flow underway. And they had all the chances to actually just go back, and they've already gotten the kill onto Sushi Boy, so I was wondering why they kind of, again, went and pushed a case for that.
Yeah, it was a very curious decision, I gotta say, Azrai. I mean, once the slow orbs were there, at the very least, they could have baited out another slow orb, but then they straight up pushed through that, and that led to their inevitable demise onto A short right there. And I just gotta commend X10 for rotating really, really fast. They are not afraid to commit the rotation as long as they find signs that GXR is really committing to that execute attempt. And really, it's just a really quick response from the rest of the X10 squadron. That's why they're so solid on defending these sites. Again, really early on in the game, we have another quick technical timeout here as we sort out a little bit more technical difficulties. But GXR, you know, they've gotten 2 points on the board. They were off to a really great start, but as soon as X10 got the buy round, things have turned. Now, seems like GXR is going to be on the low buy, and you know, at the very least in the next buy round, Johan is going to be having that lockdown available.
Very true. They can also try to at least fuel some of the ultimates that are almost there for the GXR roster. Ching and Emma 2 away from a nice little from the shadows, as well as another run it back. Emma got completely shut down with that slow orb. I think X10 has done a good job at kind of rotating Cruz with that, so GXR do have to be aware. Slow orb seems to be a pretty good counter for to run it back. If you play far back enough to the side and you throw a slow orb in, you waste so much time for Eman's utility to be pretty much null and void. He can get information close by, but the far back, definitely not. Anyways, these camera movements, I gotta say, they've been pretty drone-esque.
Pretty scenic, I'd say.
Yeah, there you go. That's a beautiful word for it. Scenic.
Yeah, very cinematic. But again, I just want to drive this point, Azrai. A Phoenix is such a great pick here on a map like Ascent because of the way those ultimate orbs are situated across the map here on B main and of course A main. It's very easy to secure the orbs. And as you know, Phoenix has one of the most powerful, impactful ultimates in the game. That run it back only takes 6 ultimate orbs in order for you to proc that ability. And once you can secure both of those orbs on either A or B, it's just so easy to get that ult up online as much as you can. You can really abuse it, especially if you're going to be on the attack. And, you know, I understand the rationale of GXR coming into that, and it does favor their playstyle. Double duelist, hyper aggression. They're not afraid to try and assert dominance here as we get into round number 5. Georgie, I think he's going to challenge A short here.
Oh, but he got triple challenged by the rest of X10. He was a lone wolf, a solo cowboy. And it seems like he went against tribes of X10 here, moving forward. In any case, this is just basically a save buy for GXR. There's nothing really that can be said about that. Anything else? Eman, by the skin of his teeth, gets away as well as the orb taken. This is good. Had to use his hot hands, but again, it's all about how much they can use and utilize in terms of the equipment or in terms of the charges, and it seems like they at least were able to fuel that run it back. Sushi Boy's down to 5, but you know, he's gonna have again the support of his team. He's gonna be fine in the flawless round for X10 nonetheless.
This is a very rare sight to see Georgie being shut down in the first 5 rounds of the map. You very rarely see him with 0 kills at this point in time. But I just gotta commend the mechanical ability of X10 right here. Check that out. Clean 2K from Sushi Boys. Then, of course, Fox is just securing the round win for X10. Just They're so incredible at winning these very crucial duels.
Nano Swarm gonna get cleared out by Scary. But with that utility, you can see the movement already by X10. They know that it's going to be a lot more mid control. That's why they're trying to control the mains here as they push on out. Sushi Boys just charges in, almost takes away a Johan, who did take some damage, but thankfully he did have the wall to kind of cushion the blow of the bullets. Emon here, again, just charges up and he spots Fox in. You kind of tend to forget that some of these guys have some really good ability to aim. Obviously, as I think the chat did mention, again, all of these players are like Immortal, Radiance above, but what I mean by that is their ability just to kind of react to stimuli. And it gives them something. Cheng also kind of lackluster during that Breeze map, steps up to the plate and checks 10. They're popping up like flies and they're dropping as such as well.
You know, Cheng's back on the Omen here, and we know how comfortable he is on that Omen. He used to be one of the top Omens in the Philippines, as Georgie takes down Sushi Boys to secure the round. You know, perhaps maybe Cheng wasn't really that comfortable as a Cypher, and that really impacts your performance as an agent on the field when you're not really fully comfortable with a certain agent. But that's only a bit of speculation right there. At the very least, GXR bring the score to a tie in that 6th round. The score is now 3-all, with GXR looking to secure the momentum. However, Sushi Boy still going to be on that operator, is looking real comfortable with it. Absolutely terrifying. And what I do like about Sushi Boy's playstyle is he's not afraid to use that dash. If you're conservative about that dash, you better say goodbye to that operator.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Because again, you can just hold a much farther back angle. You don't have to wait for your teammate for anything else. And when you don't have that dash, you can always ask for that assist. Anyways, Emon immediately pulls the trigger on the run it back. Thirsty, hungry to get that charge in onto Sushi Boys, who they know is pretty damn low in terms of the HP, but they still get muddled through the rotation. And again, Viminal, the slow orb is poison to GXR. You just cannot catch a break whenever Cruz throws out the slow orb.
That's why I think going fast is not really the answer here. I mean, I get what GXR is trying to do. Emon tries to pay the way using his runner back, but then Sushi Boys just straight up denies the value of that ultimate ability using that operator. It's just a single shot, and then, you know, run it back is over. And then right after that, they're sort of caught in an awkward spot, and then Cruz just throws the slow orb, and GXR stop dead and retracts. So perhaps a more default positioning, perhaps more map rotations, and avoid getting funneled into that A-short location where Cruz could easily control it. I think that's going to be the answer. The win condition for GXR here, as Cruz and Sushi Boys assume a very aggressive position.
Killed my bot.
It's so difficult to try to do that if GXR always try to full commit to these fights. Thankfully enough, they still do have some money to try to go about things, but it's going to be very difficult. And here's also one thing. I do call Carl Odinson
Carl
a lot.
Odinson.
That's like my that's my nickname for him, but he's not the one that, you know, is the most known Sova user in, I think, our tournament right now. I think that could be called onto the Fox, who I think we've seen him multiple times with X10 on the Haven map.
Oh my god.
Another peak from Sushi Boys. He doesn't need more than just one kill to get an impact. GXR's controlling that mid, immediately shut down, and it actually got a collateral onto Emon. That's why he has to heal himself back up with those hot hands, and any form of control on mid has all but been abandoned. And A-side once again. This could work though, because Cruz no more here, but this could still be something because it's a 4 versus 5. We'll see.
Gary pulls out the gravity well, just trying to delay GXR just by a little bit. Does get a 2K right there onto Emma Johan. But Carl answers back onto Zeus with only 10 seconds left to plant the spike. The 4v2, but not a 4v1 as Cruz takes down Ching. The lone survivor, Carl. Man, he's gonna back away there, Asarai.
Fox is just losing his mind as he's trying to reload the Odin. That is so unfortunate. I was talking about how Slow Orb could be just the kryptonite, the bane of existence for GXR here, but same could be said with a well-placed gravity well. And again,
oh my gosh,
this is kind of the issue with teams that draw the clock You know, we saw GSR on Breeze the last round that they played. They really drawed it to about 20 seconds. That is not enough time for you to rotate to another site and plant the spike down, maybe. But then you have to deal with, you know, the defenders trying to catch you on rotation, transit, everything like that. So I think now Vim, aside from them just trying to figure out how to traverse the utility, which is the obvious thing here, is they need to be faster.
Oh
Boom!
my gosh.
Goes the dynamite. Sushi Boys, he uses the operator like a shotgun, and the blades from Georgie has all but been, what's the word here, removed from his hands. Amon is going to try to go for a peek. I like the crossfire angle, the pre-fire angle nonetheless, but Sushi Boys with his reaction time is just not going to be denied any form of kill retribution. Get boosted up, and if he hits a shot, I'm going to... Does 4K already. And Ching, is he just going to give the ace, or will Scary be a spoil sport? Looks like that's going to be the latter, and a flawless round victory for X10. GXR don't even know what hit him.
I mean, Sushi Boys almost with that ace, that amazing 4K with that operator. It just reminds me the sheer irony of the fact that you remember that time, like way back when, Season 0 of Valorant, wherein nobody would pick Jett, and they were like, Jett is just such a selfish agent, and it's worthless in the meta. Well, tell you what, fast forward into the future, Jett is an agent that directly scales to the raw mechanical skill of the player. And when you have someone like Sushi Boys on that, it's just absolutely terrifying. Hunter's Fury goes out onto the B side over here. Carl trying to get a tag, perhaps trying to make an entry onto the side. Georgie takes down Cruz, and Ching answers back with Foxes as well. It's gonna be a 5v3 with the advantage for GXR.
Spike planted.
The quick use on Ching to get the kill, plus him having the spike, makes it so that this plant will be much faster than anticipated. Sushi Boys finds one. Scary here onto the pinch coming out from spawn, and this post plant is going to be quite difficult. It's a 4 versus 3. There is 2 hiding on B main, and this is going to be perfect because only will probably expect 1 to be in that main corridor. So Sushi Boys is finding so many targets here. Zeus just gravitating to the head. Sushi Boys has flicked out his blades, but he just dashes right in and gets punished by Carl. That could have been something different, but through the grit, GXR find a couple, and all spearheaded not by the ultimate of Ching, but by Carl's Hunter's Fury.
Yep.
That was really big from him. He did not find that first initial tag onto Fox. Ching would not have ever used his From the Shadows to follow up on it.
You know, Azra, as a Silva main myself, there are multiple scenarios wherein you can use the Hunter's Fury. Sometimes you can use it to deny an ultimate from Killjoy. Sometimes you use it for post-plant, but I think one of the most ideal situations is using it to make space for entry onto the site. But Ching will be taking out Sushi Boys as well as Zeus. Tremendous value on that slow peek onto A main. Finally putting an end to the onslaught of Sushi Boys are here, but Scary gets a 2K as well. What is going on, Asarai?
Did you see what he just did? He used the budget version of his smoke that basically had no duration whatsoever, hit on it, and GXR was like, yeah, nobody's gonna be here. Scary just refunded that so he could use it for something else. But no, bigger brain player on Scary. He just uses it as quick cover, and nobody from GXR was even looking at the close proximity of that ability. Cruz is going to isolate the fight here. He's going to leave himself in a 1 versus 1 with Carl, but this could actually work in his favor because Carl is a crack shot, which he does. But Fox overwhelms. We're down to Soba versus Soba. This tag is going to be brutal because there's the Odin. He's got to be careful about this. The Shockler 2 come through, and Fox once again cleans out the round with smart plays and positions on his shock darts, my man.
I mean, this is the part where people, you know, toxic people say Soba diff, but, you know, it happens, all right? It happens.
There's no time as well, so he had to, like, plant the spike either way, so... Yeah. Scary, big brain Astra main. Woo. Those 2 first kills were just chef's kiss.
Here's the thing, Ezra. You don't typically see the dissipate used in that way. It's just a testament to the efficiency of how Scary uses that Astra kit right there. Cruz assuming a more forward position here onto A main. Sushi Boys as well, just so confident on that operator. Goes for the updraft. Repositions here. Perhaps anticipating Carl peeking onto that top mid location. But yeah, Carl's expecting that. So he's, you know, trying to reposition himself to a more safer location. Bit of a standoff happening right now between GXR and X10.
Yeah. And you think that Sushi Boys is in a weird spot because he's on top of Arch. This is very exposed position, but you know, X10's very communicative with each other. Look at how, not Sushi Boy, sorry, but Scary is just holding on short with his own teammate. Fox is activating his own ult on the A site, but I wonder what that was for. Shuts down onto Eman, who was charging right in, but this B site is exposed. Zeus has to try to anchor this offensively, but Georgie has all but pushed onto the B stairs, gets 1 kill already, and now, with a bit of, I guess, bravado and baiting, they find themselves a couple of kills, but Sushi Boys...
Oh my gosh.
Okay, offensive operator plays. Hello, Sushi Boys comes in for the big flank onto B main and leaves the rest of GXR to fend off for themselves. Cruz goes in for the Grim Wall and Sushi Boys claim a third. And this is going to be the first half done for the 8x10. I was already complimenting GXR with their fake plays in here, but X10, you gotta compliment them with their flanks and everything. Sushi Boys on the direct approach with the lurk on B main with an off.
Switching sides.
I mean, here I was getting ready to call a 5-7 score line with GXR scoring 5 on the board, but no, it's 4-8 in favor of X10. What an incredible first half. An incredible end to that first half. Sushi Boys getting a quick 2K, but he's not done here just yet. Oh my gosh, this man is unstoppable, and perhaps in another dimension, in another time or space, Azura, I would probably play Jet just like that. But alas, we live not in the fantasy world, but in a harsh reality where I can't. So we're gonna get into the second half in just a few seconds here, folks. GXR are gonna be on defense right now, and you know, this was a really good half for X10, considering that their lineup arguably is heavily defensive sided.
Yeah. This could turn a swing for them, but to be fair, I think GXR also has a pretty good defender's side composition. Again, being on a Phoenix as Emma is a lot of things to kind of stop the opponents from bleeding into the sites, hot hands, and those XDR flashes, which everybody has been calling. And I've been calling it already. Again, before Phoenix was picked up by Filipino teams, he's really underappreciated, and you get to see why. Anyways, though, X10 have found a perfect counter to it, but you know what? We'll talk about that for another round, because it seems like Carl has to be the one to defend the site, only with the classic. As they waterfall in, they come in from multiple angles, and jumping kangaroo by Cruz denied. Although the quick follow-up for Sushi Boys will be swift, and well, justice will be served the same way. It's all about the retake, and there is not enough players in the world for GXR to go against X10 here.
Like a waterfall, they came crashing down onto B site right here. Ching and Emin left to their own devices against 4 of the X10 squadron. Emin left to 9 HP. And check out that that awareness from that agent holding B main. Sushi Boys secures a round win. Gets a quick tap onto Emin and Ching. 4-9 in favor of X10. That was a very clean pistol round. I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a 4-10 scoreline, Azura, given the firepower discrepancy here.
Yeah. Question now is, will GXR go for a force buy? It looks like that's going to be a straight up no. But moving around the map indicates that they might actually double stack onto the B site, but this is a 50-50, and well, we're the ones who are privy to that information. We're the ones who will know what is going to be happening, and I'm predicting already, Vim. It's going to be a flawless for X10, just because there's nobody on the A site. The setups are being thrown out. I'm liking it. And where's the explosion from X10? There it is. Carl's going to be hearing everything right now as the Soba for GXR, but all they can really do is just try to hold on, but they're coming in one after the other. The meat grinder fueling the ult charges of the X10 roster.
That's a pretty cheeky barrier orb right there onto the door. There's a little bit of space there. Kind of unexpected for this post-plant situation with Sushi Boys just waiting underneath Evan right there. Zeus takes a kill onto Johan. Double boost right here. Shing does get one, using that shorty, 150 credit gun. Lots of value right there. Cruz and Fox has made quick work of Ching and Ammon, however. Georgie, he's gonna try to make the most out of the situation, but Cruz denies anything from happening right there. Just as we predicted, Ezra, it's 4-10 in favor of X10. Not looking really good for GXR as of this moment, but let's see if we get a third round turnaround.
What's going to be the buy for Georgie? Seems like it is just going to be the rifle, a Phantom in hand. Carl goes in straight to the Odin. You know it was going to be coming, but now here comes the quick question. There is multiple bodies outside of B main here. I think they're going to try to feel out if Carl is going to be there with the possible LMG as we mentioned, and then try to go for that mid control where Johan's defense is not really going to be at its strongest. Yes, there is that alarm bot, but imagine it as an alarm bot to stop the rest of X10 from rushing right in. That is a very scary thought, and we'll see if they can convert on that one. But for now, it seems like X10, knowing that their opponents are going to be on the gun round, play at a much slower pace here, trying to be getting a bit of mid control. And again, this is what we were talking about. They're leaving time for themselves to rotate with the information that they're taking as the round progresses.
We're slowing down the pace here for the side of X10, and I like this adjustment coming in from them. You know, they were playing really fast during the first couple of rounds, understandably so, but now that firepower is in the hands of GXR, they definitely don't want to get ahead of themselves, and a cool calculated approach perhaps will reward them with another point on the board here. Slowly but surely making their way onto B side. Scary, just make some noise over there onto A main.
Oh, this is going to leave Carl in such a discrepancy, but he has to try to fend them off as his teammates are very far from each other. And dude, what is this aggressive push through smokes that just keep catching GXR off guard? There's nothing that I think X10 will be afraid to do if you just give them a little bit of chance to move their muscles. A lineup from Eman, but it's just a bit too late on the use, and that's not really going to find too much damage, and it's going to be quite difficult. One into the back of the side, too many to try to flank or try to flick on, and Ching is up in a 3 versus 1. There's already a big time coming in from Scary here. The quick little refry from Cruz as well, and I would say, even if there is X10 members dropping in or dropping down, it's still a clean round for them nonetheless. Carl only good for 1 kill, and Johan getting taken away from the board too quickly as well.
I mean, they started off the round at a very slow pace, but then they sort of burst onto the side really quickly. Kind of caught GXR off guard there. But I want to drive this point home. One key takeaway that I have here watching X10 throughout these past 2 games is confidence is key. And we talked about this a while back when we were playing ladder, right? You have to be really confident when taking those duels, and you have that innate gut feeling that you're going to win those duels. They don't have the information that we're seeing, and it looks like it's so obvious to go through that smoke, but you know, they make the most out of it without having that information. Emma does get a 1-tap onto Sushi Boys at the very least, and this could be an advantage that they need here. Lockdown is going to be activated. 0 players detained. Oh my gosh!
Spike down A.
Okay, some lineups with the Sova. Putting X10 on a bit of a pin board here because they're getting flanked. Look at where Eman and Georgie are on the A main side. I think they were spotted already by Fox, and this contains the rest of the X10 roster, but still, we have to respect the fact that X10 do have the better weapons. Even though the positioning is overwhelming by GXR, this is going to be a tall task for them. Johan getting wallbanged to almost oblivion. And with this 2 versus 4, all they really have to do is wait and come in as a whole. But where did X10 Fox get that kill with the shock guard? That came out of nowhere. Emma is going to be able to pick things up, but that was hella expensive for X10 and both GXR. But by that I mean, if they just got at least 3 players to go into the next round, they would be stacked in terms of that creds. Either way, GXR get the round win. Thrifty. And the difference there, Vim, GXR just willing to challenge more of these angles rather than waiting for X10 to push in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just having that confidence, again, so important against an enemy like this. If they're pushing through smokes like that, if they're assuming very aggressive positions, you want to be able to punish them even in an eco state. Oh my gosh, Foxes, look at that quick 2K. Though nobody was really expecting. Scary almost clutching out the round, but Emin securing the victory. At the very least, GXR can bounce off of that thrifty momentum. 5-11, a very huge lead for X10, but not insurmountable by any means. Full buys abound for both of these teams, except for Zeus, who's on Spectre duty as of this time. And I'd like to point out that Carl here is making use of that Odin over there onto the Speedway. And this is basically Carl's home, right? You want to make sure that Sova plays and holds B main. And he can hold that alone, essentially. If he plays it really well, he's going to be aided by Killjoy Johan. Kind of getting a little bit of information. Nobody's on B main. Callouts will be there. Rotations abound as X10 make their way through market.
This is a really smart play from Cruz, because usually you'd probably think that these some of the walls for a Sage doesn't really have a Sage boosted up on them. And even if you check the first time, if a Sage can boost themselves without using the wall, over the wall once more, using like a box or something, that can really catch some people off guard. Anyway, speaking of off guard, Carl's going to be at the back of this site, and he's hammering hard onto lane, but not knowing that Scary is going to be there onto the corner. Having Cruz is a big help to X10 because they can always trade bodies and then straight up just have a revive up in Adams. Going to be planting it down onto the deep corner, deep pocket of the B side, as they don't really want to get touched by the hot hands from Emon. Leaving it against Ching. The controller left in the 5 versus 1, but it's all going to be for naught. He goes straight into the from the shadows. Sorry, not from the shadows, but rather a shrouded step, but his step not going to be too good as Sushi Boys trips him up, and that's going to put us into the match point already. GXR is stuck at 5.
You know, that was really good map awareness from X10. They knew that both main entrances on B main and A site were heavily fortified by GXR. Then what choice do you have left than to go mid through market? That's exactly what they did, and it worked out flawlessly for them. Also, I'd like to emphasize your point that, you know, this is why we watch VCT. It's trying to stretch the limits of your imagination, the creativity in your playstyle, sort of change the way you think about the game, right? And we often see these pro Sage players be really creative with a lot of Sage tech right there. Georgie and Eamon, though, they're doubling up over here on A short. Georgie with that judge, trying to get some impact for X, but it's looking highly unlikely so far.
There's nobody playing that contact with them, and I think it could be X10 just kind of understanding that there might be something fishy. It is a very weak buy for GXR, and like these movements for X10, I gotta put it out that they know that their opponents are gonna be on such weak weapons that they're trying to alleviate the close quarter as much as possible. Ching's positioning here is gonna be pretty adamant, but the timing on the Sova drone, there's just no way you're gonna get a surprise tactic onto X10 as to how clean they've been approaching these sides. Georgie follows up on his teammate, but gets only the 2, but maybe that's enough. Maybe the positioning is gonna be just fine as Johan and Carl come in. They're both gonna be playing on top of Heavens here. 20 seconds left to remain. He's already but helped Fox come into the site, and that's gonna be the spike planted down. Carl's gonna be charging in here. Gets the beautiful use on that recon dart, leaving Zeus in the 2 versus 1. But his opponent first, Johan, only has the pistol. He has to go in first, create an opportunity, pick up onto that Phantom. And this is the final stand, and GXR hold on a little bit longer.
I mean, that gamble paid off, right, Ezra? I mean, you're not going to be able to win long-range duels with, like, Spectres or maybe a Marshal or a Sheriff, just like that. What choice do you have but to go for that very annoying weapon, the Judge? And it is very, very effective, especially in times like these. You can definitely flip that eco state when you need it the most and when the opponent least expect it. So a really good choice, a really good decision-making for GXR right there. They're going to be hanging on, live to fight another round. It's 6-12. Now, we've seen comebacks happen time and time again before, so I wouldn't write them off just yet. But X10 looking ever so close to securing this map number 2 victory.
Yeah, I mean, we can't write them off, as you mentioned. Problem there is, Vim, the overwhelming problem, 6 rounds in. Well,
They have a lot of
JXR
rounds
can-
to give,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, they do for X10, but problem first and foremost now is X10 still have so much money to utilize, and when they have themselves quite equipped, it's going to be very difficult. Amando charging right out, really challenging these angles, and okay, GXR winning the duels. These keeps them afloat for a moment, but they still have yet to stop the spike from getting planted down. Cruz is trying to isolate a lot more, using the slow orbs, just so that nobody can really peek out that aggressive. Fox into the corner, will be ripping out the recon dart. They gotta be careful for the wall bangs, just escapes in the nick of time, and this is gonna be a 3 versus 4, but still have to respect that there is crossfire angles set into the motion by the rest of X10.
So Jordan just get a kill on Cruz. Scary gets a 2K. Shing and Emin, however, will keep the fire burning for GXR as they take a 7 point on the board here.
They do get that point. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I was
no, I mean, go ahead.
trying to build that tension, man.
It's around 19 DPs, I was going to say. Ching leading the charge here for GXR. So, all things considered, it is a considered effort for the GXR squadron, but a few of them are having a bit of a rough time here.
Yeah, and to point out as well, all of the round wins that GXR has gotten is all retake rounds as well, where I think during those rounds, they were able to at least disrupt the flow of X10. It's not as clean. And now, this is something that we haven't really seen from GXR in the rounds when they started coming here from the defensive side, which is to actively get that map control rather than just, again, wait for X10 to get into the site and basically leave people like Carl on an island. They try to get the upper hand first. 4 more rounds in, and maybe, just maybe, if you're a fan of GXR, if you're from the Philippines, you might see a glimpse of hope here. But X10 have all the cards in their hands still. They need 1 more round, and they still have, I believe, weapons to burn for days. Yep, they do have the money for that. And finally, X10 called a tactical timeout. This isn't only used as something because they're losing. I think this is also used to stop GXR's momentum, because a quick pause like this is all you need to break the mental of your opponent. Whether it's a positive mental or a negative mental, tactical timeouts are perfect for that.
Yeah, it really serves a dual purpose, really, either to gain momentum or break momentum for the opposing team, right? Of course, you can also use that valuable time to discuss what set plays you're going to execute for the next round. And right here, as we get into the next round after this tactical timeout, it seems like Foxes does have that Hunter's Fury online. Resurrection is only 2 orbs away. And, you know, if I were X10, perhaps, you know, you do that classic play to secure the win when you're already on match point and you're sort of reaching a stalemate. You just stack ultimates in 1 round, and then you basically can't lose, you know?
That is true. I have seen some teams that, let's say, get like 10-2, right? Or let's say something around that line, and then they get caught up to like 10-9. And the way that they get a round back for themselves is to save up as many ults as they can use in 1 sitting. If they can't get any kills at all, then they just have to take the L and just keep dying and charge the ultimate the old-fashioned way. Any case, I do have to agree with that. But you know what? I don't think X10 is going to be put to that remark. Still, though, they're charging up their ult economy here, and that could be something.
I mean, arguably, if Cruz can secure his ultimate ability, that Resurrection, once it's online, you can make an entry using that Hunter's Fury and basically secure the win for X10. But let's see what they're actually going to do. Perhaps they're going to go for another burst. Worked out flawlessly for them in that previous occasion. Drone is out. Let's get information onto the switch side of the... Carl does get spotted, and there we go. Hunter's Fury is in.
No charges.
This is the same thing we saw with Bren a while ago, where they basically use like 3 abilities to keep, I think that's CBT Gaming, contained, and X10, pretty big brain plays coming in from them though, although Ching comes in from the back line. We are down now to the 2 versus 3. Ching keeping the dream alive, gets another one into the corner. Emon heals himself back up, has to go full to 100. And this is workable. They can come in around from all corners. They know that one is at the back, one just went in straight for the plant in the middle. And Ching, because he's down to 10, has to try to be sneaky about this, using the smokes, using the wall bangs. This is possible, but Emon cannot drop down. Ching, oh, this is so brutal. There is a robot, a turret. They can just look about him, and that's gonna be all she wrote.
Win.
The turret was the MVP.
I mean,
oh god.
At that point in time, Ching with just 10 HP left. Man, what does he have left to do? But, you know, take the L right then and there. It was a valiant effort from GXR. Definitely proud of what their performance has been here today against the perennial kings of the Southeast Asian stage, X10. And such an impressive showing, but just outclassed by X10 on multiple aspects, arguably, as well.
Yeah, definitely. There again has been, I think, no team that has yet really to fight up against X10. Yeah, you argued a while ago that Foxera Kordai were able to get a game or two away from them. Those were the games where Sushi Boys was still on the Sentinel and Zeus was the one playing the duelist. But now that they've kind of adjusted, they still have a good grasp on how they take these sides. That last round, my heart really goes to Ching, because first and foremost, he already, I believe, used his smoke there. And if not, he did not know that the turret was up and running and waiting for him. And that turret definitely spelled the final straw, because even if he can dodge the bullets from the turret, that would give so much, what's the word here? So much leeway for the clutcherist from X10 just to peek out and get the straight shot in, because he knows that Ching is like one bullet away from dying. In any case, you're seeing the stats here real quick. And 8-13, not the closest, but not the most stompiest of games that we've seen done by X10 as well.
You know, I think it's an achievement in itself. The fact that GXR was able to stand up against X10 rather. They gave them a run for their money, and this was, all things considered, pretty much a close series, especially the first game, right? And a lot of us, I'm sure, weren't expecting this close of a match, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised as well. Honestly, thought it was going to be the 1-1, but you know what? X10, they still delivered hard without Potifine. People got to stop talking about him, and now got to start talking about Sushi Boys. Now we're going to go for a break, and when we come back, it's that last series of the night. We're going to go for a series of 2 match between BAAM and Boom. It's the bada bing, bada bam, bada boom. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Udah balik. Tapi aku tidur. Tolong dong, nggak ada bunyi Shinzo Sasageo dong. Bisa kok ada ini, ada barcode kok di sana. Nah, kita ganti judul lagi. TikTok ada BNR Jaya. Ntar loh, BNR Jaya ya TikTok. Kalau nggak salah sih itu, cari aja. Nggak benar ID. Aku jarang sih ngupload TikTok.
As you can see, 3 points for Brennan Sharper as they take their 2-0s respectively. A couple of points here for Paper X as well. They take 3 full cents and Onic with 1 apiece. X10, they get that victory with a 2-0 at the end of it all. And we're going to end the day with Big BAAM versus BOOM Esports. Let's go ahead and start breaking it down here. I'll start with you, Viminal. I know you wanted to talk a little bit about BOOM, a team that we've been familiar with for quite a while now. One of the strongest in the Indonesian scene. However, they came up and took only the 3rd seed coming from their respective region.
Yeah, you know what? That's a very curious point you brought up there. You know, by now, BOOM Esports really is
Komenannya baru masuk,
Bang. It's just, they've had so much local and regional experience here in the VCT, in their VCT. And what it begs the question: how have they evolved
Komenannya baru
since
masuk
they've had such a
itu,
long tenure
Bapak.
here? How do they keep growing and outclassing the competition, trying to prevent that skill gap from being bridged? Asterisk plays Predator, Eeyore,
Pikir ada aku nggak
and
baca.
Jesse Slasher. Again, household names.
Yeah, they've come and made some changes to their roster after Adern King has taken a little bit of a departure from that roster. But let's take a look at Big BAAM right now. Dax, I know you wanted to chat a little bit about these guys. What you got for us on that?
Yep. Big BAAM, formerly known as Steeler Glory, and you got Crazy Guy, Dorfina, NTK, and Red Neville. And I've been so hyped to talk about this roster for quite a while already, and I thought I'd be talking about them last time when we were here for Sea Challengers #2, but they couldn't make it there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make that cut with Cerberus and Furious taking those slots instead. But looking at their track record in the community scene, almost 100% win rate, victory after victory, and in their road here to SEA, it was just absolute domination from that squad.
A little bit of a issue here with our stats on Crazy Guy. I assure you they're all not 0.0. We'll get that sorted out in a second. But it is worth mentioning here, Blaze Predator. He definitely used to be one of the top contenders for his team along with Adern King. It's always the 2 kings that we used to talk about. However, now it's a completely different story. We'll linger on that a little bit later on, but for now, let's talk about the maps here. Viminal, your thoughts? We got Bind and Ascent.
Coming into Bind here in this first map, of course, a lot rides on the first game of just about every series. Teams can easily bounce off of that momentum, find historically a very polarizing map here in the Southeast Asia region. Boom historically has shown their proficiency in this map, but Big BAAM, you know, they really haven't dropped a single map. They have a 100% win rate coming into this. So again, different context, right? Let's see if they can translate that success right here against BAAM Esports.
Yeah, just agree with those stats there, Viminal. Big BAAM absolutely dominant in that local Vietnamese scene, and they have not dropped the map as you mentioned. But the intriguing part here for BAAM is they are the ones banning out something like Split, and they used to be the kings of Split in the Indonesian scene, but it got decrowned from them by the likes of Onyx and Alter Ego in just this stage number 3. So they've gone on over to Ascent instead. They've had a lot of success on this map so far, and it was one of their map wins against Alter Ego back then. So it does seem like they're trying to find a new home for them, a new identity perhaps for BAAM Esports, and that's what we want to see for them. Evolution, because BAAM Esports time after time has represented Indonesia here in VCT SCA, but they've fallen short a little bit more often than usual, and they're trying to find that extra little bit of oomph to get them further into the distance.
Well, we managed to finally cap off the day after a very long day with this last series here, and this is going to be probably one of the closer ones, and we've seen a lot of close series across the day. I want to get your thoughts, I want to get your predictions for this. Dax, I'll start with you first, and we'll go straight with Vimin on to the next one. How do you think this is going to go down?
Gotta split the difference in this one, guys. 1-1. BAAM sure experience here in VCT, but at the same time, I feel like Big BAAM will give us that first Vietnam region win. This is a team that's been working on their repertoire, working on all of their accomplishments so far in their local scene, and it's high time now to show SCA what Vietnam is all about.
As for me, you know, earlier on in the day, I did mention, judging from the performance of the other Vietnam teams that we saw here today, you really can't underestimate the Vietnam region. And if this Big BAAM is the flagship team for the Vietnam region, then they're definitely going to bring in some serious firepower, even against BAAM Esports. So I'm going to echo your predictions right there, Dex. It's going to be 1-1. Tough call, really.
I gotta go with stick with my guns here. 2-0 for BAAM Esports. I feel like they got all the tools in their arsenal, and the map picks, I really think it's gone their way here. But I'm gonna leave it all in the hands of the casters to take care of us for this last series of the day. We got BAAM versus BAAM. Who's gonna explode bigger, and who's gonna reign supreme in the last series of the day? Casters, I'm leaving it up to you guys.
Good. Another tragedy. Humanity is dumb in the streets.
But a wise caster once said 10 minutes ago, bada bing, bada boom, and it does seem like we are going to be getting an explosion of match between two similarly named teams. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of day number 1. We have been here for so long already, but we still got one more, and it has to be an absolute kicker to try and go for one more of these matches. Big BAAM versus BAAM Esports. This has to be an epic conclusion to such a long day here, Viminal.
I mean, name checks out. BAAM versus BAAM. Who's the bigger explosion? We'll get to see later on. But really, you know, I've said this before on broadcast. We're in this for the long haul, Dex. We've been here the entire day. But, you know, for me, it's just when I wake up, I play Valorant. Go to work, I do more Valorant. After that, I go to play more Valorant before going to bed, and then I dream Valorant, and then the cycle repeats itself. So really, it's a regular day for me. So.
Yeah, you know, Vim, this has to be one of the few times we're able to cast on VCT. I know we cast so much in the community circuit together, partner, but it's good to be here with you as per usual. And I'll give you the 2 Vimla quotes. Vimla doesn't lag, and Vimla eats, sleeps, and repeats Valorant over and over again. But this is no repeat whatsoever, guys. This matchup between BAM and BOOM, it does feel like there's so many similarities between them. Both of these teams have stuck together for the long haul for quite a while. Sure, there's a roster change there for BOOM Esports with Flipshooter hopping on over from that imploded NXL roster, but it's still that same core. But on the other side, Big BAM as SYG, back then just dominating that Vietnamese local circuit, fighting for their lives, keeping it up. And I was honestly surprised by them not making it last time, like I mentioned in the panel, because their track record in the Vietnamese region really transcends even the VCT program itself.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite curious as to why they didn't make it that
makanya
time
ikaw,
around. But really, for me, the question here is, given the fact that other teams have been catching up to BOOM's form in their respective region, now, is this perhaps a BOOM Esports that is not as strong as how we remember them to be versus BAM, who is looking like they're at the top of their game right now? Again, not dropping a single map. That's undeniably something you can't scoff at.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now for BOOM Esports. It's the checklist of unfortunate situations that's happened to them in the Indonesian circuit as we're going to be getting into the game, because they lost that title of being Kings of Split to the likes of Onyx and Alter Ego, as we mentioned. And that matchup against Alter Ego, it's usually BOOM who beats Alter Ego to make it to VCT SEA, but this time it was AE taking that second slot instead. But they made sure in the battle of 2 Kings there for that 3rd challenger slot, they have made it, and we are going to be getting into a first map. Bind is the place to be, and we're going to see the records of Big BAM tested. They've had their success, their domination in the local Vietnam circuit, yes. But will it be able to stand against the SEA region? You said yourself, Feminal, it's supercharged when we get into VCT, and it seems like it's highest of the highest stakes coming into this one.
Most definitely, Dax, as we get into the agent select right here. Now, as you mentioned earlier, it's pretty much a double controller setup when it comes to Bind. So it's not a surprise when we get to see a couple of Vipers here and there, an Astro and Omen to go with it, and then of course the all-important Sova. And interesting to note that both of these teams will be going for that stage as the main Sentinel, of course, Raze. The good thing about this is that when you're selecting Raze in a map like Bind, you can do so many plays using that teleporter. You can do so many creative things with that. And honestly, coming in from this team composition, I'm looking forward to seeing more Sage tech that
welcome stream
we're not
Marvelous
seeing in local tournaments. And again, these guys are always known to push the limits of what's possible in an agent's kit, and barrier orbs are one of those things.
Yeah, I looked at those compositions here, Vim, and all I see are variations, because at the core of it, you mentioned it already, Sages are into play, Races are into play, but the thing to note is both teams are running the Viper and running a second smoke agent as well. Double control is the goal, and BOOM Esports, they're going to be running that Astra compared to BAM, which will have that Omen instead, but Red Devil is already spilling blood here, getting off the good start. Blaze will go down, and here comes BAM trying to go for that B take to start things off.
Pretty standard Viper setup right there. Eeyore does get a pick onto Red Naval. He was down to 20 HP at the very least. Couple of trades happen here. Eeyore gets a 3K.
Put a smile on that one. It's a 4K there for the Viper, and asterisk with that final expletive. BOOM Esports get off to a strong start, and it does seem like an explosion waiting to happen in this series here, Vim. First round already, this kind of action. You can see BAM congregate to try and go to that B site, but suddenly BOOM Esports getting ready in position, and that Viper striking when the iron is hot.
Very strong start for BOOM Esports right there. It was really Eeyore just holding down the line, but Red Naval was able to get an opening pick. I mean, it was really a huge play for him, not even waiting for a possible refrag behind him. Just went in straight for it. Confidence in this man, absolutely staggering. Let's see how they play out this post pistol round here, Dex.
Yeah, confidence indeed is exemplified by the Vietnam region. Watching some of their games in the local circuit, they're just willing to push that envelope. But Blaze, he's taking a page out of that playbook, and he's gotten Dre there very, very quickly. Boom Esports now with the advantage, and Eeyore is his name-o, and that Viper again putting his namesake onto that B side. Seems like experience is really leaking out here from Boom Esports right now, and it's been such a big testament to what they've accomplished so far here, Vim.
I mean, I was actually surprised that Blaze was able to pull that off here in this post-pistol round. Typically, when someone is grabbing that ultimate orb on B long, you want to make sure at least 2 people are marking that angle because you're on pistols, right? But they were kind of caught off guard still. I guess it was totally unexpected for Blaze to push out against, swing against 4 people like that, but still. You want to err on the side of caution when it comes to those pistol rounds.
And you know what's cautious now here for Boom Esports? A very quick Viper spit. With Eeyore getting so many takedowns, it's immediate map control here for Boom Esports as they are going to be on the lesser guns with BAAM now getting the buys that they need. But you mentioned it a lot of times, Bim. When we get into VCT, it's such a different environment. And BAAM Esports, Big BAAM rather, it does feel like that they have to be on notice right here, right now. They need to be ready of what Boom Esports can bring to the table, because from what we've seen so far, BAAM is just walking into the brick wall that is Boom.
Now, so far, Boom not showing any signs of slowing down. As you mentioned, it's just Eeyore getting a Viper's Pit here on the 3rd round. Absolutely ridiculous. Blaze Predator in a very forward position, goes for the jump spot, but realized that's where he made a mistake.
Gymnastics. He's able to back away in time, and he gets 2 yet again. Blaze King is crowning himself another solid achievement here. So far, so good for the side of Boom, and NC Slasher on the board. Blaze with a quad this time, and first it was the Viper, now it's the Sova. Boom Esports, they're building ultimates so quickly with star players shining right now on the takedowns here, Viminal.
I'm seeing some very fundamental flaws here coming in from BAAM. If you notice, they're a bit delayed when it comes to those refrags, especially having that gun advantage in that particular situation. Blaze just had a Spectre. They both had Vandals, yet they were not able to take him down in a very fast manner, right? So they really got to work on their timings. A little bit of the fundamentals looking pretty shaky here for BAAM, but it is just the start of the game. Let's see if they can shake it off.
Yeah, it feels like it's the feel of the jitters right now moving into the region, and as you mentioned, you gotta just dance that night away and shake this one off here for the side of Big BAAM, because they know that they can compete. They have such a strong track record behind them, and all they need to do right now is exemplify that and prove it to the rest of the region. Eeyore now using that judge to get rid of NTK. Red Neville on the flip side though, getting the punish in return. And interesting enough here for BAAM, they do swap out who's playing that duelist depending on what they need. Red Neville, exemplary on that raise. NTK, when they need that jet, he goes on it. And that's some flexibility BAAM might be able to rely on for this upcoming series.
There, just trying to maintain control of the B side here. Blaze Predator also maintaining a forward position as the rest of Big BAAM slowly but surely make their way onto A short. Viper toxic screen goes up. Asterisk tries to slow them down. Delaying tactics using that slow orb.
This is Boom Esports playing the patience game as BAAM already setting things up on a default play. That's the wall that you'd love to see on a map like Lifeline. Just put it by the APC and wall off the opposition. But Boom Esports, they're prepared with the rifles and a single Spectre. They do have the man advantage. And BAAM right now gonna try to rely on that judge in the hands of Red Devil. But Blaze unleashing the shock dart into the lab, sees the race out in front, and he's able to get the gun in time to get rid of Red Neville there. It's 4v2 now, as it seems like BAAM trying to play the blue splat from the showers as well. But NC Slasher, he finds that takedown onto Dorf, leaving everything now to the hands of Pina, who makes the snake bite count here, Vim. Vicious and absolutely toxic. That's the Viper of BAAM, trying to fight on back, but Flips Jitter will flip this one on its head. And Boom Esports, they're playing against the clock. Will they make it in time? NC Slasher cannot! And BAAM able to deny the objective long enough to win out the round.
Snakebite coming in clutch right there, Dex. Totally unexpected, but in the end, they didn't have enough time to defuse. I guess they just sort of went for it unless that was a bit of a misplay. I think they just sort of went for it because they wouldn't have enough time either way. I'm not so sure in that. Perhaps we can confirm that later on. But this is definitely what BAAM needed. A point on the board. It's been 3 rounds. They got to stop the bleeding some way, somehow here. They managed to do it.
And just a proper love there from the Viper at the very last moment. Getting 2 of all things. I gotta ask you, Viminal, have you ever been bitten by a snake? Because
yes, I
that's
have.
painful. You have?
Oh, inshallah.
What's the story as Red Devil gets that takedown? How do you even get rid of the toxin there?
You go to a hospital, and I was in a safari, and it was an unfortunate circumstance, but I'm here today, alive and kicking, as is Red Naval, flying onto the site with that showstopper to be able to get one.
Oh, he's just unleashing it onto the Asher there, getting that takedown, and it seems like Red Devil opening things up for this site. But guys, Viminal himself proving that you can survive against a post-plant Viper, and we'll see right now if Boom can try and do that. But Crazy Guy leading this squad, catches out Flipster there, leaving everything to Asterisk on the opposite end. And Boom Esports now trying to get in position. That's going to be the Sonar getting a bit of the locations, and Crazy Guy, he goes mano-mano there, Viminal. He says, guys, I've got this. Let me go for the 1v1, and shuts down the Sage to lead BAAM into another point here, making it 2-3.
I mean, check that out. Crazy Guy getting 2K, I do believe, in that round. Sometimes when you feel like you're confident with the duels, you can go ahead and not go for that, don't peek post-plant scenario, right? Sometimes you just want to take on the duels head-on and make sure they don't save the guns. So that's what he did. It paid off for them. 2 points on the board for Big BAAM. It looks like they're waking up here finally. And so far, so good for them. Momentum is on their side. Technical timeout will be called here. And after we come back from that quick timeout, we will be going into round number 6 here. Taking a look at the economy, however, seems pretty even across the board so far.
Yeah, but the thing, Vim, for Big BAAM, it's still a completely different stage, right? Once you get into SCA. If you ever have had a performance before, you know that you're gonna get those jitters, and that slow start there from Big BAAM might just have been the case of that. But Boom Esports, their experience, they've been on the stage before multiple times, has been that Indonesian rep for such a long time already, and you could see how much experience plays a factor in these kind of games in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the lack of experience boils down to your mental ability when you actually play the game on such a big stage like this. And you may find yourselves making fundamental mistakes that you otherwise wouldn't make in different scenarios, right? And that's where experience really comes into play. And when it comes to experience, Boom really has the upper hand here against Big BAAM.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Once you're finally into something, it does feel like you just need to get a hold of yourself and get ready for action. And Big BAAM is proving that. I remember the time where I suddenly had to host because you were not there. My hands were shaking, Bim. I was like, Bim, where's Bim? No, I don't know what to do. How am I going to do this?
Maybe I was bitten by the snake,
So that's what happened.
I was at a safari during that time.
So you went to the safari the day before.
But it's a true story, I swear.
VCTPH. Okay,
true
so
story.
it's just the chronological order is a little iffy right now. But really, if these guys are ready to play, then we are going to be ready to see Vietnam prove their worth and prove their initiative in the VCT SEA circuit. But in this technical timeout, we're just going to be waiting things out for a little bit. It's no SEA tournament without one of these. But from what we've seen so far, as we're going to be getting back into the game, there is momentum in favor of Big BAAM for the past 2 rounds they won here.
Yeah, 2 consecutive rounds for them. I'm definitely going to be happy about that. As we get into the next round, little fun fact though, Big BAAM, some of their members are on the top of the APAC leaderboard. I do believe Red Naval is number 2, if I'm not mistaken. Could be someone else from their team. Hunter's Fury goes out from Blaze King. Does not get a single tag. But at the very least, perhaps a little bit of information here as Eeyore goes for a crossfire onto Puka right there.
Yeah, Esports at least walling off that shower, preventing Big BAAM getting in position in that area. But Flipster letting that Boom bot go free. Be free, find your buddies, find your pals, but Flipster there, he finds Dorf there and takes down the Sage. Good pick off here from Boom Esports so far. forcing Big BAAM to funnel onto A site instead. But look at the fortifications here, Vim, from the side of Boom. You got the stage, you got the Astra. There's a lot of tools and control, if ever, from Asterisk as well as NC Sasher, if they can make those stars count. But Asterisk, he will make Red Devil see stars there. On the flip side, though, we get the Viper Spit on the hand of Big BAAM. And this is going to be a big smoke screen for them to put that spike down here. But Crazy Guy, he's able to peek out from the lamps, and Asterisk will go down. Not only that, NC Slasher will fall as well.
Really sick shots from Crazy Guy. You could say it was pretty insane, but
in the membrane
there, pretty insane in the membrane. They're trying to push into the Viper Spit. I mean, they have to at this point. NTK taking down Blaze. EOR answers back with a quick refrag. Does go for that quick fake, but Flipster will be closing out the round. And it's going to be 2-4 in favor of Boom Esports. And I'm going to correct myself right there. It's actually BAAM Crazy Guy, I think, is number 2 in the entire APAC leaderboards. You know how obsessed I am with rank, right, Dex? So, you know, I would know.
The Vimelo Road to Radiant, but I think I even saw him as number 1. I'm not too sure.
Probably,
I remember looking at a leaderboard before. It just goes to show that for Big BAAM, you can rely on that guy. And Crazy Guy trying to do his best with those frags. But really, Boom Esports, did you see that infiltration there from EOR? He played camouflage. He was a chameleon in the Viper Spit. And with him heading out into the toxic screens of all, it was just a perfect opportunity for Boom Esports to strike and get that round.
Plays Predator again. And that jump spot does get another pick on the Red Devil. That is a huge pick. But Dorf will be bringing him back into the fray.
Just that B-long angle not working out for BAAM whatsoever, but Blaze, he's backing on the way out the elbow, and not just once, but twice on the Red Devil, and he's gotten 3 overall in this round. Here now finding a frag as well. Here comes the quad, and he's gonna get the penta. Blaze King will crown himself another one here and now, because this is one more domain and one more round for Boom Esports.
I mean, it's just such a pleasure to watch Blaze King right here. I mean, look at how fast this round went to his favor with that incredible multi-kill streak right there, and getting the last pick onto Dorf to secure the win. Starting off with that jump peak, and then taking down Red Naval, and then falling back right to the site, and then securing the victory for his team. This guy is feeling it right now. 14 kills to his name. It's only the 8th round.
And this has to be a bit traumatic right now for BAAM, because that was twice in a row that Red Devil died in succession. It's just like, okay, I'm staying away from that B-long angle, and this is what the Rays can do instead. Go for control onto the hookah. Decides to go for the blast back jump to force EOR out. But really, Boom Esports, they're trying to win that psychological war here against Big BAAM right now, Vim. And they're putting all of the utility in the way. They're putting their bodies in the way as well of the entry points, and they're basically making Big BAAM funnel into areas that Boom is ready. And look at this, EOR already prepared by the fountain, makes a wish, and Red Neville gonna go down yet again.
He always seems to get picked out really early on in the round. Perhaps he should increase the survivability rate early on in the round so he could make an entry, or at least assist the team in making an entry onto the side, because you can use those tools from Rays to pave the way onto the side. Of course, NC Slasher, though, will be taking down Pina, and Dorf answering back onto Flipster there.
Yeah, Flipster there getting felled there as NTK now pulling that spike down. Big BAAM here looking prepared and ready yet again with their default play. It does seem like here for Big BAAM, they're sticking to the basics, Vim. They're keeping it simple with the walls, and they're trying to prove that they have the mechanics and the fundamentals on par with everyone else. But Boom Esports has been able to innovate and get in the way time after time. And here we go yet again with EOR's Viper Spit. Dorf hanging on the round, sticking right beside that spike, but Crazy Guy killing Dorf instead. It was Crazy Guy trying to go for the live, but since Dorf stayed on the inside, he only had 1 HP. NTK though with 2 so far. Crazy Guy now gonna get a kill onto the opposition, and this is gonna be a bad omen here for the side of Boom Esports, as NTK will just be A-OK, and Big BAAM will clean themselves up to make that A-tick happen one more time.
Yeah, beautiful execution right there from BAAM. Again, you mentioned that, you know, they're not really going out of their way to do some crazy executes. They're keeping it simple. Sometimes you don't want to overthink it, especially in a big stage like this. You want to reserve your mental bandwidth for more of those micro decision-making plays. But keeping those executes pretty standard allows for much easier lineups. And I think Crazy Guy made use of that opportunity, was able to get a pick using that.
Yeah, pick on his own teammate, unfortunately. It's the right idea, okay. It's the right idea to at least prevent the defuse, but sometimes those miscommunications can cost lives. But NTK playing the hero, and that's one thing that Big BAM has in spades on this roster. You look at the likes of NTK, you look at the likes of Crazy Guy. These guys can just suddenly pop off and take command of these matches. And Boom Esports, they're gonna have to make sure that these targets do not heat on up. And there you go, Blaze already cooking Crazy Guy to a crisp with the Hunter's Fury. Here comes Boom Esports pushing in forward, and further they go into the territories of BAM. Flipster now with one more takedown, and the control that Boom Esports has on this map is unparalleled so far in this game.
NTK taking down Eeyore, and looks like the spike is going to be with Red Naval. He's just slowly circling around the map looking for a vulnerability here, but Flipster, man, he's going to be circling around over here onto Market. Does catch him off guard as Blaze. Here's the kill on to NTK right there, securing the victory. 6-3 in favor of Boom.
How many times has Blaze found anyone coming into his crosshairs? 16 times apparently, top fragging onto this game so far. But it does seem like here that Boom is playing a pseudo divide and conquer Viminal. It's like you take that side of the map, you take that side of the map, and anyone who gets in your crosshairs, anyone who shows up in front of you, just shoot to kill. And it's been working. Boom Esports feeling the confidence to peak before BAM. And the thing is, I mentioned a while ago, Big BAM is a team willing to push that envelope, willing to push even further and further than usual. But if they're stopped at the very first step, where do you go from there, Bim?
You know, I really think if you're in this particular situation, BAM should be able to punish those early peaks coming in from Boom Esports. If you allow your opponent to dictate the pace of the game, you're gonna get stuck pretty much the entire map. That's what they need to figure out right here and now. Blaze Predator, he is going for that Aldrone, trying to get a little bit of information. Astra does get tagged out, haven't they?
Ooh, Red the Ball saying hello to Flipster. They're right beside him, and that judge is good enough to get to. Lounge control is essential here for the side of Big BAM. NTK right now with 2 shots of the classic. Astra still getting that halfway. Eeyore yet again on the inside, but Kina, we've seen this before, and he does it again. A 2K there with the snake bite, and now it's 1v1. Seems like Boom Esports, they run out of time, and they run out of members. Big BAM with the steal, and bada bing, bada boom. Big BAM boom indeed. Big BAM is still here to play and still here to fight.
I mean, a thrifty round at that. There's so much value you can get off the judge there, Dex, and Red Naval, you know, had the right ideas. Take a look at this replay. Check that out. Denying the showstopper from Flipster, and he's gonna be pretty happy about that. Getting a kill onto Blaze as well. The ultimate thorn to the side of Big BAM thus far. A very close match, all things considered. I mean, it was looking pretty messy at the beginning for Big BAM, but they're clawing their way back.
So Vim, I got a math equation for you real quick. You have to solve it
really bad at
very
math.
quickly. No, this is very important. So my question is, Lamps plus Judge equals?
Win.
Win. There you go. That's my boy. You know exactly what we're going for there. And Big BAM, if they can get that kind of map control, if they can close the gap versus Boom Esports, then we're going to see their bread and butter. We're going to see what they're best at. And Blaze right now going to get spotted and taken down. Revenge finally from Red Devil, using the boom bot to get the insult just behind the toxic terrain. And this time, Big BAM, you can see that the reservations are still true here. They understand they finally gotten rid of the biggest thorn on their side of B sites. But there's still more to come. Boom Esports awaiting their presence.
As they make their way on to the side, Viper Eeyore, he's holding that underhook angle. It's very, very risky, but it can work. Blizzard anti-slash again, a piece. Eeyore gets a 2K. Crazy Guy, you know, he's left to his own devices. A 1v2 here. Does know where NC Slasher is. I'll get it back.
And NC Slasher just able to claw his way out of that cubby. But this was just a crossfire conundrum there from Boom Esports. They set up a puzzle for Big BAAM to solve. Unfortunately, they couldn't just get the brain cells working and make that one happen. Big BAAM, they tried to play the entry. They went at it with guns abound and ultimates abound as well. But it seems like, boom, they're just so prepared. And is this really the mark of this experienced and veteran team?
No, I really think it is. It could be a difference of having a lot of experience coming into this. They seem to get a read on BAAM much quicker. The response is a lot more appropriate to what's going on in the battlefield, while BAAM seems to be struggling to find their footing at times, you know? It takes a while for them to attempt to execute, and just a lot of the times they're circling around the map here. But as I say that, Crazy Guy and NTK get a piece. Red Deval gets another 2K with that judge. Man, somebody give this guy a medal.
He knows how to run at guys and just kill them there so quickly. Has to be the background he's had in his competitive experience so far. Flipsider, this guy is experienced. This guy knows how to beat the best, how to be the best from the Indonesian circuit and more. And he's the only one left trying to hold versus Big BAAM. But Red Devil now putting that spike down. Flipsider trying to play it out from the defensive spawn. And can he get out of the doorway? That's the question. Red Devil though on the left-hand side. Crazy Guy gonna be ready to go for his own kind of crossfire. And the shoe is on the other foot here, Vim. Can Flipsider get out and get the takedowns? There's the first one versus Crazy Guy. And the Bulldog is fighting back. And there you go. Burst Fire is the answer. Boom! Esports will take command of this half with a 4-8. But just the clutch in Flipsider, it's been something you can rely on time after time. And he does it again here for Boom Esports.
You know, as hard as his name is to pronounce, you know, he's definitely left a mark in our minds, and at least in this game, it's always a name to remember. Flipsider. We're gonna have to get used to saying that time and time again, because he's been such an impactful agent right here on the field. Incredible clutch there. He had a couple satchels, had a paint shell at hand, but that wasn't necessary at all. All he had to do was trust his aim, trust that Bulldog, and was able to secure the victory. It was a 1v2, beautifully executed by Flipsider.
Yeah, and a great example of how the guns have been balanced a little bit more to give them that firepower, to give them that economic status that befits them, and you can just make any of these guns really work in those tough situations. The Bulldog fighting against the Big Rifle Brothers and winning it out, but now it's a clean slate here for Big BAAM. They are down by 4, but it's still very doable as we move on over to their defensive. They do seem like they're going to be sticking on around with 3 on A sites. Boom Esports, they can control this battlefield, as we mentioned a while ago with that Astra. And can the stars align for this assault? Well, Boom is playing for picks right now, waiting for someone to come.
Yeah, it's just very slow playstyles coming in from both sides here. Blitzers are trying to clear out Hookah, it seems, however, as they slowly make their way for a B split execute. Blaze Predator just trying to secure B long, clearing corners.
A little bit of the push coming into a shove very soon, but Flipsider, he doesn't really have any utility for the fast entries, so he's gonna have to rely on his teammates to set something up. And that's what the Astra Stars are all about. Nebula in the way of Crazy Guy already, and he's gonna go for the shock dart just in case. Being proactive there, but Red Neville, he finds NC Slasher instead, and BAAM gets first blood, but Blaze on the flip side, catching out Red Neville yet again. And multiple times right now, the Sova has found the raise, and that has been a big thorn of the side of Big BAAM. Spike's now planted. Boom Esports not only setting up on site here, Bim, but they wall off the elbow. Very fortified right now in this pistol round.
Yeah, very standard wall right there. Even a Viper one way to prove E or being a Crazy Guy. Setting up a crossfire. Flipsider gets a couple, gets a third. How? That is the question. This is a great crossfire setup right there in that post-plant situation.
Grit though from Flipsider. He says, I'm gonna whip out the paint shells in front of you, survive with 1 HP, and we're still gonna win that round. Multiple times, when you do that in the ladder, you're just dead, and you'll be like, okay, I should stop fiddling around with my utility on these kind of things. But Boom Esports, they set up these castles on Bind right now. They set up these fortifications, and it just works. How they're able to set up on the site has been paramount to their success. How they've been able to hold the site while they go on the defense has been tantamount to what they've done so far. And it does feel like here for Boom Esports, they've had a chip on their shoulder after everything has been said and done on their local circuit. Their usual setups, the usual things they could rely on, it wasn't working anymore. But now they're retooled, they're revamped, and it does feel like they're ready yet again to face off against SEA.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty hot, all things considered, in this matchup. We did see a couple errors here and there when they're going for those flanks. They didn't really have a very successful flank against that judge from Red Naval in the first half. So perhaps, you know, they can improve on some certain things, but the scoreline doesn't lie. It's 4-9, Boom playing incredibly well so far, and they just got the first pistol round in the second half. And this scoreline could very well be a 4-10 in favor of Boom.
So are you telling me, Viminal, that all Boom Esports right now needs to do is stay away from shotguns? That's absolutely apt. But right now, the apt take is here yet again from Boom Esports. They're setting things up onto that A site, this time by the triple box. Looks like they're willing to even ascend himself up that wall to try and contest the heavens there. But Crazy Guy, rely on this guy because he can get those takedowns. Asters in the meantime, finding out Pina. But Red Naval, he's found a frag somewhere else. Blaze is there to try and protect. 2v1 right now. Eeyore coming in from the lamps, and this is just gonna be the perfect backstab to accomplish. But no, the head-to-head between Blaze and Red Devil still tips in the scales and in the favor of Boom Esports. Blaze now with 20 takedowns. Red Devil, he has 13 on the other side. But look at those deaths there, Vim. 14, and most of those, they have to have come from that Sova.
It's just Blaze really on fire right now. And he can't be stopped, really. He's been the ultimate thorn on the side of Big BAM thus far. Of course, Flipsitter with those amazing clutch plays. But really, Blaze has been the most impactful player thus far here. And they're slowly making their way onto a D-split execute, trying to take control of Hookah.
I'm not saying too many chefs in the kitchen. Maybe on the roster of Dumawalo, too many kings in this roster. Blaze right now showing why he should be back. On the flip side, it's BAM right now making the kill box. And Big BAM with an explosive round to turn things around. That's exactly what they needed to get back on the momentum, give them the confidence, because usually the shoe is on the other foot, but Big BAM decided this time so decisive with what they've done so far.
And again, that satchel in play just did not work well for Flipster there. Said it was Pina just holding down the side, and then of course NTK with that cheeky angle from Octagon as well, securing the multi-kill right there.
Big BAM's proving it to us. They're showing us in some of these rounds that it's there. The greatness that they've accomplished so far in the Vietnam circuit, as well as the records that they've done in their local scene. They're there for good reason, but at the same time, it's few and far between compared to Boom Esports. There's just that level of consistency right now from now attacking side that has given them this lead. But if Big BAM can finally get back into the form that they're trying to show us here and now, then we might have an even better contest. But Boom Esports now, they don't want to let up. They know that the goal is getting closer and closer. They're 3 away from a map victory. And you want to make sure that Big BAM cannot get back into the momentum that they are searching for here into the SEA group stage. But Flipster, they're now making it rain. Dorf now gonna get dwarfed there and will get taken down. Crazy Guy yet again fighting on back. Asterisk right now trying to play the Ascension to heaven with that wall. But he can't secure that kill onto the Sova. In this case though, Boom Esports buying space from themselves, and Big BAM will respect that. But check out the map here, Vim. There's a flag, and if Red Neville can get in position at the right time, he's gonna be the pinch that Big BAM is looking for.
Blaze Predator, he is mindful of that flank, but Pina and NTK each get a piece. Eeyore, 11 HP, no chance in hell that he's gonna make it out alive on that one. It's just, Boom Esports had the perfect timing. They waited for the Viper utilities to run out. And then they tried to make an entry with Flipster on that showstopper. Did get one. A really good stage tech coming in from Asterisk. But in the end, it just was not enough. They were able to go for that retake, and it was very, very clean.
Yeah, and we're getting some teamwork makes the dream work vibes here from the side of Big BAM, since how they're playing these retakes, or effectively just the site holds in general, is them coming in as a unit, a torrid wave of Big BAM smacking at Boom Esports right now. And it's been such a strong force to behold, seeing them get the takedowns in succession. That's what Big BAM needs right now to deal with Boom Esports. Make sure that they're the ones getting the confidence instilled in themselves. Make sure they're the ones right now finding the takedowns as an absolute unit. Boom Esports, it's been a while since we've seen them in this scenario. They're forced to play the eco, relying on the sheriffs. But someone's playing extra sneaky yet again. Eeyore, give him a bandana, give him an alarm, because he's trying to play sneaky peeky against everyone else. Look at him at the heart of a site, but now Crazy Guy alerted for everything that's going on from that tower. And this is gonna be bad on notice, but Eeyore says, surprise, Darf! And jump scares the Sage there. Pina now will slay that demon under your bed. But that was just a heart-stopping moment there for poor old Darf.
I mean, that gave me a jump scare. Just jumping out through the toxic screen, quick one tap. You don't see that very often. You don't see that every day. But yeah, emergent narrative is the name of the game here at VCT.
30
My heart
seconds
skipped.
left.
And you know, in Valorant, right, there's that warning at the very start for lights and all the stuff. Maybe they should add one. Jump scares depending on the opposition. But Red Devil now opposing the competition. And he'll get a takedown, but Blaze finding the kill onto NDK. But Red Devil will just bring in the Navy and bring in the army as well, because he's a one-man wrecking band from the elbow to get that win for Big BAM. And we're getting closer and closer right now, Vim. Big BAM, are they getting more and more ready for SCA? Seems like that's the case.
Absolutely agree with you there, Dex. I mean, Red Devil, beautiful spray transfer right there with a Phantom. You can only do that with the Phantom. Shout out to Phantom supremacists out there in chat. But, you know, I typically do prefer the Phantom in a map like Bond, especially holding down B side, because you tend to fight a lot of CQC angles. But yeah, sometimes it's a Vandal day, sometimes it's a Phantom day. Unfortunately for Red Naval, it's looking like he chose the right gun for today's festivities here.
Isn't a Vandal day whenever you see the -140 when you're playing the Phantom?
Yeah,
but right
like,
now,
Vandal diff!
Vandal diff, just go for the headshots, right? But you can see there that North didn't even need to see to get that takedown. But Boom Esports using their eyes, using those sight lines to get in position and punish the shower hole there from BAM. Red Devil, though, blowing up Asterisk as Flipshot there will catch out Pina in response, making it 3v2. BAM, though, they're gambling on that operator in the hands of NTK. But since the spike is down, plus the Viper Spit is online, it's just so difficult right now to play the retake with that sniper in hand.
Yeah, he's gonna let go of that gun, or at least just get the hell out of there and save it. No way in hell NTK will be able to pull off a 1v3 with that Viper Spit online as well. He's gonna go for the right decision here and exit through the defensive end and save, fight on another round using that operator.
I mean, yeah, the reality is there, but what if he does? What if he goes into the Viper Spit, gets
and
3
pulls
people?
up the most amazing clutch we've ever seen.
Well, that's going on everything, right? It's gonna be saved everywhere. It's gonna be used for the Road to Berlin promotional videos and all the like, but that's a different reality. And conveniently enough here for Boom, they're gonna be up by 4. So Boom Esports getting back on the board, getting back on track with them trying to get this MAC victory. But now you can see that what Big BAM is all about. They're ready to compete, and they're ready when they're in position with their setups as a unit, when they just play that phalanx, when they're just set up like the armies of old, right? That's when they look nigh unstoppable, running in, gunning in, and taking down names whoever they can see and catch in the first place.
Right now, though, 7-11 in favor of Boom. NC Slasher and the rest of the Boom Esports squadron seems to be assuming a default blocking. A Blaze. A bit of an anime fight right there between Crazy Guy and Blaze.
Battle of the Lightning Gods, but in the end, it's gonna be Boom trying to fight back even more so. Hina now catching out NC Slasher. BAAM in the meantime defending as well as they can. And Crazy Guy just winning that out versus Blaze at the very end. The resurrections though will be on notice and will be a big factor of this round. But after everything is said and done, the match checks out. It's 5v3 here in favor of Big BAAM. They're trying to sniff out wherever Blaze may be.
There.
Let's jitter. I have a little scuffle. Yeah.
Did you see that?
I'm pretty sure he saw that barrel.
There's a pointy thing peeking from the wall. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe I'll investigate, says Detective Flipshitter. He's so close. He's so close. And how did NTK get rid of Flipshitter?
Oh no.
Danger close. Victory still. Big BAAM doing incredible things in different sides of the map, winning at the duels. And apparently, all you gotta do to get a kill with the operator BIM is stick that barrel on the chest of anyone else.
I mean, if you're close enough, I'm pretty sure you can use it as like a bayonet or something like that. But BAAM, 8-11, Boom calls for a tactical timeout. They know that Big BAAM is catching up. They're still in this. It's only 3 rounds differential. They could actually win this first map if they play their cards right here. And NCK still with that operator. Absolutely devastating. And I just got to point out that previously in the previous metas, the previous VCT stages, we tend to think that, oh, they don't have a jet, they're not going to op. Or, oh, they have a jet, the jet's going to be the op. Right? That's not necessarily true anymore. A lot of pro teams have proven that pretty much any agent can be the main operator for the squad. And in this case, it's NTK.
Yeah, and he's actually the jet player of Big BAAM when they do
when they call for it.
When they call for it, you know, we need the wind under our sails. It's like, okay, my turn to play the duelist. But on the Omen, you do have a few escape mechanisms with the Shrouded Steps, if ever. But remember that jungle safari you went on when you got bit by a snake BIM? Did it ever say don't touch the animals or don't feed the animals?
You know me. I tend to break the rules. That's pretty much my middle name. You know,
Yeah, well-
danger is my middle name.
Well, I gotta add a new rule there. Flipshitter, don't stick yourself beside the operator. You saw it already. It was just there. But no, NTK, I don't even know how he hit that shot, but now I know how he does it. Blaze, he's been the bane of B-Long for far too long. And finally, you can say for Big BAAM, they can celebrate and say it themselves. Declare that the evil has been defeated. The Sova goes down. And this is going to be a big advantage right now for Big BAAM because they're denying intel from Boom Esports when they need it the most.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a huge pick.
Oh, the lineup! Oh my!
A.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Easy Guy, insane with the shots. And when BAAM is decisive, they truly are the ones deciding the fate of everyone on the server. It's now going to be a 2-round gap between BAAM and Boom. Names are similar. We're getting closer and closer to a scoreline that mirrors one another. But look at that shot from the Omen, and look at this lineup from Boom. They just asked for it, planning to play a Congo line beside the toxic screen. And BAAM, they're just able to use those kind of antics, use the utilities of the Vipers for good reason. Whether it's theirs, whether it's not, they know the angles that they want to hold.
And for the fans of BAAM, they're going to be pretty happy about that. #1 Radiant APAC, by the way. Or Crazy Guy. Gotta respect the grind. Admire the man's passion for the game. As Boom Esports, they're going to be droning out B-Long here. Trying to clear out Octagon. And slowly but surely, making their way onto a full B execute. Although I don't know, they could actually TP out of there.
Yeah, they have the option, but you can feel that the pressure is now being applied onto Boom Esports. The things that they were trying to attain, they're just not working anymore. And in this instance, they're looking to get that intel with that jump peek real quick from Blaze. On the flip side, BAAM is trying to deny them that intel, so Boom will take notice and back on away. So respect begets respect. They go on over to A site, but Oh, is this the long journey? Is this the
it's a double fake.
teleportation? Double fake, just teleport again and again and again. But this time though, Flipster, they're able to back on the way from the Octagon with the blast back. AR in the meantime contesting against Tower there.
30
But
seconds
the
left.
Omen, of course, of NTK still surviving and still ready for another shot. But Crazy Guy, he's not done. He's feeling it, and when he does, he's just a force by himself. He's a hurricane that Boom Esports needs to deal with. But Flipster there right now dealing with the operator. Making 4v4 here, Vim.
You know what? I saw that set play from a certain man who boasts. But let's not talk about that. Dorf here, trying to take control, trying to take control of U-Haul. Asterisk does get a kill on Zakina, and Dorf, Crazy Guy, each get a pick of their own on Blaze and Predator, Astra, and things are happening way too fast.
Yeah, Flipster there, he tried to go for that showstopper, but NC Slasher, he comes in clutch at the very end. And if Big BAM have clutch agents and clutch players in trying times, Boom has the answer. NC Slasher, he finds the prime targets, he takes him down, is able to get the bounties, and right now, the bounty is ready to be harvested indeed. Boom Esports 1 away from taking bind and smudging the records of Big BAM here.
It's looking pretty sketchy for Boom Esports because Big BAM had 3 consecutive rounds, lost one, and then had another couple consecutive rounds on the defense. But Boom, finally on match point here.
Long time coming for Big BAM. They were still trying to get their bearings in this matchup, but Boom, they were ready from the get-go, and they have been rewarded for it by a scoreline of their ascension. Still though, it's gonna be BAM right now losing their Sage very early on. Slow Orb so important in a map like this to stifle Boom Esports and their movement. But on the flip side, look at the patience there from Asterisk. Sudden lurk out of nowhere. Boom Esports and their discipline. And from what you're seeing so far, it's just the Boom Esports playbook. Sure, Red Neville does get a kill on Flipster there, but he only has 70 HP. Make that 31 critical as it comes. Blaze though with a recon dart. But for Boom, they understand the situation here, Viminal. They know they can go on B site. They're already rotating, and they have such a big advantage in this round.
Not actually rotating A just yet. They do have a toxic screen set up onto A. That sort of denies them the information here. NC Slasher does get Red Naval though. All to them. NTK.
NTK, the only one left for the operator, but Boom Esports, they've been absolutely surgical. They've shown how experienced they've become in the SEA circuit so many times, representing Indonesia for good reason and saying to the newcomers truly of the VCT scene, hello and good night. Can they kiss this one to the grave? Yes, they can. Eeyore will be able to bring in a shovel and bury BAM there as Boom will prove to be superior. The sands of time will tip in the favors of Boom there, and Bind will be taken by the third seed rather, of the Indonesia scene.
Boom Esports looking pretty strong coming on from that performance, but you can't deny that Big BAM had their moments of glory as well. It's just were a bit few and far between, not as consistent as some stellar performances, standout performances we saw from Blaze and Flipster, for example.
Just slow starts being punished there by Boom Esports. They're off to the get-go, off to the races from the very starts. And players like Blaze showing how much of a veteran squad they truly are. I mentioned them as a first seed just because of what they've accomplished so far, but really, they're trying to get back to that criteria. They know they can be the best that the Indonesian region can offer. And they're coming into the group stage with that third seed bearing. But if they can keep this up, be at the very top, well, it does seem like they're going to be the favorites yet again from their respective region. But 9-13, the final scoreline, and both of the races there taking the MVPs with 22 kills for Red Devil and 24 for Flipster. But really, the battle between Crazy Guy and Blaze continues on. We saw them in the head-to-head a while ago for good reason. Absolutely clutch, absolutely stellar with the lineups as well as the Hunter's Fury, and really masteries of the archers there from both teams.
As you can see, coming into this, more frag wins favor of Boom Esports, of course, in 9-13 scoreline. headshot percentage heavily in favor of them as well. And it was a clear win for BAAM Esports coming off of that one. But there were moments wherein Big BAAM were sort of mounting a comeback. But alas, BAAM Esports taking the dub on map number 1.
Yeah, and Big BAAM, they were trying to find the shapes that can let them grow and glow. But BAAM, they were already prepared with the plaster, and their foundations were so stellar. But guys and gals, that was map number 1 between BAAM and BAAM. We still got one more to go to end the day. I'm Dax here with Viminal, and we'll be right back in just a bit for more of the group stage for Challenger C.
Kosong. Kenapa tiduran lagi tadi?
Hello everybody, I'm Crazy Guy, captain of Team Big BAAM. We are representing Vietnam. I have competed in CSGO for 7 years, I think, and just made the switch to Valorant from last year. Currently, I'm the in-game leader for the team.
Eh?
From the map pool in Valorant, I think my favorite map is Asal. For my team, the hardest thing was we need to keep our performance. We lost a shot. After 2 qualifiers for the C finals, I think it's PTC from Full Sense. I have known him for a long time. He is a good friend and a hard opponent. The C finals is a new start for us. We just rebrand with a new name, so we will try our best. And I want to thank all the fans who have supported us from the beginning. We won't let you down.
You heard it from the guys at Big BAAM themselves. It's been a run for them thus far, but unfortunately they take a loss to BOOM in a very, very explosive way here. You're joining us yet again on this panel. My name is Illustrato as we go into the final one of the day. The last, very last stretch. Thank you all for staying with us all throughout this broadcast day. Joining me on this panel, Dax and Viminal. So let's begin and start breaking down what we saw in that last one. A lot of explosive performances all throughout. We saw an ace, we saw multi-kills all across the board, but in the end it was BOOM to emerge victorious. Dax, let's start with you. What do you got for us?
Yeah, it just feels like BOOM able to bring in the experience, bring in the chip on their shoulder, and use that to employ and implore themselves to do better and better as we got into the map. They were off to the races with a really good starts, finding formations and finding their footing, especially on angles on B sites. That was keys to their victory early on into the game.
Well, winning their own first map, very much crucial here for BOOM, but now we're going to go to the other side. BAAM have selected Ascent here, and Viminal, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think BAAM has a better chance of taking down BOOM on Ascent?
Yeah, I think they actually do. You know, as I mentioned earlier, Bind can be very polarizing for some teams because of that dynamic of having the teleporter. And of course, you not being able to rely on just very conventional set plays. But it's different in Ascent. You know, the typical mid control, the typical B main push, or the A split works really, really well, and there's no really reason for you to deviate any other than that. So Ascent is pretty much an easier map to wrap your head around, and I feel like BAAM can really utilize that to their advantage. They do have the firepower. We know they're capable of doing great things, but really, as they said it themselves during the interview, they have to be able to hit their shots and not compete against themselves.
Now, BOOM's journey here was pretty spectacular. Already, they lost their player Adern King, who they ended up eliminating in their own playoffs. You know, in the form, in their grand finals themselves here, showing that even though they have a newer player, they are still functioning as a very well-oiled machine. And Dax, let's talk a little bit about this one here. You know, you got a new player in BOOM, but it seems that they are functioning very, very well, and maybe even better than they were before.
I mean, it's a player that they're so familiar with already. We mentioned a while ago, Flipshooter of the NXL roster from back then, hopping on and filling in that duelist role. And what he brings to the table is exactly what BOOM needs in the first place. They were losing out against NXL back then because of the efforts, the heroics of Flipshooter so far. And now that he's on the arsenal of BOOM Esports, they can employ that to the best degree. And especially we're going into Ascent, which BOOM is trying to make a new home for themselves. They've been booted out of Split by the rest of the Indonesian teams, and coming into their map pick, this does feel like that they're trying to make it a 2-0 win.
Yeah, and of course, going into this next map here, we're talking about Ascent. We touched on it a little bit earlier here, Viminal. It's one of the maps that I feel like both of these teams, looking at the stats, they're both very much comfortable playing on Ascent. What's the key here for BAAM to taking a victory up against BOOM? Yeah. Because, you know, earlier in the previous game, they were matched in terms of firepower, tit for tat. But when it came to the post plants, when it came to the retakes, BOOM just had a little bit of an edge and a better read against BAAM here. Is it going to be more of the same? And what can BAAM do to circumvent this?
Honestly, I think it was really sort of spelled out during the first couple of rounds in that previous game. The same is going to be said for this upcoming map, Illustrato. I think they got to work on their fundamentals, their crossfires, their post-plant scenarios, and their discipline. That is going to be their win condition against BAAM Esports here as we get into the Aim Select.
Well, I'm going to let you guys have it right now. We're diving into the game, the very last one for the day. So again, for the last time for now, I'm Illustrato. I'm going to leave it all in the hands of Dapt and Viminal. Boys, take us home.
Here we go, guys. Final map of day number 1. And bar none, it's been a wild ride here for the VCT SC Challengers Group stage. We still got more to go, but we're already getting off to the races and getting started with NTK catching out the KO on the other side of Asterisk. And this is what we're talking about. When BAAM needs that jet, it's NTK ready to go for the answer. But it does seem like we're looking to the future. Let's check out what's happening here. Dorp now with the takedown off the NT Slasher. And it's just going to be the cleanup crew on B side. BAAM Esports walking into their demise. And that pit going to be filled with their bodies so far.
I mean, already they're looking way more comfortable just looking at that first pistol round. Flawless victory for BAAM. And again, the biggest variable here is that NTK is on that jet. And a stunning start to the game so far.
Exactly what they need to get things started for the second map. Gotta say though, for BAAM, if that was just the jitters as well as that's to basically say about that slow start a while ago, right? And now they're ready. They're good to go. And they're here to compete, winning out that pistol round. On the defensive side, they're going to be having that rifle boom in the meantime. Going to be getting that push, get stacked onto A side. NTK though backing on away here for BAAM. Ready to spray it down. Red Neville with the lob onto NT Slasher. And here comes more targets here for the jet of BAAM. NTK now with 2 so far. And he's just going for the TKO onto many of them. Pina going to be on the board as well. And Red Neville will help them out. Big BAAM with the big boom versus boom. And we're getting the explosiveness here from the Vietnamese region, from the squad.
Explosiveness is a right word for this. Basically a speed run after those 2 rounds right there. I mean, NTK is making the most out of this very aggressive commitment to that rifle buy on the post pistol round. Another flawless victory for Big BAAM. Can they keep this up coming into the 3rd round here? Or, as you say, is it going to be a 3rd round turnaround for BAAM Esports?
BAAM, they invested on the rifle early, so they're gonna have it there. But as I say that, Flipster will delete that note from this game. And suddenly it's just backspace, backspace, backspace as BAAM Esports is back on the beats and going for the takedown. It's like writing a Word document, realize it's not gonna work out for the sentence, and you just go again later on. But BAAM, from the get-go of this round, they were spilling blood, finding the targets that they need. BAAM, they have to be very careful right now. It's 5v2. And BAAM showing their patience yet again, looking to congregate as a unit before heading out to a site. And oh no, the gun tossed in front, Flipster seeing that right in front of him. He says he took the bait. He took the bait. Finally, time to get that free kill. And it's Dorf all alone, gonna be saving this rifle. BAAM Esports able to walk into A site pretty cleanly there, Ben.
I mean, that was a bonus round pretty much for the side of BAAM Esports. Dorf, yeah, he's gonna definitely want to save this one, but it seems like he's actually going for exit frags.
Oh, he wants to fight. I got Big BAAM right now. They want to, at the very least, find the target. But Flipster, he is on notice. He is ready for action. We mentioned it a while ago on the panel. Why is he not part of this roster? Because of those kind of plays. Get the takedown so very quickly. Blink and you'll miss it. But, you know, BAAM Esports, they don't miss, especially in that round. And they finally get on the board here, Bim.
In a flawless manner at that. We haven't had a single round that wasn't flawless. And it's already round number 4 in just a few seconds. Interesting to note as well, Asterisk, this is the first time that we're going to be seeing KO, I do believe. Not the second time throughout the entire day. Let's see how well they can utilize KO's kit right here. Messenger with that quick entry onto A site.
All the smokes in the world. Can he juggle all these smokes? And he's still able to stay alive versus Pina. Gets the takedown onto the Astra, but Red Devil is there to go for the refrag. But the time bought there for BAAM is everything. It does seem like now they are going to make it a 3v3. Walking onto A side, looking for a target or 2. Crazy Guy though backing on away. Shock Dart in hand, but NTK, he loves that operator. He's ready to whip it out early on, and he does puts Boom on notice. Spike though is planted here, Vim. Flash right now, connecting on Crazy Guy. That flashlight from the KO, but the wall bang from above. Enough is enough, says BAAM. They're ready for action yet again. And it does seem like now they're proving to us that they're ready to compete here for SCA. Will we get a historical run here for BAAM? Will we get the first ever Vietnam region win in this map? If they can keep this up, it's a possibility. But Boom, of course, will not take that lying down.
I mean, it definitely is a possibility, and I do like the audacity on NTK to go for that rifle buy on the second round, and now he's on that operator really early on. I mean, the confidence in this man will definitely reward him. And you were talking about earlier how, you know, these players from the Vietnamese region, you know, they don't shy away from these very confident plays.
Are you saying, Bim, that you're saying to NTK, how dare you bring out an operator this early on? What kind of mad lad would do that?
It's a really risky thing to do, right? But if the situation calls for it, you want to solidify your momentum, it can work.
Exactly that. Big BAAM is ready to answer that call of the middle, and they are up by 2 because of it. But Boom Esports are able to save enough money up to play the rifles yet again, especially because after that flawless victory a while ago. But slow and steady is the pace right now for Boom. They have a lot of tools for reconnaissance. They still have a lot of time to work with. And that's the beauty of that double initiator with the Astra. You can set things up as well as you would like in the first place to try and take the site. But on the flip side, BAAM do have the tools to get in the way, not only the operator from NTK, but they have their own Astra, they have the Killjoy as well, and they're looking to prepare themselves on that A site if ever, Vim.
Taking it slow and steady. They could possibly make a diversion onto B main here as Flipster is just waiting patiently. Utilizes that cloud smoke. Yep. Could be a diversion.
left.
Again, with the tactics moving on around 0 point to figure out who's on that A site. I do believe we got the intel as well as the raise. But now on the B side we go, and Crazy Guy in the way yet again. In their grand finals qualify here for VCT SCA, Crazy Guy was the conundrum that the Vietnamese region could not solve. But BAAM right now is an absolute unit. They're all getting the takedowns that they need. A triple of Crazy Guy and a shock dart to seal it with a kiss. Big BAAM right now, proving to us that this is the theory of their evolution.
I mean, this is already looking like a very different Big BAAM compared to the first map that we just saw, Dex. Coming into this, we were speculating about, you know, the fundamentals coming into play for Big BAAM that really denied them the early advantage during that last map. But right here, it's quite the opposite. Really good positioning from Big BAAM, allowing them to get kill after kill. Beautiful holds onto those sites.
We talked about a while ago the chips on the shoulder of Boom Esports, but because of the accomplishment of Boom a while ago, BAAM got their own chip on their own shoulder. It's like, you guys ruined our perfect mind record. Now you'll be forever the first one there to give us that loss. So we're gonna be returning the favor and make history from you instead. With Boom Esports, they're not done, always ready to compete. They're gonna try their luck with the Sheriffs and the Bladestorm. But as soon as I say that, both Flutchader and ER go down so very quickly. BAAM with the crossfires yet again, so simultaneous with the shots and the takes. Big BAAM now with a commanding advantage, and Blaze might be the next victim here of Dorf.
Looking pretty hot right here, Dorf, with a multi-kill in this round. Redneval trying to maintain control of a short here. I love this cheeky angle right there from Dorf. Spike down is dropped onto B main.
Oh, MC Slasher able to crouch on down and prevent himself from getting hit on the dome, but Red Neville with a backstab anyway. And Big BAAM, they'll lose a single member of the roster, but that's it. They're the ones in command right now. Crazy Guy and Dorf with the 7 takedowns, NTK with 6 with that early operator. And while we saw the magic a while ago from Blaze, this time his tricks have been revealed, and he hasn't been able to get a single kill as of yet. For Boom Esports, it's all about that bounce back. We mentioned it a while ago, they're trying to find a new territory to call home, and from one of their most recent successes so far in their local circuit and beyond, it has been a good win rate on Ascent. But they need to prove it here. They're gonna try their luck yet again with that A site, And they do have that KO on the Sova that we've been mentioning a few times already. How do you think they can make this double initiative work in this 18?
What the
Really,
fuck?
the strength of a double initiated comp is for you to be able to gain a lot of information on either side of the map without relying solely on a single agent. Of course, you know, there are various combinations and permutations of utilities you can use with that dagger to suppress certain enemies as you enter the site, while using the recon to reveal their exact position. Now, both of these utilities work similar in some ways, but very different in the general sense.
Speaking of utilities, though, the Naswarm getting in the way of that defuse. Here we go with the lockdown. Now zoning out the opposition. But here we have it. The NC Slasher able to get a trade of peace. Red Devil in the meantime getting taken down there by NC Slasher. And here we go again with NTK showing up with the operator. Crazy guy with a double kill as well. And Big Bam, they're just able to clear out that site, get rid of the lockdown. All the checklists, all the check marks, Big Bam are able to write on down and tick on away because it's 6-1 in favor of the defense.
Big
Man, oh
Bam.
man, Dex, this is just such a
Team
stark
Vietnam.
contrast to what happened during that previous
Kok ditarik?
match as Boom Esports calls for a tactical timeout.
Nah, apa, nanya
about
aja.
damn time, because
Vietnam,
again,
Vietnam.
Blaze, at Asterisk, 0 kills apiece. It is already the 8th round, and you know something's up when that
Nih,
happens.
tim Vietnam.
6-1 scoreline.
Nah, apa, tanya aja.
Dicey. Boom Esports cannot even get in position in the first place. And the peaks that they've been trying to employ, that they succeeded with on Bind a while ago, it's just not working. Bam there with the early operator on NTK. The gamble pays off. Red Neville finding his footing. Dorf getting the takedown
Yang ngechat nanya aja nggak
as
apa.
well as Pina with the
Santai,
kills as well,
santai.
and with the control, everything that Bam has been talking about in their interview.
Santai, santai, santai.
Love their identity that they hold
Tim
deep
Vietnam
themselves.
kok itu.
This time it's shining on bright, and I feel like that's just what lets Big Bam click as a unit. They've been together for so long already for good reason, and they know when they're on as Big Bam and when they're off as Big Bam. A while ago, it just wasn't the case early on enough. This time, it's them in momentum, but boom, it's still a squadron you have to fear and you have to respect.
Yeah, especially when the side swap tags, of course. We know how things tend to change when one team swaps over to the defender side or attacker side. So you can't write off Boom just yet. But so far, BAM is looking like they're going to run away with this one.
Tim Indo kedua, Onyx imbang.
On that angle.
Onyx imbang 1-1. Terus habis itu boom, besok lagi 1. Besok AE lagi 1. Besok lagi.
Especially with this operator. That NTK
Mudah-mudahan gue menang.
for a very long time.
Kok nanya yang menang? Belum ada. Baru imbang aja 1. Ini boom masih jalan.
That's just been the case right now for Big Bam. They've been survivors. They've been
Ini
able
2
to
map,
outlast
kalau
and outwit
1-1
Boom so far.
dia bakalan
Boom able to get a bit of space for
draw.
themselves. You can see how far Flipster has got
Ada
into
map
the middle with
ketiga.
that bulldog that he holds near and dear to his heart. But on the flip side, everyone else only with the pistols. It's sheriffs here for the side of Boom. They could try to find a pickoff if that is going to be a possibility.
And you can see Boom here, Dax. They're struggling to find an answer to their current dilemma. They're slowed down things to a halt, essentially, and they have taken control of market. But really, it all boils down to whether Flipster can get a pick of his own here, as they already try to make their way onto the side. There's someone still at the boathouse. Flipster staying quiet over there.
Oh, Dorf having to be a turret, but no, that's going to be a takedown there from Asterisk instead. Here comes Red Devil blowing up the killjoy on the other side, and it does seem like Crazy Guy wants a piece of the action. Spike's going to get planted though, as Boom Esports able to overrun the sentinel defense of that B site. But the guns are loud and proud here from the side of Big Bam. And again, the operator will just sign, seal, and deliver a demise. Big Bam now making mincemeat out of Boom Esports.
Sama-sama.
Shoe is now completely on the other foot. They got
Oh ya, welcome stream ya.
It's got picked up by someone else.
Makasih udah mampir ke stream.
Dancing this night away and going for more and more of these wins.
Another clean round for Big Bam. Boom Esports again just absolutely struggling at this point in time. Benevall, very important to frag over there using that showstopper. Loves the nade, doesn't really connect, but the rest of his team is there to back him up. Was a 4v2 situation in the end. Fleeing wall play onto that Astra.
Bangke wallbang.
We mentioned it a lot about Big BAAM, right? They kept it simple a while ago, and it just seems like that their fundamentals are absolutely exemplary. Knowing those default
Sebenarnya map
hit those wall bangs,
pilihannya Boom. Yang tadi baru pilihannya BAAM.
Really exemplify what you can.
Boom biasa kok kayak gini.
Come on, for Big BAAM, it does feel like they want to keep it very simple here, Viminal.
Yeah.
Shoot head, win game. Push the envelope, push the limits of
Ini map
every
kedua,
one.
pilihannya
We know
Boom nih.
Valorant, you want to defy those limits.
Itulah kenapa Boom tuh lebih makanya Boom tuh duluan
We
nyerang.
want to see the ferocity we saw a while ago on Bind. We want to see them fight back and fight back. They haven't found the answer yet to the operator as of yet. Dorf now going to be the first stop to a potential push here from Boom Esports. But NTK will just slide on in yet again with the operator. Finally, we got Blaze on the board there versus NTK and getting rid of the sniper. But besides that, it's still BAAM with the advantage. And Boom, they're getting the pickoffs. Yes, Aster's now with a takedown, giving them a chance here. But is it going to be enough? Is this the hope and the prayer that Boom Esports is looking for?
This could very well be it. Asterisk is going to be able to get a spike down, but it's going to be a 3v2 retake scenario.
Mudah-mudahan ya.
And there we go. Ultimate is out for the KO, suppressing everybody in that radius.
No command, pulsing on out, looking for the
Kita
suppressor.
berdoa aja.
And Asterisk right now, he wants to help out Flip Shooter as much as possible here.
Dapat dong.
The wall bang action yet again. That's gonna
Tersin aja wallbang. Aduh, gak swing
It
dong.
will just be Crazy Guy holding the line by his lonesome. He's done miracles before, and he will give the breath of life yet again for Big BAAM. Believe in Crazy Guy because he can make the wins happen, just taking it away from Boom Esports while his teammate defuses. And you can see that this has just another conquest here by Big BAAM.
Incredible play from Crazy Guy right there. And of course,
Itu loh ngapain nge-swing gitu Asterix.
This is
Dasar
undeniably
kocak.
what Vietnamese fans have been cheering for. This is the Big BAAM that we've come to expect right here on the international stage. Up against a very decorated team such as Boom Esports, a scoreline of 8-1. Very little people were expecting this sort of outcome, but it is happening. It is a matter of fact right now, and Big BAAM playing out of their minds.
And they're putting names on notice. They're putting their names forward. And they're saying, hello, my name is Big BAAM. Would you like to die now? And they're showing us the identity that they have been working out the past few months that they have been together. Boom Esports, never count them out. We mentioned it a while ago, the defense might be their saving grace later on.
Yeah.
Now they're going to try to salvage this half, and at least potential 4-8 scoreline. They have a few guns, yes, the rifles are about, and a single Guardian there from NC Slasher. In a map like this, though, the Guardian can pack quite a punch from any kind of range. Suppressed right now versus Red Devil, but the control still from the Astra is going to be on notice. That's Pina getting taken on Flips there. Another one here from Pina so far, taking down his counterpart, and while Blaze will try to infiltrate here with Eeyore and fighting on back, they will actually be the predators here to get on site. But NTK with a shorty of all things, going for the 1v1, 21 HP here from Blaze.
Nice.
Can he get up close and personal? Not enough! And the Clutch King is
Nice,
back.
Blaze.
Blaze having a coronation here on Ascent. They needed that red carpet treatment on a site. It was bloody, yes, but Boom Esports, they worked for it.
Definitely needed that point on the board. They could still bring it to a 4-8 scoreline. But Dax, judging from that last attempt and the previous rounds, I think the issue here is clear when it comes to Boom Esports executes. They're sort of dry peeking a lot time and time again. I'm sort of wondering
Weh, OP
where are the
terus?
smokes? They're not really denying any line of sight from Big BAAM. That's why NTK pretty much can opt with impunity.
And that's the thing. Big BAAM realized what could have helped him out earlier on that bind map, and there was some success with NTK on that Omen, whipping out the operator, but now it feels just right at home with the Jets. It's that combo that you can rely on time and time again, defining the meta, defining the game all throughout these months. It does seem like for Big BAAM right now, they're still in a commanding lead. The Boom Esports, they found that hope and prayer to work out there, and if they can make sure that these peaks can work out for them, that's going to be their way to entry on the sites. It does feel like it's difficult here, Vim. They do get the intel, yes, they get the suppress, But with the Ashes smokes, they're not really the biggest of all the controllers. And BAAM is a team willing to push the envelope, as I say, time and time again, and willing to push through those smokes before backing on away.
Just seems to be a lot of contact plays happen. At least now, it looks like will not be able to
Astaga, flip, miss.
So unfortunate. Those knives weren't sharpened, and BAAM right now going to be able to get man advantage. But here comes Boom Esports stepping up on B side. But NDK is still alive, gets up close and personal. But NC Slasher is there for the bulldog yet again to get that takedown. But from above, so below, big BAAM right now.
Flip, kenapa miss?
Esports is
Gini
going
mo.
to be going down to the ground as they get another one. And this is what we say here from BAAM. There is just no fear whatsoever. Boom Esports, yes, they have been dry peeking, but half of those were their choices, and half the other side of those, it was just because of BAAM's choice to be there instead. Winning out the duels has been the name of the game here for Big BAAM. It is going to be their howling call into the night. This is going to be their victory screech if this keeps up.
You know, we've been talking about it all night. Big BAAM prefer to keep things very straightforward. They trust their gut feeling. They trust their intuition and their aim above all. And they're just showcasing what they're capable of, mechanically speaking. It's working out pretty damn well for them so far. This may very well be a 10-2 scoreline because Boom Esports is now on an eco state.
But aren't you a believer of the Stinger? Isn't that your religion, Viminal? The burst fire. You know, burst fire has been something Boom Esports have been trying to whip out in these scenarios. We saw it in the Bulldog a while ago. We see it on the Stinger now. But can they even get close enough to BAAM, who still has an operator? Ever since that op got bought, it has been there time after time. Sure, NTK has been slain. More often than not, it's either they're able to go for the buy or at least save that gun for the next round. But here we have it. Ultimate's going to be abound. Cost Combined is going to be into play here from the attacking side of Boom Esports, trying to get a degree of separation to remove the range from this equation. Spike, though, going to get planted in the silence of the other side. And it's a bit eerie here, Viminal. It does feel like BAAM right now, they are going to get pushed on the ground. NC Slash there with the control, with the gravity well, their shots. And this is what Boom is looking for. Get up close personal. Get even an inch closer to the side of BAAM here. And while NTK and Dorf are going to get the takedowns, it's Boom right now with the numbers advantage. Flip to there, catching out the NTK, finally putting the reign of the Jets to an end. And Boom Esports, they've made their play work. They know what to do time after time. But in that last round was finally an example of them executing the way they know how to.
I mean, that's why you don't count out the Stingers. I mean, that's why I'm such a believer in that gun dex. But absolutely well played by Boom Esports there. Going for that double swing right as the gravity well procced was just perfect timing. This is definitely what they needed coming into this half. If they could bounce off of the momentum of this first round, then they could still be in the running.
Just exemplary work there from NC Slasher. Unfortunately, it came at a very late time, and the damage has been done. It's still 3-9. Boom Esports could have just gotten a few more of those plays to work out. Remove the operator from the round effectively. Might have been an even closer scoreline. But with that being said, this is where Boom can prove to everyone that this can be their new home base. On the defense is where they shine brightest, and it seems like it's going to be the crossfire here between the pizza and the market. You're feeling hungry because it's going to be Boom here trying to deliver things up, but no, Red Devil NTK will deny that guarantee already. Blaze in the meantime does catch out the raise there. Besides that, it's still BAAM right now with the choice to go on B side. Aster's right now trying to hold the line and defend on site itself. And he's walking closer and closer. So
swing gitu terus.
He's been patient. He's gotten that takedown. ER in the meantime with the refrag. It's now 3v2 as NC Slash is clearing out the main angle. But ER, he was the Lone Ranger trying to fight against the side. Crazy guy now with the takedown. And this 3v1 looking to become 3v none. But no, it's still going to be a fight there from NC Slasher before he falls. BAAM with that.
Kenapa nge-swing gitu terus?
And they're 3 away from ending this day with the first ever Vietnamese VCT win.
It's absolutely going to be a monumental victory for Big BAAM. And I do like the restraint coming in from NTK. He decided to just basically hold that angle over there in the shed by the switch. He could have pushed out defender side, and he probably would have gotten a kill or two, but arguably that was the turning point in the match. Just catching Asterisk off guard right there, securing the man advantage for them.
Just those slight lurk plays at the heart of the opposition. It's that willingness to do that. Know when to go, know when to stop, but such a risk angle to do it. It pays off in dividends if it works. It does feel like it's an all-in right now for Big BAAM, and they are the ones just making bank here, doubling up, tripling up, and going for more and more. And with the gun advantage, it gets even easier. Onto A side, they come and behold it. They already have a grasp at it, putting that spike on down. Sure, the suppress will hit Dorf there, but in a 4v2 situation with Spectres versus Pistols, the chances of BOOM Esports making this one happen, slim to none. I feel like, in this case, it's either Pigs will fly first, or BOOM Esports will just back on away.
At this point in time, they could just go for exits. Really, that's the only option that they have. You know, everything's gonna ride on the next round when they actually get to buy those guns. But at 3-11 scoreline, it's looking very, very grim for BOOM Esports here. And I gotta say, I'm an instant fan of Big BAAM.
Don't worry, I've been on this Big BAAM train for quite a while. Been on the BOOM train as well. And two of these high trains colliding right now to try and get to the playoff destination for BAAM. But they're 2 away from making this series a draw and ending up with a 1-1. Can they do it? So this is the last gasp here for BOOM Esports. They're gonna get the rifles, yes, they're gonna get the buys, and they know they have at least a bit of a lifeline if ever they lose it. But it does feel like that they're going to be investing everything they have here, Criminal. They want to make sure that they don't see Big BAAM at that 12 marker. They don't want to see their opponent at that match point, because the pressure will be on even further and even harder. But BAAM right now, they're going to pressure that A site and ready to squeeze NC / dry.
Yeah, I think they're going to really press the attack here. A lot of them are stacking onto A main. NC Slasher blissfully unaware of that huge stack on A main.
Ignorance is bliss, Criminal. If you only knew 5 people were coming at you, how would you even feel? What kind of panic would set in? And yeah, sure,
VCT,
our players...
I'd be pretty upset.
Yeah. our players are professional, but still, 1v5. You can make a highlight reel out of it if you make it out of it alive, sure. But the odds, they're very, very difficult. And the odds right now, they are stacked against BOOM Esports here. But they do have the positions they want of power and to be able to defend. It's a heavy stack though onto A site, and it feels like BAAM right now have an idea of how this defense is going to work. They're checking it out with Red Neville onto B site. But then again, the double back is the name of the game here. Both BOOM and BAAM using this tactic, looking to go back on that A site. Thing is though, BOOM is no fool, and they still keep the Killjoy and the Astra in check and in position here, Bim.
30 seconds left.
Playing the patience game, as is Big BAAM. They're gonna burst onto the side any moment now. 20 seconds left on the clock. Here we go.
Grab well gonna be used already, and here we have NC Slap yet again. When the going gets tough, he gets even tougher. But BAAM right now able to crack that nut. And
Mr. Rush!
So far onto A side, they will go. Angels not gonna get lobbed here at Flipshider. BOOM Esports, they're ceding position yet again. Big BAAM right now setting up on that A site.
Astaga, flip, miss.
Getting that range advantage in this scenario, and even though those are just specters, they're enough to make ghosts out of BOOM Esports. This is it. It's map point now for BAAM. And can they finally make history? Can they put the Vietnamese region on the board here in the SEA VCT? It's time to find out, or will BOOM be the spoil sports?
I mean, we might see the most incredible comeback so far today. I mean, that is definitely a possibility. Highly unlikely, though. But for the fans of the Vietnam scene and for fans of Big BAAM here, it's looking pretty bright.
This time now, it's BAAM already off to a very great start. Blaze, he's been the pillar here of BOOM. He's been that leader. But without that voice in the active battlefield, it does seem like everything is falling apart here for BOOM Esports. NC Slasher, he does take that, and when he comes in clutch, he comes in big. Everything is left to Asterisk. Big BAAM trying to create history. They see the head of the KO and they're looking for that knockout. Is it finally time to end the day? BAAM, they're hoping so far. They want to get this this victory. And
Dah lah,
they're
bye.
starting things out. Crazy guy, though. He's trying to make sense of the madness. Lockdown is there. Shock Dart now putting the HP all the way down to 5. And can Asterisk even survive in this scenario? No, the wallbang will deny him of any kind of movement. And the theory of Big Bam has become a reality. We see Vietnam make a splash in VCT SCA, and Big Bam will take the final victory of the day.
What a flawless end to that incredible performance by
Lama-kelamaan aku benci sama
I mean, crazy
caster
guy,
ini.
name checks out, man. He didn't even go for that post-plant scenario. He just walked into that site and went for it.
I'm just impressed. In all honesty, it was a tale of two teams twice here in this series. First time, it was just Boom for their own redemption arc, trying to prove that they are still back as that incredible Indonesian seed. But on the flip side, on that second map, Big Bam with the big splash saying to everyone in SEA, Vietnam has arrived, and you gotta take notice. But we are back here with Ilustrado, and
Masih panjang
what
kok.
a defining moment Big Bam has accomplished today here.
Yeah, a historical
Imbang.
moment for
Tapi
Vietnam as they
jauh
take their first ever
pangki.
international win here up on the biggest stage there is for SEA here.
Belum dikeluarin.
What a way to do it. They take a win against basically a staple of SEA
Udah.
in Indonesia. Boom, 13-3, and what a way to do it.
Kok
After
minus
the
ya?
first one, we were a little bit concerned because Boom were definitely showing up.
Tapi gue mas menang lawan gini. Kalah series sama extend.
Crazy guy.
Gue mau lolos.
And just a special performance. Viminal, what did we just witness, man?
I mean, they definitely flipped a switch on that second map. NTK on that jet, perhaps, gave the team a lot of space to work with, and they felt overall a lot more comfortable, as opposed to the first map, wherein they were sort of second-guessing their positioning most of the time here. So a stark contrast in both of these games, but 13-3 scoreline doesn't lie. Big Bam. Are we coining that Big Bam theory? Are we actually coining that term?
Maybe. I've been trying to tease it a little bit, but we don't need to get scientific about it. The science of the operator, though, was shown here today, and especially on a map like Ascent, Big Bam taking advantage of all those angles, taking advantage of the composition Boom was bringing. And unfortunately for Boom, they couldn't get the tools that would deny those angles and those sightlines early on enough. We saw it at the very last round of the first half, but that was it. Only Boom could get those tools even quicker. They could have had a better chance there against Big Bam in that last map.
Well, let's see what it means right now for everybody involved here. Vietnam able to take the first map win for their particular region and showing up when it counts the most, but still it's going to only...
Kenapa grup neraka dapatnya?
So a lot to look forward to as we go into the second day of VCT SEA Challengers. And you know, before we continue on this discussion, Viminal, I'm gonna ask you real quick, what do you think this win means right here from Vietnam? They're here to play right now, and do you think that the region can show up even more in the coming days?
You know, I'm very optimistic coming in from that performance. Even from the first Vietnam team, Ego, their performance was pretty strong as well. And this is just proof that you really can't underestimate Vietnam. You know, I've said this before earlier in the broadcast.
Last ini tinggal
came here to play.
Last tinggal alter ego aja.
Well, now let's take a look. Of course, this is all possible by all of the sponsors who've made this event happen. So
Tinggal alter ego aja ini. Kalau nggak gitu ya udah. Bom lawan ini mungkin masih bisa lah. Kapan nih? Tanggal 15. hari Minggu jam siang. AE lawan U. Ente lah. Ini menang. Ini menang, terus ini ambil menang atau imbang. Bisa lah. Grup neraka semua pagi.
Itu faktornya. Aminin Indogos to Berlin ya, siapapun timnya amin. Tapi maunya Onyx. Bismillah.
Dan ya, Nafi ya. NA. Nafi di NA apa? Oh iya, dia Eropa ya. Benar. Aku nunggu ini. Kapan? Halo Wilson. Kembali lagi. Oh, 5 hari lah. 5 jam lagi. Di pagi. Apa dia? Ini ya. Eropa. Nafi. What the hell? Haha. Tim-tim ini liquid udah di bawah dong. Gila sih. Harusnya bisa sih. Siap Wilson. Alah, buka. Gini dulu. Hafal dulu. Ntar lu, permisi dulu dah. Oke, ntar saya makan dulu. Sí. Tambahin sekali aja. Kok lama masaknya? saja. Wih, ramai. Tumben nggak ada aja. Teman-temanku ngapain ya? Ya, nggak main anak-anak. Wah, mereka nggak main. Mau ngajak aja sih. Cak ini. Oke. Hai.
Match found.
Nah itu, yang itu aku belum cari tahu itu apa. Itu tuh poin untuk menentuin kalau lolos nggak mereka ke Berlin. Kayak contoh kayak Sentinel terakhir aku lihat, sama apa tuh namanya, lupa aku. Kan poinnya mereka itu tinggi, kayak ranking
Ya,
setiap area.
1、2、3、4、ありがとう。Are you for? I am game boost. Kak. Player 4, please speak. Player 4, please speak. Oh.
Jadinya mungkin kayak Onyx atau apa, rankingnya dia itu di atas dan poinnya itu gini. Nah sedangkan musuhnya yang diajak imbang itu rankingnya mereka itu di bawahnya Onyx, makanya itu Onyxnya itu min dan yang imbang lagi satu malah plus. Mungkin kayak gitu ya, nggak tahu.
Spike rush.
You can take the girl out of Salvador, but you'll never take the girl out of Salvador. Wait.
Nggak ngerti aku ngomong apa.
Time to hunt. Missing alarm bot. They're concussed. Walk out.
Drop. Someone's A. Engineer killed.
Thirty seconds left.
Knocked him.
Last player standing.
Wah sial, kok tiba-tiba ada double.
10 seconds left.
Apa sih?
I'll burn brighter than their phoenix. Just watch me. Don't give them ground.
Cover going out.
Time to hunt.
Someone's A. Reload him. Turret out.
Nowhere to run.
Engineer's down.
Buried my ultimate. Seek them out. Found one. Out. Found one. Found one.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Ah, ngeblind diri sendiri.
My ultimate's ready. You think we can kill you? Careful now.
Last round in the half.
Now we're on the right path. Let's keep going.
Knock him down. Come on, let's go.
Time to hunt.
Awas bangsat.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Last player standing.
Wah anjing. Baiklah.
Flawless.
Get out of my way!
Switching
Where are
sides.
we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Let's go.
Turret out! Time to hunt. They're concussed.
Mid.
Hawk out! Hawk out! Someone's in attacker spawn. Nailed it.
No,
One enemy remaining.
Careful now. Reloaded.
Flawless.
In the word, heal up, squad.
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Laughing as you use all my gear. Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
Time to hunt. Multiple enemies B. One down. My ult's ready.
Spike planted.
Here comes the party. Hawk out.
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out.
Match point.
One more win. I'm gonna get out for drinks, lads.
Udahlah. Malah cara tuh
Find the
di
weak
sana.
point and break it.
Alarm bot out.
Time to hunt.
Someone's in there. Sorry, bro. Come on, let's go!
Ready. Someone's A.
Enough! My ult's ready.
Someone's A.
Seek them out. Found one.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Satchel out. Placing Hawk out.
Careful now.
Years, mate.
No.
Don't even start that shit here, mate.
Defenders win.
As colorful as carnival.
tinggi sekali.
Match found.
Ada beres.
All right, where's the fight?
Spike rush.
What brand are your knives, Jet? They're not Mammoth. Segredo, maybe?
I need one for my collection.
Here. Okay.
Decoy.
Enemy spotted mid. Hawk out! Blinded.
Over here.
Here.
Enemy down.
Like planted.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted mid. Here. Need healing. My ult's not ready. Heal up, squad. Thanks.
Off your
Here.
feet!
I think they can kill me.
Heal up, squad. Out of healing. Hawk out. We're dancing now. Let's keep it up. Hello.
Anjing.
Cutting through. Enemy spotted.
Time to hunt. Satchel out. Enemy spotted A. Enemy worried. My ult's ready. Seek them out. Found one.
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out. Blocking sight. Blocking sight. Hawk out. I'm unstoppable.
Last round before the switch.
I'll cut through. I'll handle this.
Bomb buddy out. Here.
Wah, OP bangsat.
Here. Time to hunt. One down. My ult's ready. Seek them out. Found one. Someone's in attacker spawn. Found one.
One enemy remaining.
Here. Here.
Switching sides. Match point.
Good work. Don't screw it up. Good work. Here.
Enemy spotted mid.
Enemy spotted B.
Blocking sight. Time to hunt.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
My ult's not ready. Healing over here. See? Not that scary.
Defenders win.
Hawk out! Hawk out! I'm out.
Nggak masuk chatnya di sini, sorry. Ajak temennya mabar bang, biar rame. Apa tadi musuhnya? Sorry tadi aku nggak baca. Aku mau udahan dulu. Besok lagi, besok pagi. Besok pagi atau nggak besok malam. Musuhnya kocak sih tadi, tiba-tiba dia turun di atasku. Aku menunggu di sana dan dia turun di sana. Alright, aku nyicil nyicil sebatanku. Sebenarnya sih nggak sebatan nggak boleh dimatiin ya. Nggak tahu sih, tapi banyak kok yang matiin. Banyak banget. Alright, sampai jumpa di live berikutnya. See you. Bye-bye. Bye. 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 Sampai jumpa di live berikutnya. See you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Lupa. Sebatannya lupa aku matiin. Oke. 14, 17, 37. 14 jam. 17 menit 37 detik. See you, bye-bye. Selamat tidur semua. See you, bye. Bye-bye. Terima kasih ya sudah menemani dari tadi. See you.